Top Esports and Billy Gaming, two organizations that have defined the LPL here in the 2020s, find their paths converging once again. And with the 2025 season entering the home stretch, both teams are ready to put their inconsistencies aside for one big match with a trip to the grand finals on the line. It is the Split 3 upper finals here on LPL English. Welcome everybody to the Analyst desk, bringing it back here for some of the home stretch games in the postseason. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Cubby and K-Man here for this one. We got Slayer and Alec Battery on the call. You'll be hearing from them in just a little bit. Cubby, it is here, the upper bracket finals, a lot on the line here. Of course, a trip to the finals specifically, and for BLG, a win here would also lock them a spot for Worlds 2025.
I think that's the big nugget that a lot of fans at home are excited about. BLG at Worlds, these guys are perennial international contenders, no matter what jungler they seem to be running. So for BLG, getting there would be big. For Top Esports to win, they've had a tough time against BLG so far this year. I think it's going to need a big series from Kanavi if Top Esports does want to overcome BLG, and they're going to be tasked with something they haven't done, I think, since Split 1, and that's topple BLG.
Okay, man, I mean, it's been a fun ride so far, and I feel like overall, you think about BLG and Top Esports, these are two teams that, you know, have been super consistent performance, especially here in this split.
Yeah, I mean, you're really looking at two of the top teams in the LPL throughout all of this year. You're seeing both of them really, have some ups and downs, but for the most part, be able to continue to perform. And they're no strangers to each other either. A lot of these players are no strangers to the big moment. And I think that's what's really exciting about this series is it all comes down to the execution here today. You can build your huge resume leading up to this, but it's going to be a fun one here.
Now, before we fully dive into this best of 5 series, we got some more housekeeping to do. You might have noticed throughout our shows over the past week, we've been unveiling our community and talent awards for Split 3 of the LPL, and we've got one more here for you in the upper finals. It is the time to unveil the 2025 Split 3 MVP here on LPL English. Congratulations tonight, going back to back. Jackie Love, the runner-up, finished second in our poll, finished first in the LPL overall poll on their side of things, Cubby, but we think that Knight has had just a fantastic season overall for BLG.
Sweet justice, 2 splits in a row over here on the LPL English broadcast. I think that Knight is just on another level, and watching him not get MVPs, it makes me A, question the POG system, but B, it's like watching LeBron not get MVPs every year in the NBA when he's just the best player. It feels like they need a reason to give it to someone else. I really feel like that's what Knight is in the LPL. He is just the mid laner to beat and continues to be on another level in this league.
And K-Man, we're going to get the number 1 MVP versus the number 2 MVP, the runner-up. I personally had Jackie Love first. The LPL Chinese broadcast had Jackie Love first, but regardless, going to be some fireworks here between these two teams and these two players.
I mean, can you ask for anything more? Graves, you're looking at arguably the 2 top performers in the league right now, playing for a chance to get into finals. That's massive for both of these teams. Both of them have been huge as a resource for teams to be able to invest into for their individual rosters to go towards. And, both of them are going to need to be able to carry that through here today if they're going to be able to outplay their opponents on the other side.
And while this is mostly a regular season award, both these teams also performing in the playoffs, which has led them to this upper finals. Let's take a quick look at the bracket overall. We've had some interesting results as of late. JD Gaming taking a 3-1 win over Weibo, and K-Man AL 3-0ing Invictus Gaming, a team that finished second in the regular season this split.
And what a 3-0 it was in terms of how those games went down. AL looked just about as good as they have all year long, at least right now. It feels like a lot of things are starting to click for this team, and that makes this matchup even more important. JD Gaming as well, coming out of a 3-1 win. You don't want to go down to lower bracket here, not even just for qualification purposes. It can get really murky if you have to go up against one of these teams that seem to be playing some of their best league right now.
Yeah, and for Top Esports and BLG, still have already locked themselves at least top 3, but, we're still hoping for a championship win for both of them. That is definitely what each of these teams have on their minds right now. Let's get into the rosters, starting off with TES. This is a team that finished first place in the regular season in Splits 2 and Split 3, as well as being your Split 1 champions. But Cubby, the playoffs were not their forte in Split 2. It's been better for them this time around.
No, of course, I feel like Top Esports, they're the team that garners expectations from their domestic play and then hasn't been able to deliver upon them internationally. And that isn't just a this year problem with Split 1. That has, I think, really been a hit on top esports throughout them being so strong domestically. They haven't been able to find that same success internationally. So I think fighting to go international, again, the only way they auto-qualify is if they win all of LPL. And a win today against BLG, of course. I mean, that's another big step on the road to try and make it there. And for top, really feel like today we're going to need to see big performances out of Kanavi and Hong in a way, because I feel like the jungle and support of BLG, we see internationally that they aren't as strong, but also for Cream, he's got to step up if he wants to play well in tonight, who is our MVP on this broadcast.
Yeah, big matchup in the mid lane. We'll get into that one in just a bit. But K-Man, one of the newest additions to this top esports roster for Split 3 was Hong at the support role. A move that was largely criticized by the general community, but it's been a great look here for TES, both in the playoffs as well as just throughout the season.
Absolutely. I think at this point, it is quite clear this team is better with Hong than they were without him, and that is such a positive towards top esports and their ability to scout and, push their own narrative forward, despite maybe what, some other teams or some other, people are thinking on certain talent at the time. Hong has been one of the more consistent supports in the LPL for years leading into this year. It's good to see him get so much of that form back, really when top esports needed the most.
Yeah, and for Hong, I think we've been really happy with some of the play we've seen from him. Sorry for the inception here. It's the only way I could grab this clip in full. But this was a really good play, like punishing Weibo being down-tempo. Of course, on the way here, okay, man, you mentioned Hong being solidified as the support that top esports needs. Have been better with him. Well, he beat Crisp, the old support of top esports, along the way in order to make it here. But I think from Hong, what we've seen is just more consistent engages. Because frankly, this is someone that when he was benched for Erha, we thought it was justified. He was not playing well over in the Weibo camp. And so for him to really step up and play good with this team, I think that the big engagers, Alistar is his most played, it's been really good. Also, like in the next clip, what we're going to see, a really nice vision play from him where we're seeing decisive plays. And that's what I like seeing from Hong. As this one, look at this. Weibo's going to kill this control war, but 3 people are spotted on mid. They see them rotating. They're going to be late to Otacon. They use their semi-global. Hong and 369 fully send this. I mean, this is a fight without Jackie Love, but by forcing it here, they get the winning smite that Pantheon has because of his passive, and then Hong is a really decisive engage that splits the fight. This is the kind of good stuff we're seeing from top esports with their fight setup that we feel like a little bit more hopeful towards them when it comes to them actually being threats for an LPL championship and not kind of falling off as they have done in splits past.
Absolutely, and I think you hit the nail on the head. Like, this is the best version of TES that I think we've seen all year long. I think we're looking at a team that feels more comfortable playing through their mid-game power spikes and actually feel like they're keeping their foot on the gas. The decisiveness has increased, the general cohesion of the team has increased, and I think that's really going to lead top esports into, potentially being a championship contender here as we see in the upper bracket finals.
Just 2 best-of-5 wins away from securing that championship, their second of 2025 if they're able to hoist that trophy. But let's take a look at their opponents here today in Billy Gaming. A roster that is just a team.
Okay, it comes to us. Oh, this word already looks like it sucks. It's our voices during the roster.
We love BLG.
We love BLG.
Really feels like the jungler for me is kind of null and void in this matchup. It more so has been the team around the jungler, and I feel like we've seen BLG step up in this playoff run around Beishuan and the squad. I think that it's unquestionable that Beishuan's playing good league at the moment, but I do feel like the rest of BLG has leveled up, whether it's a honeymoon, whether it's whatever happens when they swap junglers. It seems to be working out for them, and so yeah, really can't complain.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Cubby. What BLG has done within such a small amount of time to be able to salvage some of the, I guess, short-term decision-making that they're going through right now is massive. Because truly, what this team was struggling with for a lot of this year was just a reason to do the things that they were doing on the Rift. It felt like they were kind of going through the motions a lot of the time for me. And I think this team just kind of needs that shot in the arm, whether that's a jungle change or whether that's just these big moments, these big, I guess, general emotions that they have to feel in the upper bracket finals. They definitely have shown that they can live up to the moment and really play some of their best league here. But we can see a little bit of that matchup up on the screen here. You know, I wanted to get some of the graphics in here. You know, I've been talking about these teams for so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I wanted to make sure that I could kind of convey some of the heavy feelings I've had all year long on these teams. And I think the best way to do that is just to look at this holistically. And you can see kind of the shared champions that these teams have. And the fact that you can see in the middle of your screen, 2 and 2, they're even this split against each other. These are two teams that have very much, you know, had some ups and downs, but neither has entirely been able to pull away from the other.
Yeah, each of these teams have 2-0'd each other in the regular season, as you mentioned. They also have each beaten each other in respective splits. Top Esports in the playoffs of Split 1, going on that lower bracket run, beating BLG 3-1. And then, of course, in Split 2, it was that BLG 3-0 of the clips that we just saw. And Cubby, this mid lane matchup, obviously Cream has been very consistent throughout this regular season, but it always seems to be Knight that hands him some trouble here in the playoffs.
Look, I've said this a lot on broadcast before. I'll say it again here. I feel like Top Esports as a team, they go as far as Cream will take them. I think that Cream, for me, is the player that is the weak link of Top Esports, especially with the form that Hong has been in of late. And I think that a lot of the performance of the team just kind of varies upon, you know, can Cream play the champion effectively enough? His champion pool, I think, is something that he still struggles with. It's gotten better over time, but it's still, you know, not with the top tier mids. Not just looking at the LPL, but looking globally as well. And also just the fact that Cream, like, for me, when the last time he did go up against Knight, like we ran the clips earlier, this guy got bodied by Knight in that series. I feel like the individual difference was very big, but he's been playing some more melees throughout this run for Top Esports. That always has been a good look for Cream. You can always rely on him when he's playing the melees. So we'll see if that's the attempt today into Knight, because a lot of time what happens at Knight, try and play a melee. Knight is so good at playing those control mages and neutralizing it. I think he's the best control mage player we have in the LPL by a long shot. This play's always been the best mid we've had here for it feels like 4 years now. We're going to have to see if Cream can really step up and try and answer or rival that today with whatever picks he decides to bring to the table.
I mean, K-Man, we saw the Lissandra for Knight in Game 4 of their last series.
Slept
I
on
feel like that
champion,
could be
man.
a big pick into what Cream's melee pool has
I want to see
offer.
more of it.
Are you worried about that at all? Is there any other picks in the mid lane that you're looking at?
I mean, there are so many things that Knight has pulled out in previous years that I think could be terrifying to go into. You mentioned the Lissandra, but there are plenty of anti-assassin picks, anti-movement picks that could be a real big problem. You know, we've even seen things like Cassiopeia come through and start becoming a lot more popular throughout the rest of this year. I don't know what Knight has up his sleeve, and I think that's the problem. Top Esports also probably have no clue what Knight has up his sleeve. He can pull out basically anything at any time. If Cream is going to rely on things like Akali, things like Silas, you know, as much as he has across this playoff run so far, I think that's definitely going to be a detriment to the team. He's going to need to grow and step out of that role and really become the mid we think he can be.
Yeah, I mean, that mid lane matchup is certainly one to watch out for. If Cream is able to have a carry performance in Game 1, well, all of a sudden things get very, very interesting. Before we hand things off to the walkouts and the casters, let's take a look at our predictions here on the LPL community broadcast. Cubby, you've got Top Esports. I've got BLG 3-1. K-Man, you're somewhere in the middle here, but this is the most split that we've seen this kind of all playoffs, it feels like.
We couldn't do what we did IG last night.
More lane-centric.
We lost. That was kind of soul-crushing, but yeah, I mean, for me, I think that Kanavi and Hong have actually been playing really good. I think that BLG, historically, the way you beat them is through jungle support. Whatever jungler's been in, it's always been on. But I think that is why they've fallen short to T1 internationally all these times. And if there is a jungle support duo that can beat them, it's on AL or Top Esports. I feel like Kanavi and Hong are playing good right now, so that's why I have Top Esports tonight.
Yeah, I mean, K-Man, any last quick words as to why you have BLG as we are getting ready for these walkouts to begin?
I will say for BLG, this is a gut feeling. The magic is in the air right now with this team. Everything feels improved, and I trust Knight implicitly. I truly believe he will be the best player on the Rift today, and I think that will get BLG across the finish line.
Well, it is about that time. Walkouts are beginning. It is time to hand things on over to our casters, Slayer and Alk Battery for Top Esports and Billy Gaming.
Thank you kindly, Grapes. Welcome one, welcome all to the caster desk for tonight. Of course, with myself, Leo Slayer Silverman, joined by the illustrious, all-knowing and all-meming Dimitri Alk Battery Toledo. Alk, I mean, what a series we got in front of us. The desk laid it out so well. It's just banger time in the LPL playoffs, right? We finally got here, upper bracket finals.
Every single series so far has felt like it has had something to be excited about, whether it was the Top Esports NIP series, IG versus EDG, even the BLG series, the IG series that we got to see a little bit earlier. Every single one of these playoff series feels like it's really delivering, and honestly, it's the perfect time to do so. Is Split 3 playoffs. We're about to go into regional finals, about to go into the World Championships, and these two teams, it feels like, has been a long-awaited series.
There is so much palpable history between these two teams. And it isn't just, you know, you can look at the head-to-head where things are very significant. It's interestingly in the LPL. Right now, BLG are 11-3 up against Top Esports coming into this matchup, and they are 5-1 in best of fives. Top Esports have one best of 5 win, and that came all the way back in Split 1 playoffs. So it's been a long road for Top Esports, but as you heard the desk talk about, both these teams really feeling like they are finding their form in playoffs. It's been a bit more of a struggle for Top Esports. It's been BLG maybe kicking things to another level with H1 coming in. But as we set to come into this draft, Alk, you heard Cubby talk a lot about how much he feels Hung is a really good support player here. We talked about the mid-champion pool. What else should everybody be looking out for as we get set for this series?
I think this is going to be a series that has the potential to show really how deep these two teams are going to dive. When we look at mid lane pools, obviously Cream and Knight do share a lot of similar champions just by way of what Fearless has looked like here in the LPL, but whether or not we're going to see some of those pocket picks like the Tristana, like the Corki coming on through for either of these mid laners, and going up into the top lane even, I think some things could really be really exciting between 369 and Bin. I think historically this matchup has been one of the best matchups we've gotten here in the LPL domestically. So it's all a matter of if this series is actually going to deliver. Are we going to get ourselves 5 games, or are we going to get a stomp like maybe some of us were predicting?
Yeah, we are a bit on polar different sides of the series score there. I'll give you guys saw the predictions, but I am hoping to will this series 5 games with my own. Here we are, though. Game 1 draft. Top Esports on your blue side, Billy Gaming on your red side. And we already are starting to see some of those meta morphing picks that are garnering bans. The Kiana is the first one that I want to point out, as this has begun to terrorize the carry jungle meta we have seen this playoffs.
And 2 champions that I had noted in our kind of pre-analysis is talking about Poppy and Galio, champions that really we haven't seen Cream pick up in the Galio up until that one of those last games up against Weibo. And ever since Chris left their roster, Top Esports have just been avoiding this Poppy champion like the plague. So I like that alongside the Nico to take that away from On. We're already getting the Annie here for Cream, so easy setup. And now breaking up that duo with a Wukong, who we have, at least as a broadcast, have agreed that one of the most strong champions considering the rest of the jungle pool has really been nerfed.
I'm going to lock in this Alistair with one of the more scrutinized players for some of his positioning when it comes to taking fights, maybe looking for vision. Alistair, one of the more forgiving champions, obviously with that Unbreakable Will, but a pretty big ultimate to look out for. And also, if we want to see Cream maybe dip into those melee champions early, anytime you see an Alistair, you got to have the Silas in the back of the mind, you think, but we already have the Hanny already coming across.
I was going to say, Slayer, I was already bringing the Hitman Hammer, brother. We were about to,
I caught it, all right? Listen, it was close to my head, but I caught it, and we caught ourselves a pretty powerful combo, right? Because we get Kanavi with the J4, you got the Tibbers, you got a Phosphorus Bomb from this Corki. There was a lot of burst layer damage for one of the best junglers in the LPL to try and set up with this Jarvan pick.
I think it also just means that Top Esports are going to have a much stronger early game in this, and that is really where we've seen Top Esports have some of their best success, which is when they have a lot of pushing lanes, when Kanavi can go for an invades and really be that jungle purist, put himself at an advantage versus his opponent, and find early angles. Corki's going to be a lane bully versus his Kaisa, but level 6s does mean that BLG will have the ability to start to make some plays happen, especially around these objectives. So second round of bans here, already going to be looking at a support pull pinch going on to Hong. Expect that with the Alistar, you're kind of soft locking away the Rel. We also haven't seen Nautilus quite yet show up, so wondering if that is also going to be a pairing that we'll see alongside the Jarvan and the Annie.
You're starting to see for top esports, maybe try and take away, I know, not Knight's champion pool, that's an impossible thing to do, but maybe champions that Knight could bring out that could really squander this Cataclysm-based composition, right? So you're thinking some of these dashes. Aurora, one of the slipperiest champions, don't want to deal with Knight playing that Aurora in game 1. Wouldn't be surprised if they try and take away a maybe more mobile mid laner as well, because they're already having to deal with a Kai'Sa that has Killer Instinct to try and get out of this combo. You always have the Trickster to worry about for Beitron, and you don't want to drop all this damage onto an Alistar in the first place. So getting rid of some of those more mobile mid laners that both Knight and, Bin on the talk about solos could use this Gwen with the, the mist and the dash as well. I like these bans because they're powerful picks in the LPL as we know, but they also are pretty adverse to the comp that TES is trying to put together.
Let's see what else BLG want. They're going to probably have to just blind mid here. It's not blind mid, but they really want to give a lot of priority over to Knight. I think it's interesting to kind of note here. We're putting Sion for Bin, a champion, and a player that I don't think has really excelled too much on the tank so far this year outside of Ornn. So getting rid of the Gwen for that matchup. We know that top esports have been kind of moving away from Jax as well, so not expecting to see that matchup go up into the top side. I wonder what we might see from 369. Are we going to get that Aatrox already so early on in the series? Or is he going to go for something more of a tank buster, something that's going to give him, I think, some more playmaking ability like a Cassante here? It's very bold of Hong to automatically take that Rel that we were mentioning.
Yeah, especially into the Alistar, it can really disrupt that combination coming across, but is one of those very viable bottom lanes we always see. Corki and Rel are probably the two most common pairings we see for these champions in their solo respectiveness. But there's the carry potential Ulk you were maybe looking for in a meta that's been dominated by tanks, even for our best players. And Bessa has stood as one of those crown jewels, and 369 has himself a very favorable lane in Game 1 for top esports.
Should be able to dive very easily. I wonder what the mid lane matchup here for Knight is. You could go for Annie, you could go for the Ryze versus the Annie matchup. Will mean that early on you can kind of combat her for a push until she gets level 6, but instead we're going to go for the Orianna. So I see this, and honestly, this is probably going to be the composition that we have here in game number 1 that's going to require the most amount of poise here from BLG Gaming. They're going to need to be able to take control of space. That's what Alistar and the Wukong will be able to do later on into the game, but they get very easily dove upon if they're out of position. If we're talking about vision control, if we're talking about how aggressive top esports can play, you're going to have an Annie, a Jarvan, and an Mbessa who are going to be going straight for the backline. So Knight's going to have to be very careful about when he uses his flash, and how this bottom lane matchup goes could end up spelling success or failure here for BLG.
And speaking on that bottom lane matchup a bit more here, one of the things that you heard the devs talk about maybe a little bit, but I really want to make sure to push before we go into this game 1, is Elk on this Kai'Sa and Elk in general. We've seen flashes of this guy get back to that BLG 2024 form where he was one of the best AD carries in the world, but it hasn't been consistent. And in this upper bracket final, you see him pick a game 1 Kai'Sa, like you mentioned, Ulk, that requires a lot of poise and just raw mechanics to operate to a high level. The LPL is so well known for multitudes of iconic Kai'Sa performances. We'll have to see if Elk can put one together here right off the bat in our upper bracket final.
Let me hear some Jaios. We're going to be going right into the game in a little bit of time. We're here in Shenzhen. We're going to be here all the way until the regional finals. We'll be moving arenas, but we're getting right into this series. It's the banger. It's a possible Worlds qualification for one of these teams.
Let's bring in our final upper bracket final, Jaios of the entire split here. Game 1, top esports BLG.
Okay, I think
we're getting crowd
the fan
mic
leaders,
again.
There we go. I heard some of them, but maybe it'll get better as the series goes on. I know we saw during the BLG IG series, it got pretty loud. JDG AL, another one. Or AL versus IG, I should say, just last night. It was pretty fun. So already we're seeing 5-point here for top esports, not bad. And as this game develops here, Slayer, what we need to be tracking is our 2 junglers. And specifically for Kanavi, he will think that he will have the ability to make a lot of action happen early, but later in the game, you're going to have a Jarvan Cataclysm that stops Knight from walking forward, that is maybe going to have to force out either a summoner spell or a defensive ultimate / basic ability out from either Beitron or Elk.
It's such an interesting jungle matchup for game one because the way we've seen Kanavi go about the early game, right, is a guy who is really committed to his full clears and wanting to get strong for those later fights. And he's playing this Jarvan, like you mentioned, that you want to be able to impact the map pretty early on, maybe skipping camps to do so. And the adverse here for Beichuan is he's playing that Wukong that really needs the power clear to get to level 6. It's all about the Cyclone. But Beichuan is a player for BLG, has been a guy willing to make those sacrifices in his clears, weaken his own champion state to benefit his other lanes. So the fact that they're so diametrically opposed with their champion picks in this game one, glad you pointed out, we're going to need to track that very heavily as we already see top esports bottom lane getting control of level 2 as to be expected into one of the weakest AD carries in early game, Elks Kaisa.
Oh, hey. This Alistar is also a big slouch, right?
True.
This champion get a headbutt, that's about it. So we'll see how this lane continues to develop. Not expecting too much action. Again, the Alistar, in theory, should be able to stop whatever Hong is able to do. Very nice lower third coming in through the LPL. We have 800 total games in the LPL for Jackie Love. I think a momentous occasion, especially for one of the best AD carries to ever do it. But both junglers are going towards opposite sides of the map, and Kanavi is opening up with finishing on his red buff, which means he will have the flexibility of either going back up into top side, contesting Beichuan on these top side camps, or maybe looking for something on bottom lane. But with this wave where it is, and a Scion in the game, Slayer, I got to imagine about 45 to a minute and a half, we'll be looking at potentially lane swapping our bottom lanes.
That's always the answer you look for when you bring that Scion into a game of League. And it makes even more sense knowing, like we talked about with this bottom lane, that the Kaisa and Alistar are trying to coast through these early levels. But we talked a lot about how 369 should have a lot of control in this top lane matchup. Ben's doing a pretty good job not only trading back into this Ambessa, but getting some valuable grasp stacks. So he holds on to a bit of a health bar advantage. But both junglers not going to really look that way currently. They're just going to trade their Scuttle Crabs perfectly. And like we talked about, this is what Kanavi wants to do. First clear, get that all the way done and dusted, and then he'll be out on the map to try and get top esports ahead.
Could be an angle here. Beichuan's going to skip over the Scuttle. 369.
And
Oh my god, I love
dashes.
the amount of it. Yep. Just gets right on out with the Drakehound steps, so it's going to be fine for now. The wave is bouncing away from him, so I think he's calling the bluff of Beichuan, saying, look, you have to reset, you have to be ready for that timer in 3.5 minutes. Cream is pretty low and doesn't have very many angles to push this wave. Kanavi is in, proximities on making his way over here.
I think Cream holding onto that stun for so long maybe stopped Beichuan for going for that play, but like you called out, that look towards the top side, it gives Kanavi that little tempo edge. And he's going to immediately use that with bottom lane prio effortlessly to start stealing camps away from Beichuan. This is why Kanavi is so damn good in the LPL. He's able to take those very minute leads and expand on them further. That's why
That's a tough timer.
Yeah.
That is a very tough timer for him to find because it's literally just as it's respawning, makes a wave alongside his bottom lane. So good preparation coming in from these two different roles on top esports. Cream most likely just going to call his jungler over to help him push out on this wave, get him a reset as he still has not used the teleport quite yet. We're not actually getting a lane swap. It seems like Ben is going to have to just teleport back into that lane, and we're committing to these lanes, so I think an interesting choice here from BLG.
See what exactly this can garner for them. And maybe tell about their game plan through Beichuan. Partly maybe it's the fact that Ben was able to get himself a pretty safe back in that early phase and feels he's got pretty good odds into 369. That Ambessa does take some time to come online as strong as we feel about the champion nonetheless. So yeah, we still have no swaps coming across. Both junglers clearing back down, and we'll see if top esports can get that bottom lane prio going again. Could set up for a pretty easy Drake take if Kanavi wants it, with ultimates coming online for those solo lanes.
Quirky coming back to lane, still wants to be able to do a little bit here. 369 is just going to trade, will mean that he won't have this ultimate if there is ever going to be a play, but I imagine that with 2 minutes before the grubs, not going to be too much happening here. This could open up an angle where 369 loses his teleport and his flash.
I wonder if Ben's just going to use that unstoppable onslaught immediately to throw himself into 369. There's the dashes down. Beichuan, though, again, just covering for his top lane. He's actually going to cancel the back here. Ben's going to get this wave under, so he's going to be able to buy himself a bit of a time to roam on down. But, again, not much to be found here for Beichuan. Just maybe trying to make sure this Ambessa doesn't get out of control from 369.
hold this as maybe there's an engage here. Maybe try to get a summoner spell out of Elk. Doesn't end up happening. Beitron, since his reintroduction into the lineup here on BLG after their first game going into playoffs versus JDG, I feel like Beitron has felt he's a little bit more empowered in this composition, that he can have a little bit more say. That right there is a great excuse to leech experience from your top laner.
Oh, flash Kanavi into the Cataclysm. There is no world where Knight gets out of there. Kanavi, elite precision to grab first blood here for Top Esports.
And instead of going for the dragon, he knows he only has a limited amount of time. Hong is doing the blue buff for him, leashes it over to his jungler, so that is now 2 camps. The kill onto mid, and Knight, with no summoner spells, is in a world of hurt. Oh my god, it just goes over to Kanavi, man.
It may be a good ways away with how many of the games we've played in the LPL, but this was our Split 1 MVP, and it looks like he is back in that form, just like he's been all playoffs long. And how much of a big help is that, all knowing that the matchup that you heard the Des talk about endlessly, Knight versus Cream, the last couple times we've seen this, it's been so one-sided. What a relief to get Cream some more breathing room, now knowing that Knight, that Orianna, is going to be flashless for these next couple minutes that you pointed out are going to have some pretty big fights. Grubs are up and on the Rift now.
Yeah, Sion now has invested the ultimate. It feels bad because Knight is actually doing well for himself. 369 has to use the flash just to get access to this minion wave. I think fine enough. We're going to see that Top Esports are now, with them recalling themselves, getting that access onto the bottom side. They're going to look to trade for Grubs. 369, he will have ultimate, and he needs to save it to make sure that he has the unstoppable. And a great use of those Drake Count steps and all those abilities to clear out the minion wave, prevent any access, and it's just going to be that trade of objectives.
Kanavi has it mapped out. There is a ward in that Drake pit, so all this information towards Kanavi as they secure the 3 grubs for that later first Drake. I know it's been a trend in the LPL. We're kind of used to these first Drakes coming later, but it still is such a win for Kanavi this late in the early game to be able to trade the 3 grubs for just 1 first Drake.
It's important also that Corki is going to be alone in this top side safely, because all Rel has been doing has been dropping experience. We'll actually see that represented in our 2 supports coming into this play. Is on, if he gets access to 1 more mini wave, even actually hitting onto the dragon, he gets local experience, he gets access to level 6. Hong is a ways away from that happening. Top Esports are able to mitigate that by not having any fights happen, but really what Hong's been doing this entire time is protecting Kanavi's bottom side jungle. So Kanavi got to steal 2 camps on top side. He'll do his blue buff and his Gromp. And all this is a single lost wave here for 369. Jackalev's going to come back and feel perfectly fine. So the perfectly crafted early game for Top Esports to make sure that Kanavi is up and running.
The only real blemish so far for Top Esports for this early game is going to be the gold lead that Ben has been able to grab himself on that Sion. I know, it sounds really weird to say out loud, guys.
Nice,
a
man.
Sion
Good one.
with a gold lead in the early phase, but it is what is keeping this gold a bit closer, despite the fact that Kanavi is nearly 800 gold up over Beitron at this current juncture.
Comes the perfect execution. Just imagine he's going to be chunking Ben.
He should be fine. Yeah, Ben's just too healthy. There's no item on 369. So again, Ben going to be happy to just get that ultimate out of the lane state for the next couple of minutes.
Jackie Love as well catches another wave. Hong doing all that he can. He's basically spent the last 2 minutes sat in bot lane jungle to protect his camps, also contest vision, as we are going to have dragon spawning in 3.5 minutes. Knight has not been punished so far without his flash. I think he's been doing a rather decent job outside of that 1 gank that we saw from Top Esports to control the wave and still have somewhat of an advantage. He's actually even with Cream here. There's only an assist going over, but he's able to hold the lane a lot better than Cream has.
Gotta keep your eyes on Kanavi, knowing his own Flash Hammer is at the same point as Knight's. His On takes a pretty adverse trade into the burst that Jackie Love has. Still holding on to that Unbreakable Will if a gank does manifest, but you can see that deep ward in the bot side river is going to spot Kanavi, trying to get a bit cheeky. So Elkinon, winning the information game here, won't fall for this ruse.
And this is good. Now it gets spotted out by Kanavi. Beitron's going to go towards his top side, clear down so that his next rotation of camps are in time for the dragon afterwards. And if nothing else happens, then let's see Top Esports use these 3 grubs. Let's get a single turret plate here for Jackulov. Maybe there's an angle for us to squeeze a little bit more, but all this is let's walk around mid. We get to stop Knight's back.
No flash. Cataclysm down. TP coming over. Shockwave use. Knight trying to buy himself some time. There's the Magnet Storm layered as well. Hong trying to lock down the golden left hand, and with Tibbers, he will fall for a second time in a row.
Think about the timing on this too. Dragon doesn't spawn for another 2. A wave that's going to get caught here by Beitron. Kanavi gets to cycle his camps. This is everything going right here for Top Esports in these first 12 minutes. Knight having to lose all of that. He will have teleport and he will have his flash coming up, but it's tough. It's tough looks, and this is exactly the way we want to see Top Esports not only help out Kanavi, but get Cream into a more comfortable position in this game.
The one benefit here for Billy Gaming is you do see Magnet Storm, Cataclysm, and Tibbers all come off the board to make that play on tonight. So Beitron and On feel comfortable enough trying to step up, maybe steal some camps away, knowing that a lot of the bite out of this TES burst comp has been negated, but it's just swinging onto the top side. His volley execution does come down again, big enough flash over the flag and drag, but he's trying to just TP out, and there's no more ways to knock him out of it. Smart timing there for Bin to avoid the gank.
Still fine. 369 catches his top wave. They lose double summoners on Bin, and what BLG will grab in trade for this is 2 turret plates, maybe even a 3rd. They have Sheen procs coming on through for Beitron, Knight as well. Hopefully they can get him a little bit more gold here, but we're going to see now Top Esports. Good play coming out from Hong in particular. I think he has covered these lanes incredibly well now so far in this game number 1. Are they going to be able to grab this last plate? I think Knight really wants to squeeze for it. He wants to get that gold and maybe use it a little bit after. There's not a play that they can make, and really they wouldn't be able to get it on this next wave unless they want to be late for that dragon we've been talking about.
How greedy do you want to be, Knight? Don't know if he'll be able to grab that in position with the wave clear that Cream is going to be able to allocate here. And yeah, he's not going to be able to pick up that extra plate. But speaking on those mid laners, we start to see first items come across. Really speaks to the sort of approach that Knight and Cream are bringing towards their control mages. You see Cream with the classic Malignance. That's just trying to boost as many ultimates as he can early and often, while Knight with the Roa buying time to try and scale up and be a much bigger threat out of the mid lane for BLG.
It's not even just time. Like, imagine he gets to have like plus 1500 HP on top of your Orianna. It makes it difficult for 369 Kanavi and Cream to really burst this guy out. On teleported back out onto the waves, but they didn't have a timer to really push forward and get vision down. There is a single, they basically only have the Scuttler that's in the river pit. That's it. Right now, Top Esports, they get to answer back. They tried to stop Top Esports invade, and now it can be TES looking towards this dragon.
They will set up pretty comfortably. Top Esports, a team like we talked about, and you heard the desk say, have been relatively dominated by BLG in the year 2025. Look like that is all past history. The way they are going through the motions here behind their Split 1 MVP jungler Kanavi, and they will shut down that Dragon Stack win con. So Kanavi grabs the first 3 grubs to give TES agency to get more gold, and now he evens up the Drake count. So this game flowing all through Top Esports through the first 15 minutes.
Part of why BLG couldn't even make that play is that gank that we saw onto Bin. It made it impossible for him to teleport. He would have had to invest the ultimate and also missed out on a wave. And with 3 grubs, that could turn into a turret there. So Top Esports, I think, are really meticulously tearing apart at BLG in places that they have been historically very weak at, which is macro and objective setups. One of the best ways we've seen BLG get around having bad objective setups is that they usually have about a 1,500 gold lead at 15 minutes. Now, they're only down about 800. Maybe they can make play on the 369.
Paul Execution is going to end up tagging the Scion. Flash comes out, but Owen's going to flash right on top of him, and Elk with the killer instinct comes through and gets BLG on the board as they try and claw back in that gold deficit.
It's Herald, but there's a wave that they missed out on top side. The rest of this is going to go over to Elk. Let's look at Cream. I hope our observers show this. A little late now, but that is going to be first turret going over to Top Esports. And again, more of the jungle camps of Kanavi being protected here. That was a big investment coming in from BLG.
Oh, TP coming behind here. Hong in position. Decimating Smash going to knock up the Chariot coming forward. Is Cream not going to be able to clothesline to drop that Tippers. But the CP does, more importantly, cover that top lane turret. Gotta think that's the main reason Cream shifted up towards this top side. That is a tactical redemption as well from Hong. How annoying does he really want to be?
He's just trying to stop those recalls, get them on better timers here. It's another wave here for JackeyLove that he gets access to. Also, you're stalling BLG and where they could potentially find Rift Herald plays. Beitron's going to show in mid. He has some camps on the bottom side, and Kanavi somehow down half a level versus Beitron. I know we've been talking a lot about this jungle matchup, but Beitron has been really smart and has been very crafty in this early game.
We have gone way past the point where the jungler's effectiveness cranks the dial up to the maximum. Level 2 ultimates, not that far away on the Cataclysm and the Cyclone for Beitron and Kanavi. As we look towards what to really expect next out of these two teams. You got a lot of timers. There's going to be a lot of downtime here. We've got no Otacon for 3 minutes, so we're looking for plays here, and Hong is immediately going to get both summoners out of Elk as the rise of Hong showing up again, this time in the upper bracket final, early and often.
And Cream got to pick up those two top lanes after the teleport. Now Knight has to do the same here on this top lane.
Good stun.
Trade of the Shockwave should be fine. We've got Dragon in 2 minutes. This is really exploitative coming out from top esports. And JackeyLove.
Oh, JackeyLove. He's got to burn his summoners. Quick cycle comes through. Killer Instinct through. Elk doesn't need summoners to pick up that kill. The power of the Kaisa shows. And JackeyLove is punished for one face check.
There we go. Okay, that is finally some breathing room, because it's felt like while BLG have been able to make good on some of these plays, they've been able to really nickel and dime top esports. It has felt like it has been top esports dictating the pace of the game to their opponents. Finally, JackeyLove makes a massive mistake, loses both his summoners, so him and Elk are going to be on the same wavelength here, but I will say, Slayer, going into this fight around this dragon, I am looking at potentially 2 items here for Elk. If he has a completed Rage Blade, that's going to be way more impactful than a Muramana that is still stacking here for JackeyLove. And not to mention our 2 supports, a redemption way above finished here for Ong in comparison to Ong.
And for Elk as well, just not even completing this Rage Blade, that would be big as well, but the playmaking ability of this Kaisa, knowing that you've already got 2 upgrades to your kit, especially with that invisibility, is going to be huge. As Knight senses something in the Force, the TES are looking to overload towards this top side. They will grab themselves the second turret. Knight not going to play with his life to try and defend that. So despite BLG making a bit of a comeback here in this mid game, Top Esports still command a lot more of the map right now. And that's going to be very big when you look at Otacon in about a minute time and that Dragon in under a minute.
Turret here taken by Bin, gives them gold. Doesn't mean that Elk finishes his Rage Blade. Yes, it does. And Knight, that's the last top wave he's going to be allowed to take. 369 will have to teleport and join his team later on. Same thing with Bin. In terms of who joins late and who that tends to kind of give an advantage towards, I would say that Top Esports want to be a little bit more explosive, so again, being there first on the play, but BLG have a lot of champions that require them to have setup. You have to allow for this Orianna to get her shockwave combos, and you have plenty of ways to do that, but it's whether or not we're going to actually get that kind of explosive action going into this fight.
That was the big sell of both of these comps out of Game 1. Explosive combos and team fighting. It really hasn't shown up except for a couple picks. 4 measly kills in 20 minutes, but that number is looking to change here as TS are forcing their way into this bottom river. BLG already trying to conquer the challenge of this Infernal Drake. When does TES pull the trigger? Kanavi gonna go for the flag and drag, gets the knockup Cataclysm, and they've completely stun-locked Knight. He flashes, but still ends up falling, and Bin's next to drop as well. BLG get the dragon, but they pay the price with their 2 solo lanes, and they are adding on it. On goes down as well to JackeyLove, the Cyclone over the wall. 369 trying to dive after the last 2 kills, but he doesn't need to chase them down. They've already feasted on Billy Gaming.
That is exactly what Top Esports wanted to do, and I love the creativity. We're not just going to dive right into the pit where there's an Alistar who's going to knock us away. Let's dive away from all of this setup, all of this Wukong and Alistar and Kaisa nonsense. Let's get straight onto Knight, get his flash as well. Herald's going to be spawned in mid, but it's just pity prizes at this point, Slayer. It's going to be an Otacon and a fight win going over to Top Esports.
Oh, you talked about it. The one big strength the Top Esports really bring into this series is how much better they, and I want to give most of the credit to, Kanavi is on the map. We see so many times endless LPL games thrown with Otacon's Resistance Shred for the best buff that the game has to bring, and off of this play, they get it for free, no fight even needed.
And just look at this, right? Look at where On is. This guy's doing nothing in this fight. This is incredible start here for Top Esports, and I think cherry on top is Knight flashing a little too late. Maybe it's caster curse from us giving him our MVP here over on LPL English, but this game number 1 has been anything but a performance coming in for Knight. A lot of focus from Top Esports, where the last series we saw from them, Knight absolutely destroyed Cream in that 3-0 in Split 2.
We heard the desk talk so much about how Cream really could be the one to push the ceiling for Top Esports, but it's a team game, and he's being elevated by the play Kanavi is bringing to this game 1. You can talk endlessly about how much more you want out of Cream, but this team in Top Esports lives and dies by the form Kanavi is in, and he is in pristine form through 22 minutes of this game 1, looking for a ticket back to the grand finals that eluded him in Split 2.
As a fellow AD carry player, I feel bad for Elk, because he had his 2 items, he was ready to fight, and we biffed that as
ready
BLG.
to fight. They're going after Kanavi. Cyclone down as well. Shockwave landed. Kanavi is cut through. Split 1 MVP sent to the gray screen. How much more can Billy get off it? With Knockup City, they surely can find themselves a double. And that double goes back to the golden left hand we've been so critical of so far.
But can they make a play on this mid lane? Cream can rotate back beneath his turrets. Maybe it's a single turret here taken, and they can grab some jungle camps. You can see that Beichuan is currently on the bottom side of the map, but on the opposite side, 369 is trying to push some pressure on the top side. It's a good punish there from BLG, one that maybe we weren't expecting, and obviously Kanavi saving his flash for future fights.
Whew. 369 giving Knight something to remember for the rest of this game. Just a couple of combos for that Bessa, and he is down way below half HP, no matter how much health he ends up stacking. But good to see BLG punch back. It really already feels like this series and this game is a heavyweight boxing match, the way we've thrown blows through the first couple of rounds. And here's a look back at BLG's really big first uppercut.
Wow, is that just a single ward? They know that he doesn't have flag and drag, so he can't get out. Good CC layering between the Scion ult, the Wukong as well. And I want to know, as we get out of this replay, check the experience totals for either side.
Oh, we don't have time because we're just fighting. There's a molten pit under Beichuan and on. And we see TES answer right back with their own combo for a 2-piece.
I was going to say, there was a level and a half difference between Beichuan and Kanavi. Beichuan had been doing a fantastic job here in this game.
Oh, Jackie Love caught the MVP of Split 3, cut down by Elk, and he flashes over Hogs, stun as well. LPL Kaisa impressing as always, but they're going to dive under the tier 2 turn. He gets away from Hogs engaged with a flag and drag. Is more than enough to knock down Elk. And it looks like Ben is just a little bit too late to arrive to the party with Grubs. TS are going to knock down a mid-tier 1 turn. Now they're going to take a look at Knight, who is thankful for that blast cone spawn.
All this to say, we got their mid-tier 1. We also were able to get some pretty key ultimates out from our opponents. Most importantly, the summoner spells that I'm looking at, Elk using his flash. There's a dragon spawning in 30, and if there's a team fight around one of these objectives, the Baron has a very similar timer. So Top Esports need to keep the pace of this game going, because there's going to be a moment here on 2 and 3 items where BLG are going to be a lot stronger than their opponents. Who's dealing with this Scion? It starts off with a great pick onto Beichuan, and like you said, the lockdown onto these targets. We talked about how effective this Jarvan could be
that Void
versus
Seeker.
Non-mobilities. Yep, this is just Jackie Love getting caught out. This has happened twice now in this game. Elk has obviously not been a stranger to this so far.
But it's the difference that having that Void Seeker upgrade brings. You hit the first one, you get the cooldown reset. Elk hits the second one. Without that little niche part of Kaisa's kit, Jackie Love does not end up picked off like we saw. And now the pecking order will be set up for this Baron on the Rift in the top side. Ooh. But look at 369 right now in the Drake pit.
He's taking this dragon. He has teleport for this play, so BLG might feel a little pressure to start the fight. Scion ult's going to come on through. They want Cream.
Good flash. Cream gets over the wall now. Ben's a bit out of position with a high health bar, but look at Jackie Love. He's sectioned off away from the rest of the team. So right now, TS don't have a lot of punch behind their kits. But Jackie Love is able to creep his way back up. The rest of TES bring the line back forward. We start dancing around the mid lane. I'm going to look for the first engage onto Kanavi. Gets chunked out very, very low. With the Magnustorm turn comes out from Hog. And it is absolutely glorious into the Cataclysm dunk down. Elk's gone. On's joining him. Maybe all of BLG will go down. Hog just gapped Billy, and he's going to send them home. 4 kills to nothing.
Wow, that should have been a good spot for BLG. They got the flash out from Cream, but On, not respecting or maybe not knowing what his job needs to be, is stop Hong from engaging. There's too many different angles. If he's stopping the Rel, he's not stopping Kanavi. He's not stopping 369.
Timber's
gonna make it happen again. He's gonna teleport all the way back to his base, but Top Esports are gonna find 3 kills. They're gonna get Knight's flash, and it's gonna be a Baron on top of the play.
Get me a replay ASAP, because we just watched some of the finest league combos you've seen all playoffs long. But it's the Baron that's the real prize here for TES. They've got Otacon, and they got the purple banner, and they've got their support playing out of this world.
Just watch, again, there's only so many things that On can do. He thinks that it's going to be Jarvan coming in first, but Hong not even stopped here. Where is Knight with the ultimate to be able to put this down and stop this engage from ever happening? Immediately, Elk is caught. Remember, no flash, has the killer instinct, and that's the only way he would be able to interact with this fight. Knight as well gets caught. Yet again, an uncharacteristic performance from our mid lane MVP. Knight, a legendary player in his own right for what he's done in recent years in modern history, but looks like
369. Health bar going low. Elk and a killer instinct forward to get the kill. Down comes across from Kanavi, and Elk is trapped with no flash, and Creep TV's in to find the kill. We have action happening all over the map. Jackie Love is picked off in the mid lane, but luckily the rest of TES are going to pull him and the squad up by their bootstraps and win the pick plays across the map 2-2 with a top lane tier 2 turret.
The only thing that is BLG favored right now is the dragon stacking. They have 3 dragons at this time. And we've got Dragon in 4.5. It was taken there by Beichuan, who is on currently the bottom side of the map, not able to steal many more camps on the opponent's side. But everything is going right for Top Esports here. And despite it all, despite how one-sided a lot of these fights have felt here, Slayer, it's only a 3,500 gold lead at best. And remember, this is the team that has the Otacon. Somehow they're even in experience with their opponents.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to start picking your brain about here, All, because you mentioned the Drakes. How much stall time do you think BLG can afford? And on top of that, how much does stalling benefit them, knowing the scale war, especially with Knight and Elk, I feel like having a much bigger edge in that department?
I think it makes it really easy if you're able to get an Infernal Soul. Like, Infernal Soul, 3 Infernal Drakes on Kai'Sa and a Orianna. I feel like this also helps augment the Orianna a little bit. This build right now doesn't have a ton of AP, but with the changes to Horizon Focus on this patch, and with, again, if they do have access to that soul, you get a lot more AP, more bang for your buck out of this build, so you can start to squeeze a little bit more damage. Seems like Top Esports, they know they're going to use the last 40 seconds of this Baron, push on the bottom side in the mid lane, so that they control all of this space coming up for that objective.
Baron buff going to expire. This is likely to be, I think, their last really big wave that TES can use to try and gobble up some more gold and increase that difference from 3K. But they can't really connect and hit this turret. That's the one, shortcoming of both of these comps. The sieging is really suspect with how low range both comps are in this game.
Got a little bit of time here, Slayer. This is a really tense. This is only game 1. And everybody coming in, I mean, we had predictions all across the board.
All over the place.
I think when we saw how dominant BLG were coming into this series, it led to have a little bit more confidence, but maybe you can speak to a little bit of how strong JDG were going through their lower bracket run. How strong or maybe how weak IG were, considering how they looked at the end of the regular season to now. Maybe BLG got a little bit of false hope, but I don't even think Top Esports had necessarily like a tough bracket. They had NIP and Weibo.
Yeah, they were the biggest beneficiaries of that wild Weibo upset. It's always fun to play that, power rankings game when it comes to strength of opponents. And it's good to see for all the adages, you've talked about with Top Esports and their easier road, and how much better does BLG's wins look like now with the rest of the bracket, that in game 1, we are this close. This is a good sign for all you fans of great LPL League of Legends, that this game 1 is on a knife's edge.
And a reminder of a stat that we had. BLG in the last 2 years with these rosters versus Top Esports are 11-3 in the LPL, 5-1 in best of 5s versus Top Esports. It is a domination And it was with different rosters. We had Shun and Yagao, we had then Knight and Shun. So there's been a lot of different changes coming on through. Top Esports have made a lot more roster changes than their opponents, but I think the fact that we have seen domination from BLG no matter who is on the starting 5 does, I think, lend a little bit of credence here. And the surprise that we have right now against Top Esports, who are in a lead, and we're looking at that dragon coming in a minute. All summoner spells. This is probably the most even objective fight that we have seen for a large portion of the game.
Got double Seeker's Arm Guards completed for Elk and Knight to maybe buy themselves more time. As we talked about how they really need to play these fights with the utmost poise of anybody, with the constant threats TES are going to have. Backline isn't really a reality in this game for BLG. It's how they can pilot around those snap engages. The TES are biting at the chops to set up right now in this bottom river. They have the vision control. We'll see who can grab this mid lane priority. And more importantly, how hard does BLG want to commit to getting Infernal Soul now?
They don't have a ton of vision. They're going to have to fight through all of this fog of war. 369 is also looking for a flank. It is up to Bin to mark his enemy top laner. Elk already missing a third of his HP. That's the Scion ult as well. BLG, not enough poise here around this dragon. They're going to use the redemption to get them back up to snuff, but that's still a dragon that is most likely going over to Top Esports now.
Yeah, Billy Gaming are a team that poise has not always been a word to describe them. You talked about how their macro can lack, but also their respect of their opponents and timings has been apparently an issue at many points here. So this is a big spot already to show that resolve and be willing to give away this dragon. And it looks like BLG, with Baron spawning, are more than happy to make that gamble.
Jackie Love and Kanavi are going to come over. 369 can teleport, and it is too late here for BLG. They have to be able to pick up other waves. There are not enough spots on this map right now for them to be able to get gold, and that's becoming more and more problematic for them. Jungle camps are going to start to get eaten away at, and I wanted to note, once the slower third falls, Knight is, despite it all, 1,500 gold up on his opponent. The only reason we're seeing Top Esports with an overwhelming gold advantage right now is the top side of the map. So 369 and Kanavi need to get work done here in this game. BLG, they're now first to the pit. Top Esports, they got some of their recalls in. Can they enter?
It's a dark, dark world in that river, but as they get light on the Baron, it is way below half HP, and they're trying to mark Kanavi, who does flag a drag on top of Knight, drops the Cataclysm, but it's onto both the takes. He's trying to lock on and Bin in place, but the Baron is going to be finished off here by Beitron. Fight breaks out, Cyclone down, 369 trying to fly after the carries. On's going to sacrifice himself first with the Trickster. Beitron gets out of the pit, so Billy Gaming only cost their support's life for Baron secure.
Masterful steal there coming in for BLG. Top Esports thought that they could maybe muscle their way through that fight. Unable to do so, and now it turns into them losing the Baron.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah, and he has to flash away from Beitron. Great flash for Beitron back. He gets away from the Timber stun. 369 is trying to push the down to the front line, but Elk has more than enough to turn it right back at him. TES are starting to panic, Elk, seeing their lead slip further and further away.
Cream loses his flash. I thought maybe with Elk not having flash for that fight, it was going to be a lot more difficult for them, but it turns out if 369 is by himself into 4 members and there's a Kaisa with 4 items, it turns out you can just kill the Mbessa. We gotta look at this replay one more time. Beitron can jump over if he really wanted to use the Blast Cone, decides not to. Flashes out of getting Tibber stunned, but where is 369 in this play? There's no ultimate here. We use our public execution on the Baron and we miss. We have to understand and respect the enemy's timers. Dragon spawns in 3 minutes, and I think BLG have bought themselves a lot of breathing room here in this game, thanks to some of Top Esports' shortcomings.
And the spoils of that Baron as well. We talked about how many turrets TES had in favor. That's standing gold for Billy Gaming to pick up on the swing, so they get all the tier 1 turrets off the board, and are now trying to threaten in the exact mirrored spot that we saw TES have just a couple minutes ago, hitting on to an opposite side tier 2 turret. And unlike earlier for TES, Billy Gaming are strong enough to knock it down and look for more.
They can continue to go. This is the team that doesn't have 3 grubs. This is the team that lost feats of strength. BLG
Hong
may have just found Hong.
Hong looking for the engage, just try and buy himself some space. On with the Unbreakable Will is very, very tanky. Both redemptions drop. Shockwave hits onto Cream, and in goes 369. Trying to find these backline targets. The Cataclysm doesn't matter this time, because Elk gets the free hit and burn through Top Esports.
No one can deal with these tanks. It's supposed to be Cream, but he doesn't have the magic penetration to do so. Jackie Love, even with all of this true damage, even with all of this armor shred, cannot hit through tanks. This might be the end here for BLG. They've got another minion wave and still Baron at their backs.
Billy Gaming, we're down and out all through this game 1, but if you don't kill them now, they will make you rue the day as they look for this final push that's helped out by the fact they've knocked down Hong for another 40 seconds. It's Garib trying to clear out the way, but it's a jump on from Elk, finds the first kill, Void Seeker over, they're flashing after Jackie Love as he desperately kites into his fountain. Next wave comes up for top esports, and it's Knight to find the shockwave into the golden stasis to put a golden stamp of approval on BLG's comeback game 1 win.
Who needs an early game when you could just let top esports throw the game for you? I don't know what else to call that. That was a top esports domination from 25 minutes up, and somehow, some way, BLG find angles, multiple mistakes from the supports, and I think just them completely throw 369, man. Like, what was that?
It's just trying to be the hero, right? We saw it like becoming more and more a problem as that game went on. The desperation, TES understanding it. This game slipping further out of their hands. This Kaisa and Orianna are going to outscale our Corki and Annie, and 369 is the one that tries to make up for all of it. It's just so awesome to see in a year of so much sloppy league, even in Split 3, that Billy Gaming, when they've given these small avenues to work back into the game, they're so locked in right now. It just makes the difference in this series in just one game that really was so close.
Yeah. I feel bad for our deskers who I know are waiting on standby. So, Grapes, how the hell do we even talk about this BLG win?
You know what, Ulk? I don't really know, because as we were prepping for a top esports win, we take a look up on the screen, BLG just takes Baron, and then you look, Cubby, at the items that were on some of those big carries, and you think, man, BLG, when did you get all hot and ready for a massive scaling opportunity? And at the end of the day, it results in BLG taking that game 1.
I mean, like, my focus personally was on after
you
draft.
You are muted on Discord, my friend.
Oh. What I thought after draft was, I thought that, I typed that the desk thinks that BLG won the draft. Elk said in the middle there, the desk is dumb. That's all I'm saying from that. BLG, they bounced back. Whether that was top esports, forgetting about Baron, whether that was good play from BLG, and honestly, a little bit of AD gap, a little bit of top gap. I mean, 369 and Jacko have got caught at a lot of terrible times throughout that game that really set top esports behind.
Yeah, that's really what it was, is it came down to the mistakes. It came down to the problems that TES had in the later part of that game. It really felt like it was entirely in their hands, but these oversteps, these small micro errors that they've run into over and over again, they're creeping back up. And that's the kind of thing you can't do if you want to win the LPL. Credit to BLG, though, for being able to stick in there and actually make the most of it. There are a lot of teams that would have played a lot safer in those instances. A couple of really nice team fights from some key members, despite some early game deficits. So a lot of credit to a team that looked like they were kind of dead in the water to come out and win this one.
Hey, just a very creative opportunity for them to take advantage of the fact that, BLG were able to pick up the first, couple of dragons. They had Soul Point, and as soon as top esports, were put into a situation where they had to take the Infernal Dragon and prioritize that, BLG realized they had an opportunity and just end up using that Baron to push for a win. Because, Cubby, it feels like for top, like we were very excited about what they were doing. Specifically, Kanavi on this Jarvan was having a very good start to the game and created some really, really fun team fights as well for them.
Yeah, oh boy, that's, wow. I could hear the frustration in Elk's voice as I watched that gold graph yet again. It was a great start to the game, really, for all of what top esports was doing. We're going to show clips of, I thought that for me, like the roadmap that we laid out, K-Man, for a top esports win of jungle support gap, right? Control the map. We got some of that. I thought the Grub trade of the Grub versus Dragon, Kanavi got ahead from that. They made some good plays. But then, diving into some of these clips, like they set Knight behind. That was another thing. Cream versus Knight. Can Cream get the best of that? Well, why not make Knight start 0-2? They got him here. They blew his flash. They rinse and repeat it again. Then we have a team fight that looks like this from top esports. I mean, Kanavi, Cream, Hong with 369 over the top. This looked unplayable for the side of BLG, right? Like, what is going on here? And then to pitch it all away just off of a We'll talk more about the Baron sequence later on, K-Man, but we were setting up for, wow, this is exactly the roadmap that Top Esports needs to win this series. They're executing at a really high level. And then it kind of started coming apart here. Like, we saw Jakov get picked off a couple times. Kanavi not flashing this was mind-boggling to me. He could have just walked out and it could have been A-okay. This created a negative chain of events, and yeah, things got bad.
But that's the crazy thing, Cubby, is that through all of this, everything that we've seen, it still didn't matter. Top Esports was still in the position to win this game. They had everything at their disposal. They find a nice catch here. It's great follow-up from Hong to be able to combo off of this play. But the problem is that it just got to a point where you weren't consistently able to make these plays against Orianna and Kai'Sa and Wukong anymore. And all it takes is one big problem. Also, great job by Elk to stay out of vision here. He really kind of positioned this about as well as you can, and obviously it cost him his life, but picking up the kill on the Kai'Sa is huge. And then this is the fight we thought the game was over in. It really did feel like, you know, this was it on, you know, overreaching, overextending, going on to the Jarvan and leaving his backline to die. Okay, now Top Esports are in the position, but it's that resilience for BLG. It's a team that's been to the mountaintop, that's been at their best before, who've, you know, kind of been there, done that, to be able to look at a game state like this and say, yeah, actually, no, we still win this. We have Orianna Kai'Sa, we have Wukong, we can still pick this up.
I mean, in a way, yes. In another way, it's like Top Esports. I mean, like, what happened here at the end? I really feel like 369 played the fight that wasn't shown way too fast, where he was down in the ultimate on mid, and then how things kind of came collapsing down here. We saw so many good engages from Hong throughout this, but getting caught by Bin a couple of times. Bin has really leveled up his Scion throughout the year. Definitely got to see that in some of the later stages of this one. This one, for me, we really liked BLG's draft. We're to go late. They had scaling advantages, I think, across the map. When you look at Wukong, Orianna, Kai'Sa versus their opponents, even Alistar with that ultimate just being guaranteed to pretty much get 2 rotations off in some of those later fights. That was the difference maker for BLG, and it was one Baron and a sound Baron from BLG at that warped what was a big lead for Top Esports for 80% of the game on its head and turned this into a BLG victory.
And K-Man, that's the problem with what Top Esports drafted for themselves, because even though they had their go-go juice, they were all gas, no breaks at the start of this game. They were off to a good lead winning these team fights, but you make one mistake, and BLG scaling with the Scion, with the Kai'Sa, with the Orianna just took over.
And that's what I really want to point out is that, of course, I completely agree with Cubby. The mistakes were massive from Top Esports. They played the late game here, you know, pretty bad, but they put themselves in a bad position in this draft. I think they set themselves up where if they did make 1 or 2 massive mistakes or even, you know, medium mistakes in this game, it was just kind of over. You do not want to give gold over to this comp. We were talking about how it's crazy that something like Orianna ends up getting through for Knight. Doesn't pay dividends early, but definitely pays it late. And Elk is going to be the one to pick up the player of the game here.
That was deservedly so. I had no question in my mind who the MVP was coming out of that one. It was definitely Elk, as his Kai'Sa continues to remain at the top of the table. I know that we have a little bit more time here on the desk before we dive back to our casters. I do want to start getting into some of these clips if you want, K-Man, as we can start to take more of a deep dive. I'm going to skip over the clips of Knight getting killed twice, just because that was done first. I know we got one order of business to take care of, though, before we dive into the clips real quick. Grapes, what do we have for fans at home?
Well, I know you guys want to get into the analysis, so I'll try to keep this one quick because we got to let you all know before we start getting into preparations for game number 2 that the LPL English here is all possible thanks to you guys on Coffee. And if you'd like to support us here on LPL English, consider becoming a Coffee member. It's the best way to support the project, with the vast majority of your contributions going directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it also has paid on-air and talent and content creators all year long. So you subscribe to the Coffee. It is linked in the chat right now to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. So thank you very much to all of you guys who are supporters on our Coffee page. Now, Covey, talked about Top Esports' aggression in Game 1 and how it worked very well for them. And it started here with punishing Knight multiple times. This is Coffee again, but yeah, so let's take a look at this.
It starts with punishing Knight. I do actually want to dive in, though. And I want to start with, we have one more clip to fire away. This clip. I know this is before the Baron starts, K-Man, but we were talking a lot about the kind of support differential in terms of how we use our spells to open up this fight. And this one, I was really disappointed that On just decided to send it on the Jarvan. If you're playing Alistar on the Jarvan, like, this is, I don't think, a worthy engage. Jarvan has too many ways to play out of this, whereas Hong gets everyone on the backside. It was a really big difference and a better engage that really helped Top Esports win out on this fight.
Absolutely. And that was really kind of the story of a lot of this early game, was on not necessarily making the right decisions in terms of how to utilize Alistar's incredibly strong kit, and Hong really outplaying him in a lot of avenues. And I think more specifically, just TES being on the same page. It was Kanavi and Hong together that ended up creating so much of this. And we saw that in that exchange where, you know, when On dives in and makes that mistake onto Kanavi, it becomes so much easier to be able to translate that into, okay, Hong goes in and then Kanavi's able to fire off everything. And then you're just able to turn it all around very quick. Oh,
That's interesting.
We're falling.
I don't know what's going on with that one here. We have another clip to play.
We're gonna get back to Cubby's camera real quick.
Sorry about that.
Man, you know, there's some good stuff in there. We have three different things to go through there, but yeah, just starting off there. I mean, we were talking about how Hong has been such a big part of Top Esports this entire season, coming back into the roster. It really did feel like support gap a bunch of times, and part of it also was attributed to this mid lane play where Cubby, we thought Knight was going to be the better player coming into this one, but Cream had some help in the early game.
Yeah, this is bugged. All right, sorry. This is we're trying to be producer Cubby here. This is the death that happened when Flash was punished, right? Knight doesn't have Flash up yet. So he gets taken down. This is really big. I'm trying to dive into the late game. If Adam, our producer, if you want to go back to all of our cameras here. I'm trying to get the late game clip up. I got to work on that. Whoop. We're working on that.
See, this is why Cubby is the talent most of the time.
Producer,
not
producer Cubby's not going well.
The OBS,
we're working on it.
You know, capabilities. You know, we gotta work on that maybe a little bit.
Yeah, that's okay. I think we still got a lot of things to talk about in terms of the way things were set up. We saw a couple of times, you know, Knight getting caught out early, but just kind of came down to, again, overreaching and overstepping. I think that was a problem for BLG early in the game. You know, having their weakest point really be in that early stage, not wanting to skirmish all that much. And then Top Esports, you know, alternatively making those overreaches and oversteps in the later part of the game. If it's going to come down to the minor positioning mistakes that these teams make throughout these games, then yeah, it's really going to be, you know, the kind of chaotic mess that we were lucky enough to see here in game one.
Any updates on these clips, Covey, or anything that
it completely bugged out on me.
All right, well, you know, we'll just talk about it then, because I mean, we saw a little bit of that Baron sequence. It actually wasn't covered in the official package that ran through on the broadcast, but it was just a really big moment here for BLG, and I guess
we're gonna do it
live
game
2 now, as we're able to you know, prepare here for this next game of this series. Top Esports likely getting side select again, as BLG got a win on red side, and that's always big, K-Man, in one of these best of 5 series.
It's huge. It's huge to pick that up. I think the bigger concern is just how many champions are now off the board for Top Esports. It's something that we were highlighting while watching the game. Hong's 2 biggest champions this split, Alistar, Rel, they're gone. You don't get to play those anymore throughout the rest of this series, and we already saw that while he looked very comfortable here, what happens when you start to get further and further down that champion pool? Does it become a bit more consistent? I'm also interested to note that, you know, Cream's most played champion, gone. Kanavi's most played champion, gone. 369's most played champion, gone. Like, there are so many big, powerful picks for Top Esports that just aren't there anymore, and I think that definitely is something that, even though they're on blue side, definitely tends to lean in favor of a winning BLG here.
All right, if we have time, we can do this.
We have faith. Let's take a look at this Baron play.
Don't worry about it. We got this. All right. So this is the Baron play we want to talk about. K-Man, as we go through this one, this is when the dragon falls. I'm going to speed this up a little bit so people don't get bored at home. But the big thing for me is that I felt like BLG just kind of called when Hong hit the recall button. Their controls on the bot side, they kind of see Top Esports exit bot, and that's enough for them off of a reset they got first to rip it with On.
I think it's a brilliant play by BLG, but TES just not really having any sort of response to a play like this. Hong, you know, backing in Vision the first time is a decently big mistake. It gives them a free timer to go ahead and start this up, and look at how delayed basically this entire engage is. At this point, the Baron is gone. There's no way to fight over it. You know, even with Hong diving in, there's just no way you're going to be able to contest. You know, On sacrificing himself is more than a worthwhile trade. It's just bad setup, bad timers, bad everything coming in from Top Esports here. Yes, you want to be able to deny the soul, the Infernal Soul from BLG, but it absolutely cannot be enough at the expense of what is essentially the rest of the game here.
I will say, like, Hong, so he bases there and it's kind of spotted, and then when he exits, obviously, I think that BLG, like, that was enough for them to be like, okay, like, they have to take the reset now. I think the other mistake is that 369 shouldn't show on this bot wave. I know that he has TP, like, he can play this, but given that Bin just showed mid, he can still match, and they can at least play 4v4 while their support resets, and again, pick up the next one. Because those waves like don't really matter at the moment. So, yeah, I think that Top Esports got really greedy with how they looked at the map right now. That took away for some other good stuff that like Top was able to do early in this one. I mean, if we want to go way back in time while we have some time to kill, like I really like how they played out this grub sequence. Since we have a little bit of time before the game starts. But I thought that this was really good. Like, they very intently, they had the stronger early game. They really intently wanted to go for grubs. I know that Hong falls a little bit behind, but 369, like, flashing in and killing this wave, it takes away the answer from BLG to the grubs. And by looking there, it delayed the dragon timer. So Hong, like, gets all the vision of this. And their ability to track Wukong throughout this, it means that Kanavi's ahead on the play. He takes camps away from the Wukong. He stays ahead and up. Really important against Wukong as a matchup that does scale so hard. So I do want to give Top Esports some credit. Like, we know they can play good early games through Kanavi. I thought they did play a pretty solid early game. I really like the sequence for them, how they defended the bot camps, defended the bot dive, and Kanavi just got more. But yeah, I mean, when you make mistakes like that later on, you let a comp like this scale into what they did scale into. Yeah, I mean, that's good work just gone to the wayside.
Yeah, and I think the main narrative for me is just with the way that this game was set up, they kind of had to do that. Like, I still think that draft was just such a big problem for them, and I want to hammer that home. Yes, I agree. Top Esports played this early game well, but when you draft Jarvan and Annie into, you know, this Orianna, Wukong, Kai'Sa comp, like, you have to make those plays. You put yourself at such a lower margin of error, and you have so many more tools to be, you know, so aggressive in the early game. Are they going to have those tools in game 2? And if they don't, are they going to look as good? I think those are all questions that they're going to have to answer.
Yeah, a lot of questions to answer for Top Esports because, hey, if their early game can look like that again, we're going to be very excited, and we think we're going to be in for a big competitive series, but BLG definitely able to come back in that one. Cubby, any last words about expectations for Game 2? We already heard K-Man's thoughts on the draft. Anything you have to say before we head into
Top they just need to play better. I was so happy that they, like, at least followed the roadmap that we thought that they would need to win in that game 1, and then they just pitched it in the last, like, 8 minutes. So, yeah, just clean things up for Top. I feel like BLG is a beatable team. You can beat them through jungle support. I think your jungle support on Top is good enough to beat BLG and overcome. Their other members are good enough to match or overcome their opponents, too. BLG get the best of them in that one. So, yeah, curious to see what happens in Game 2. It's Fearless. We're going to get something completely different. So, yeah.
Top Esports got to try to even things up, even though they feel like maybe they should be up 1-0, as we thought for just a little bit on that game. Gonna send it back over to Alkin Slayer for Game 2.
Thank you so much, Grapes. Welcome, everybody, back to the caster desk ahead of Game 2. Thank you to the analyst desk. Obviously, such an awesome breakdown because there were so many intricacies about the throws, the leads in that Game 1 Alkin. I kind of want to take a point that we heard your fellow analyst and career caster Cubby say and ask you to expand on it. It was Top Esports need to clean things up. Alk, how do you want to see them clean things up in this very important Game 2?
I think as long as they clean up better than Cubby's Cam did, I think Top Esports will be in a very, very good spot here for this series. Yeah, there was a couple of moments where I think Top Esports really tried to take either... I really like that Baron point or clip that they had kind of went through where they're talking about, like, they called the bluff that Hong had gone for a recall, and more importantly to me, 369 shows them that bottom lane wave. So at the very least, what BLG can do is they can pull Baron, go towards the top side, and then just grab the teleport out from 369. We're dropping straight into draft here.
Here we go.
And let's see if Top Esports can maybe do a little bit of on-the-fly renovations here. Again, back on the blue side here for game number 2. Going to be pretty interesting to see whether or not... And for the series, I do want to note, with BLG winning on red side, if this does go to 5, BLG will have side select for game number 5. So that could be very, very pivotal.
What is very, very boring, if you would like to call it that, is the bans in this Game 2, as we always see most of the time here. Pretty stock standard. You're still seeing the Poppy priority from Top Esports. Yunara not getting into the hands of Jackie Love anytime soon. There's a lot of prime junglers still left up here. And the Pantheon is such an intriguing one conversationally. All champion that was so pick or ban, dominated Split 2 a lot of the year, but now people are starting to lose faith in this pick a little bit more and more, I feel.
Champion's been nerfed. Obviously for Kanavi, seems like it's going to be something that hopefully he can use to get an early advantage. Still has a lot of that early skirmishing. Has also smite objectives that you can utilize with the Comet Sphere execute as well. So let's see what Top Esports are going to opt for, whether it is going to be allowing for their side lanes to play a little bit more dangerously or a little bit further up, especially with Grand Starfall up and available, or if we're going to be looking towards a little bit more generic team fighting strength here. It seems like Top Esports are going to opt for the Ryze matchup into the Aurora, which means that Ryze should be able to get early wave clear, isn't going to be really able to duel, but once he gets 1 item, 2 items, this champion has enough HP and definitely a lot of AP to be able to duel this champion.
Yeah, scale war definitely being waged in game 2 here. And what does 369 want to go to add towards that? Well, he's got himself a pretty powerful scaling take. He's going to blind the Cassante. On the other side for BLG Gaming, it's classic champions that they've been able to find a lot of success with, especially in the playoffs. You saw Knight get banned off the Aurora in game 1's draft. The Elk has been such a profound Sivir player with how boring it can be to kind of pilot this champion. But what does Beitwan want to grab? He sees that tank top Elk, and the troll is coming out to answer it.
Okay, there's no Jarvan, right? So let's get a little bit more Trundle action in here. So I like this. It does mean that BLG are going to be a composition that Aurora tends to lean towards being a champion that bursts out opponents. Once you get multiple applications of her passive, fights can't go very long, but this might be a situation here where BLG can actually slow fights down and not feel too bad about getting pelted with Ryze abilities and getting maybe a Pantheon and a Cassante in the back line. Trundle will make it incredibly more difficult for that to happen, and even if he doesn't have a great ultimate target, I think that pillar is going to be very, very impactful when you have a Ryze with no flash. So back end of draft, we've talked a lot about our 2 supports, and with Rel and Alistar gone, I imagine we're going to see a little bit more pinching going on in that support pool.
Talking with you earlier, Alk, I know you preach the fact that both these supports feel like they are unstoppable on a Nautilus pick. That one is still floating around there for both these teams as the bans do look targeted at the champion or the lanes that are still left up. We got a game 1 draft where through round 1 we had everyone picking on the same sort of plane, getting their bottom lanes and junglers adjusted early. This time you could see the priority from Top Esports. They know Bin is yet to select a top laner into 369, and adversely Jackie Love is going to start losing priority on some of the champions he likes. So seeing the Rakan to try and deny the Xayah maybe and the Lucian. What do you want to see out of the split 3 MVP by the LPL standards with how the rest of this draft has already turned out?
So for Jackie Love, what I think could work well here is maybe you take that Xayah Rakan. Obviously Rakan is already banned, and you also have the Lucian. It's going to suck having to play into the Sivir, so there might be 2 options, whether it's going to be that or if we're going to see a bit more of an aggressive option, something like a now heavily nerfed Varus. Maybe it's a Jhin composition, which allows for them to have a little bit more range alongside their team. Yeah. Playing into a Trundle and a Renekton, though, makes it a bit more difficult to make that happen. I'm kind of leaning more towards that Varus, and still Xayah, I think, does get a little bit more value here.
There's always the option to kind of lean into full scale, and the Smolder is always up there. I know it's not like the biggest Jackie Love champion, but looks like all proving why he's the analyst, and I just throw out blurbs of words I see on screen, as the Jhin is not going to be locked in.
Exactly.
They're going to get the Ezreal Karma. They do 180 on us all. They want to try and run through this bottom lane.
Game number 2, by the way, and we're getting the Karma immediately. Something our Des was talking about is where and when we were going to get this Karma pick as one of the few enchanters that these 2 players do share between each other. So Ezreal Karma going for more poke. I am a little worried here, Slayer. I don't think that Top Esports will have enough damage to get to this Sivir, and barring some massive team fight flub, maybe if Top Esports can utilize the champions that can ignore the front line and get right into the heart, into the meat of things, I think what BLG are showing, they need to play a little bit fast. They have the tools to be able to pick out certain members. I think on 2 and 3 items, Top Esports are really, really dangerous. So if this game goes late, I feel like BLG can start to feel a little bit more comfortable about themselves.
Is it Groundhog Day? I feel like I heard this exact same spiel from a Top Esports draft, maybe an hour ago.
Maybe.
Sounds pretty similar, but on the BLG side, like you talk about, ton of scale threat for our mainly player of the game from game 1 in Elk. It is coasted on easy playing this champion, but the way he's been able to pilot it and have such insane threat in later games is what really makes Elk such a great Sivir player. He's especially been able to use that spell shield so well and kite back carefully. And as you called out, if this game goes the way BLG want to, stalling it out, and waiting for the Sivir to hit those items to make Ezreal an unplayable champion. He is primed to put Billy Gaming up 2-0 here. But it's Kanavi and this early game. An early game that you heard our guest talk about was so eloquent and smart from Kanavi to get a lead for Top Esports. It's just got to be bigger, and they've got to move faster, or they're going to watch in a speed this series slipping further out of their grasp. It's time, though, to return to that familiar battle arena you all know, love, and hate. Summoner's Rift, Game 2, Top Esports, Billy Gaming.
Awesome.
You called it off.
Fans are showing up. Yeah, they said game 1 was entertaining enough. It's not going to be a 3-0, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Maybe a level 1 here. They have some pretty strong champions to get away with it. Aurora level 1, especially with the Electrocute. Also have a Leona, but not going to be the case. Just a 5-point stack. Trying to stop JackeyLove and Hung from doing all that much damage. And what we'll need to see in this game here, Slayer, is how Top Esports will be able to actually utilize this mid-jungle here, because top lane, not really going to be too much of a factor, I think, in this game for a large portion of it. And bottom lane, despite everything that we saw from these two, Sivir after her first back, and with this teleport here for Elk, which I think is rather interesting, he is going to basically just shove JackeyLove underneath his turret at all points, even once we get into the mid-game portion where 80 carries are sitting in that mid lane. So I think Top Esports do need to be a little bit creative here in this early game.
They got to lean on their double range to try and get control of this bottom lane. You mentioned the TP for Elk. One thing, as the Ezreal aficionado I am, I do want to shout out for JackeyLove here. Is rocking the Conqueror. I love this move into a tanky front line that Ezreal routinely can struggle in. Taking rid of those high health bars, Conqueror, those extended fights into a Renekton, into a Trundle, into a Leona. Really utilize the most out of this Conqueror. So I'm glad that JackeyLove understands the assignment when it comes to the Ezreal rune choice.
This mid matchup also pretty heavily favored, I would say, early on into Night for the Aurora. She just has all of her spells let her clear the minion wave and also burst out, and because you take Electrocute, it can be very easy. We've seen now 2 games in a row where, despite early action around Night, Cream has still been able to fall to the wayside versus his mid lane opponent. So, need to be really careful. Junglers are both going towards the top side of the map, but Kanavi, most importantly, opted to skip his Raptors. So maybe a little bit more early action, maybe just wants to get ahead of the curve and maybe get a summoner spell out to help out his top laner in this kind of tough lane matchup.
Yeah, I spy a very viable lane through my eye, which would be that Renekton for Bin that you're calling out, is he will slowly finish up that blue buff, and the wave is going to push back towards Bin here, so should be able to get back to a more safe position before Kanavi can get up there. But you called out this mid-jungle duo and that global ultimate threat. We really feel like we're waiting for, the Grand Starfall. It's so interesting how, in a meta that we saw Nocturne dominate for a very long time, we always used to preach, all right, Paranoia timer. When can we use Paranoia? How often can we get successful ones? With Pantheon and his nerfs, it really does feel like he's in a much more similar state where once level 6 comes online for this champion, we need to see those ults being utilized often to snowball this champion further and further. And like Kanavi's tried to do in Game 1, snowball TES enough to try and outmatch the scaling or the ticking time bomb that is Billy Gaming.
Doesn't make a play on mid. I think also the theory about skipping his Raptors is usually we've been seeing enemy jungles and teams place wards on jungle to see if they start their Raptors up. As you can see, Kanavi did as he was recalling. By not taking his Raptors, it means that he will trade the ability to get faster respawn Raptor clears, so maybe harming his future clears, at least for the next few minutes. But it does open up, I think, the lack of information that BLG will have if they were to have that ward. Obviously, they did not place down any vision, so they don't know where Kanavi is other than, I think he hit topside, the topside Scuttle Bloom. So they're like, okay, he's somewhere up there. I have to imagine he's somewhere in the area, but both of our junglers going for full clears means that more than likely we're going to get continued jungle camps being finished.
We're not in the vicinity of, again, Alk. Maybe a bit early to call it, but with the fact that Elk TP's back bot side and you see Bin get back to top side with his own summoner, not going to see any sort of lane swaps, which again I thought we might see come out from Billy Gaming, because again they're against a bottom lane that has a lot more priority over them, and you might want to try and shift them into, you know, Elk and on into a more comfortable position. You do have the more carry-oriented top laner this time, and maybe Bin just wants to see how much of a lead he can get into that Cassante, and no need for a swap, but we do have a spot for a root here from Hong. Just setting up more poke damage here from Jackie Love and Hong. I want to see how Kanavi can use this bottom lane pressure, because we saw him steal some camps away on good timers in Game 1. And he's got to kind of play through that same lane again as we continue to tie the Game 1 and 2 draft concepts between TES.
Well, if you at home want to try to get better at jungle, maybe you just want to leverage your bottom lane to stop being pigs and continue to invade, go and check out the sponsor of LPL English, prodiff. You can get coaching from LTA, ERLs, and NECL players, so all of these are tier 2 and below, and they'll be able to help you in individual coaching, level up your game today. You can use LPL 10, save 10% on your order at prodiff. Thank you, prodiff GG, for helping out. And we're not getting a swap, Slayer. We've been teasing it.
Nope.
We thought, even in the last game, the swap came a little bit later. And when we look at these two bottom lanes, I think it is up to Jackie Love and Hong to land the most amount of damage. Because for Elk, he's just scaling. He's like, okay, cool. I'm maybe down 10 CS, and I'm still going to be relevant later on.
Oh, I've seen this story play out before. Night between worlds, there's a no world where you survive this mid gank. Again, Kanavi finding first blood onto the golden left hand of BLG back-to-back games.
He has no teleport either. So there's going to be a wave that he's just missing, and it is Cannon Wave as well, right next to it. Really good find in 2 games in a row. 1 time is a coincidence, 2 could be the start of a pattern here. Knight absolutely bodying Rookie last time around in his last playoff series, but so far has been found twice now already in this series, and might turn into something that Top Esports can try to leverage into more gold early.
Continuing to see more shades of Game 1 here. It's Hong also getting aggressive to try and disturb Beitron on that clear. But as much as we've talked about the mid lane matchup, it's good to see Kanavi recognizing that Cream could use all the help he could get into a player of Knight's caliber, and like you called out, at least for this time round for Cream. Again, he doesn't get the kill, he doesn't get a significant gold lead, but you talked about how Elk is kind of fine, just saying, all right, I'm here to scale. Whatever damage you throw my way, whatever pressure, I'll absorb it and try and just get to those item breakpoints. That is kind of how Cream can approach this early game now that he's breaking out the Rise.
He's fine, right? Like, he's gonna eventually finish his first item. He'll get closer to a Catalyst, and that'll make it very difficult, I think, for Aurora to move him out of the mid lane. There's also some pretty decent ward coverage here in the river. Most of it for BLG focused around the bottom side of the map, but Top Esports now starting to make their shift over. I mean, Elk is going to pick up this bottom lane wave. This needs to be very, very well coordinated here for TES, because they're giving up golden experience to this Sivir. All the while, Jackie Love just has to clear this mid wave. I think this is an advantageous trade here for BLG, and they might even get the dragon on top of this Slayer.
And this is what we talk about when we mention the Billy Gaming evolution. Maybe a big part of that is Beitron and his form, like you talked about, Elk coming to a new level ever since he re-emerged as the starter here. But it's the fact that they're not over-indexing, panicking to force fights around grubs or spots where they are not in position to do so. And you pointed it out so eloquently. You get a plate, you get solo XP waves on Elk, and they will get that dragon as a trade. So yeah, 3 grubs stinks, but BLG come out with a couple pretty big power points of their own, and we've seen so many times in the past that they would have kind of just bulldozed into a grubs fight that lost them a lot of games.
I just want you to note, everybody at home, look at where all their vision is right now. Elk teleported after this wave, after taking that bottom lane wave. He moves into mid lane, teleports there. This entire time on is sitting topside, protecting Bin, so that there's not an ability for him to actually make a play there. So all in all, Top Esports look to try to make something happen. They use their 3 grubs. Maybe they can get something like a turret plate or 2 for Cream in particular. But aside from that, I would say that this sequence does end up favoring BLG all in all. Kanavi does have Grand Starfall, so the more damage they can make stick onto Bin, the better. But Beitron's going to be able to stop this if they want, and On can be in the area in 10 seconds.
Good word there from Hong to spot Beitron trying to take that reset. He'll be forced to stick around here as Bin takes a couple big punches of damage. Actually, a lot more than expected. Dominus can come out. True Shot Barrage going to cancel Beitron on his reset. What does that do to buy space here for TES? Not much, because like you talked about, the power of the Sivir, it may be a little bit earlier than expected, but this is where Sivir really makes her money. Just being such an unmovable force on mid waves that Jackie Love on an Ezreal that can struggle to wave clear compared to a lot of other AD carries is going to constantly have to answer.
Also, Elk did opt for the Cole here. So Bin uses his Dominus, teleports back up to the top side. They're able to stop Beitron's recall, but I don't think it's that meaningful. He's still going to clear from his Raptors down into the bottom side of the map and be ready to maybe help out Knight if he really needs it. Most in all, it is just a summoner spell being taken by Top Esports and a single plate. But you were mentioning bottom lane. Jackie Love is barely up 10 CS versus his opponent right now. Even this ultimate from Knight, I think, really does not matter. There's not a fight for, there's not an objective spawning for another 3 minutes here. So unless Top Esports can punish, unless we can see them actively make BLG have unforced errors, I still think that BLG are feeling fine and Top Esports have not appropriately accelerated the game.
I think Kanavi is already starting to like panic. We haven't seen him use the Pantheon ultimate. Now he's trying to invade on a Beitron, doesn't even get the Gromp, takes a fair amount of damage on, only sacrifices the Solar Flare. That's a very short cooldown. Top Esports are trying to force down this bot tier 1 turret, 4 versus 3, but 369 is not really that tanky, and bit of a head-scratching overload here from TES, a team that, again, we talked about, needs to make a ton of plays in this phase of the game, and they've come up short outside of one gank on the night so far.
So far, what I've seen from Top Esports map movements right now is that they are more focused on just trying to get gold. We saw that top lane play where they traded the Dragon. That was to try to get Cream a turret plate on top side. Now here, they're going to use their 3 grubs to try to at least take down maybe another turret plate. I doubt it's going to be the turret in its totality. And maybe we'll see them start to make map movements because they do have these ultimates. I know we've been talking about the Grand Starfall, but Cream as well with the Realm Warp means that they can activate all around the map. Kanavi!
Kanavi, greedy on that blue buff, and Beitron's going to slap him around. That was the subjugate out of the BLG jungler, so Kanavi maybe going to respect that that ultimate does go down. And there won't be much more to find here.
I love this from BLG. Like, they're saying, cool, we're down 1,200 gold. A lot of that is coming from these turret plates, but Aurora now gets alone time on this bottom lane. We got 3 plates in total, and a lot of that was going over to Jackie Love. Guess what's happening? Elk is even with his opponent here. So I think that Top Esports are a little too focused on the short term of making sure they can try to make these break points, but they're not, I think, absolutely realizing what exactly they're giving over on the opposite side of the map. So we've got Dragon spawning in 45 here. Item spikes aplenty here for BLG, but you see right now from Top Esports, they can very quickly turn off of this Dragon, look towards another side of the map, and try to get some more of that gold as these turret plates are going to fall in a moment.
Speaking on those item power spikes, Elk going to be rocking the Essence Reaver to try and keep that mana bar topped up constantly. Again, just playing into this idea that Elk is here to delete waves in the mid lane and provide BLG ample setup for those much more important future objectives. Not this second Dragon that's coming in about 15 seconds. It looks like so far with the pressure that Cream and Hong have brought towards this bot side that they would want to try and even out the Drake stacking, but it's a Hong reset that comes across, and that's going to open up the doors for On to get some more vision down here, and well, we could set ourselves up for maybe an early scuffle finally coming around that Dragon. We've got no TP on Knight. 369 does have that advantage if anything starts to set up.
6 versus 3 is the turret plate total here in favor of Top Esports. You're missing 3 plates, that's fine. We didn't lose a turret. We got ourselves the first Dragon of the game as well. Top Esports got to see what they can do. This next mid wave is going to be very, very important. As you can already see on the minimap, Top Esports are in position. They're getting vision now, and they're denying it from their opponents. They're going to start up this Dragon. There's no ability here for BLG to contest. Just going to be going, try to get some more full clears in. Another mid-wave here for Elk, and just holding on to the game. Just keep it going steady. Top Esports do have some pretty important item spikes coming through, and I expect that this Otacon in 5 minutes will have the most important fight. Not just because of this objective being the way it is, but I imagine that Top Esports will have access to fully stacked Muramana and Trinity Force for Jackie Love, and same here for Cream.
I'm holding the the LPL script, like the whole season script here.
That says DMV on it. You're lying.
I'm holding the script here, and I'm confused. Like, am I just reading game 1 over again? It's so many parallels. Top Esports shut down the Dragon stacking. You talked about the grubs, the short-term gold gains. We're at virtually the same gold lead they held in game 1 in about 15 minutes. And our desk was talking about it constantly. Where can the mistakes change here for Top Esports? This is where things started to kind of collapse for them. And like you called out, BLG are much more comfortable playing the long game this time round compared to that game 1. Maybe we'll be at this Rift Herald. The Kanavi is starting up alongside 369. TP's coming through for Bin. They can have Knight walk down as well. The Eye gonna get punched out here. Could it be a 50-50? Bin doesn't want it that way. He's going to pop the Dominus and try and brute force CS up. But Kanavi, with that Pantheon passive, gets the Rift Herald. But now he's getting stun locked in place. Bin, though, has to dash back out of the Dominus. Between Worlds comes across for Knight. Tries to dash around towards the backside of the fight. As On sends himself in. But Elk doesn't have enough damage and comfortability to step up. Beijuan's going to pick up the Eye. And On, with Flash, is going to have to get out over the pit. Beijuan and Bin usher themselves out as well. So it's a ton of summoners burned. And it's Kanavi that walks away with the Eye in Top Esports' favor.
369, he's like, okay, I'm picking this up. I'm playing Cassante. You can't stop me from getting into this pit right here. And all in all, no kills going over. Kanavi seemed like he got caught. He flashes back out. Beijuan and Bin, they have to flash as well. And even Knight, he lands a 4-man ultimate. Doesn't get any kills there. It's pretty tough here, I think. Karma will be very, very important to whether or not Top Esports can survive some of these fights versus Billy. I will not lie to you here, Leo. I think when I see these teams and I see the way that BLG are playing, it isn't perfect. But this seems and feels like a BLG that is a little bit more calm, a little bit more collected in some of these fights. And more importantly, they're playing a style that I feel like Top Esports are playing very, very similarly to how BLG played a lot of the times in the regular season. So it just is a weird mirroring kind of situation to happen, especially here in the upper finals.
Well, maybe we'll see some return to skirmishing on the top side. There's the Grand Starfall through for Kanavi. Stun locked and no flash on Bin. Kanavi finally finds a pick with that global ultimate, and here comes another one. Cream gonna Realm Warp right on top of On, who does a good job to stun land the Solar Flare. But On, this turret is lying to you. This is not a safe haven. This is a warning mark, and he's going to use that Zenith Blade to try and jump onto 369, abandons the turret, and he's going to have to abandon his health bar as well. TES find the picks, but just like game 1, Jackie Love is picked off as the return for BLG.
Don't think it matters, though. Teleport's going to go down towards bottom side, so 369 is going to pick up this wave. Top Esports with 3 grubs and a Herald will grab 2 turrets in trade. BLG will finally take down this mid-tier 1. And now, Slayer, with all of the gold and finally some action here from Top Esports, that might be the gold lead that they need that gets them into a good spot going into this Otacon that we referenced 4 minutes ago. We're looking at how Jackie Love got caught. He thought he could walk into this brush again.
Same brush.
Last time it was Corky, this time it's Ezreal, and they both end the same with him dying to BLG. But now a 3,000 gold lead here for Top Esports, and they will have a pretty massive gold advantage going into Otacon. Look at those items in their inventory.
Look at 369 throwing hands here, but Knight is laying a trap. He had On and Beijuan close by, so be able to walk out of that one. You talked about the items. We also want to point out that Jackie Love, as slippery as Ezreal can be, he does not have Flash. Elk does. So that is pretty big to watch for some of these fights where, yes, we mentioned Jackie Love got picked on the same spot in game 1, but he also was routinely targeted and sort of nerfed from doing a lot of big, impactful damage when he wasn't able to rely on that Flash summoner. We'll see if that impacts this dragon that spawns about 20 seconds. Otacon, less than a minute away as well. But Billy Gaming, not strong enough in their carries just yet, I feel like, to warrant their ability to fight on an even 5v5 playing field. You still want all Elk to get towards one of those big damage items. Thinking IE third, he's at 2 items now. Knight looking for one of those big magic damage items as well. But despite all this, BLG are looking for fight angles. It's just that On hit everything outside of the champions in front of him.
Oh my god.
Hong gonna have to flash away from Beichuan running him down, and things are starting to get a bit murky around this pit.
Kasante's going to be able to walk over. He'll have all out. It's back to the mid waves. These next 6 minutes here for Top Esports are going to be the best that they've ever had here in this game. Muramana is fully stacked here. In 4 minutes, Cream will have a Rod of Ages completed, so imagine he'll be closer to level 15, level 16 at that point. Maybe with an Otacon, he actually gets to that 3rd point in his ultimate ability, gets more damage onto his overload stacks. And with all of the focus onto Hong, great movement coming in from the Top Esports support, opens up an angle here for Top Esports to take the Dragon and continue to snowball their lead here in this game number 2.
A big pain point for BLG if they want to be able to stay present at this Otacon. I'm looking at Knight's inventory, all right? He's sitting on a massive amount of gold, it feels like. But if you can get a reset off here, he has his TP. If BLG are not going to let this Otacon go to the wayside, gotta feel like our Split 3 MVP needs to get a reset in now, but he doesn't have time for it all.
They're not going to be able to go in here. There's all summoner spells and the ultimate here available for On. 369 could kidnap a single member.
Resistance is being shred by Kanavi and company. Bin gets chunked out of the fight, though, on the top side, 50-50, and this time Beichuan wins it, steals away the Octagon, and now they're feeling cocky, trying to run down TES, but Beichuan's going to hold his horses. Jackie Love pretty far chunked out. Bin's going to lose access to this Dominus, and BLG, again, a new trait we're seeing them show in this series. Really smart restraint after they take the Octagon.
I am just absolutely puzzled as to what 369 and Cream are doing in this fight.
Oh my god,
Knight is using the ultimate?
Oh, okay, Knight. Hey, listen,
He's
Between
out.
Worlds gets you in and gets you out, and the pillar down on Kanavi. Elk's flashing
Elk?
forward for
What?
him, and gets one measly auto down. Okay.
Elk just completely messed up all of that. Teleports into the play to begin with. Flashes, cancels an auto attack. I don't know what is going on between these two. Like, we take a look back at this fight. Look at where Cream and 369 are. Why are we not stopping Beichuan from walking in? You're the only front line here for this team. It's not going to be Jackie Love. It's not going to be Hung. So a massive mistake here from Top Esports. They lose that Otacon. It's going to give them some more experience going over to BLG. It doesn't equalize the gold. All in all, it is Top Esports making a few mistakes there, and maybe BLG trying to overextend, feeling a little bit more in their bag after getting that objective.
And they're buying time for that sweet wine of a scaling comp to come further and further forward. Elk, though, going to commit some, a bit of gold towards that heel cut. Do you think that's a pretty smart purchase into some of the abilities that Hong does provide for Top Esports here? But now, all of our attention does have to kind of start to shift towards Baron in about 2 minutes, as always. Looking at some of the experience gains as well. I'm glad you pointed it out. Right now, Elk, I mean, he is, nearly 2 levels up right now onto Jackie Love? It's such a big pain point, and why you see so many people talk about Otacon as the prize to get in a game of League of Legends.
And the only people that have advantages right now for Top Esports is going to be Kanavi and Cream. We saw last game it was Kanavi and 369, and how that went, obviously, was not in the cards there for Top Esports. But Kanavi needs to make something happen, and with these long lanes now on the opposite sides, any trades that the solo laners take could turn into a kill.
Oh,
Knight might be caught. There's still an ultimate available for Kanavi.
Oh, great Rune Prism. He's going to use the Realm Warp to go the other side of the Between Worlds. Knight, Redemption's going to come down here for some extra damage, but Cream can't close the gap. But guess who can? The stars falling on top of Knight. It's Kanavi using another great Pantheon ult to find a pick for Top Esports.
No summoner spells taken there by Knight, so 40 seconds he'll be back up, and he'll have to be ready for what is going to be a Baron in a minute, and in 10 seconds after that, the Dragon as well. Top Esports feel a lot more in control now that they can actually properly play side lanes. We saw with the Annie pick, they could only maybe push one extra wave, and then Annie had to go and rejoin with the rest of the team. Nobody there to really help him out in those side lanes. So now, when Rise is a lot more self-sufficient, good kill going on tonight, and exactly what we were looking for when you have all of these globals.
Well, we haven't gotten it in too many spots early on. It's good to see that Kanavi's still committed to finding those picks, the main strength of Top Esports, overarchingly as well. It's important to remember that the way TES are favored in this matchup in a lot of our minds here at LPL English is their macro and map ability. So whenever Kanavi can tap into that with Cream, it's going to provide some pretty big fruits, succulent fruits for success later here with Top Esports. Right now, though, they are marking this Drake pit. They're trying to make sure that they have just vision control because it is always such a dangerous dance, such a pivotal position in a game when Baron and a late Dragon are on the Rift at the same time. That's exactly what you're getting here.
What does BLG do in this instance? Because they've got a top lane wave. 369's not going to be able to commit the teleport. Should be a turret here for Billy, which means gold in their back pocket. What does Elk complete here? Because he'll have teleport. He's going to teleport back into the mid lane wave. Sells the Doran's Blade before the turret falls. Has this last, has the Mortal Reminder now.
Mortal
so
Reminder,
armor
yeah.
penetration is very important versus 369. But I'll be honest here, Slayer. I really would have liked to have seen an Infinity Edge. I think when you look, you have a Trundle to take away all of the resistances from at least one member. You're also going to have natural resistances lost because All Out shreds those away from the Cassante.
Yep.
The only thing I think that's helping out BLG is this Sivir and having this mid-tier one, which right now we haven't seen, I think, Top Esports really utilize the longer lanes outside of that single kill on tonight we just saw.
How about such a sleeper Drake take there from TES? Hold on, Solar Flare is going to land on top of Hong, but look at the healing and shielding he gets back just like that. No real threat onto the Enchanter support for here for Top Esports. Again, though, Billy, they don't really sacrifice much. That Solar Flare should come up pretty soon as they continue to wrestle for control of this river.
It's so tough here for BLG because if they overextend on the one side, Ryze is going to come through from the bottom lane wave. We're going for it now.
Bash it down the front door. Everybody get away from the Raptor pit there. That is the Realm Warp and Grand Starfall used. And the only summoner they gain is Knight, but more importantly, control around the Baron pit.
It pulled BLG off of pushing this bottom lane wave, which means that Top Esports are getting a little bit more gold. They've maintained about a 3,500 gold lead here.
JackeyLove not again.
No.
He's been so mistake-prone in this series so far. He's got a flash, use the Arcane Shift, and use Kanavi to try and bodyguard. Ben, he's going to try and find an angle onto this Ezreal, but JackeyLove does get himself out. He has no mana, though. He is virtually out of this fight, and Ben is running amok in this backside. Enchanter down, flashes on top of JackeyLove. What a call of the Meek there from Ben, showing why he is one of the premier top laners the LPL has to offer.
There we go. That's a blue buff given over them. And do they start up this objective? There is no ability for Kanavi to slide on through into the back line. He has a flash. He can use the Hextech portal, but this is just going to be the Baron going over to BLG. JackeyLove gets caught yet again. Way too much damage. And Beichuan on this Trundle. We're going to see Top Esports re-enter.
They don't have Grand Starfall, there's no Realm Warp, and they don't have the numbers to fight here. Cream already having to flash away from Bin, trying to kite back desperately, but he is all the damage. 369 goes all out, but he is all done for with all those resistances shred. It's a stall game coming out here from Top Esports. They've done a good job pulling BLG away from this Baron pit, but if they lose Kanavi, the turn back will be even sweeter towards the Purple Worm, and they'll do just that. Kanavi and 369 trade out places with JackeyLove and Hong getting picked off earlier.
All right, mid-wave, it means no Baron. BLG have spent too much time chasing these members around the map, and a massive mistake yet again for Top Esports. This time, they at least are the ones with the Dragon Soul in their back pockets. A teleport here from Bin.
Hexgate 2.
Guardian Angel.
Oh, and Dominus. This is a big bad croc, but they gotta deal with the troll with a club first. Hong spawned back in and gets sent back out, expedited shipping. And now BLG turn towards the Baron again. Kanavi up at 10 seconds with the Grand Starfall. Cream still present here, but 369 has to run his way all the way back over. And this time, third time's going to be the charm. Billy Gaming wearing purple on all 5 members.
Now, BLG, we have to fix these side lanes right now. We have a Dragon spawning in a minute and a half. We have to push this top wave coming on through. This bottom lane as well. They use their Baron right now to sit in mid lane. JackeyLove's going to take a little bit of time to clear this, but that is going to be the next order of business here for Billy. As they walk in, a single Scryers, and the last second cancel onto JackeyLove means that BLG, they get back their 3,000 gold deficit. They grab the Baron and the multiple kills onto Top Esports.
It's just so painful knowing how well JackeyLove has been playing not just all split long to receive his MVP, but even in these playoffs. You could say it's been weaker opponents, but JackeyLove has been in such prime position, and he's been nothing but on point this series. And
oh
boy,
God.
we're just going all after Cream. Nice Seraph Shields, bro. See ya later. Bin is running this game 2 for BLG.
They're going to drop this mid-tier 1 and set themselves up around this dragon that spawns in 30. How much more can Top Esports get? It'll probably be at least this mid-tier 1. It is Sivir by herself, but On and Bejuan are here. They don't even get the turret at all. Top Esports are crumbling, and I think that this comes at a really important time, not only for their carries, but for JackeyLove. We talked about it earlier in one of their earlier series here, but JackeyLove with a lot of health issues right now, being outspoken about potentially his future, being undecided here in the space. So what could be one of JackeyLove's last playoff runs. This is not the way that we want to see what the official LPL broadcast dubbed as the MVP for split number 3. BLG will be able to grab their second dragon of the game and at least deny Top Esports from grabbing a Hextech Soul.
Royalty in JackeyLove as well as we don't have time to broach the conversation of Hong. Just completely picked off. Starting to really feel the pains of playing enchanters in this current meta, and it doesn't help that he's just been caught playing the Vision War constantly, and the spoils of war here for Billy Gaming. There's one tier 2 turret down in the mid lane. It's going to be Knight gobbling up the second here. And just like game 1, the later game stage, the post 30-minute phase, a phase I do want to mention, by the way, was talked about as kind of the Goldilocks zone here for BLG. They've been a team that have been kind of scorned by their scaling factor. And again, it all goes back to these conversations we're having that this just feels weird because this is just not the BLG that we've gotten accustomed to.
No, they're a team that always average in the LPL was 1,300 gold difference at 15. These guys were incredibly strong. Knight was the #1 mid laner in Group Ascend to have a positive gold difference at 15. He was at 485. Elk as well was one of the leading 80 carries. So it felt like every single lane was really firing on all cylinders when we got into the early game. Late game became a bit of an issue. They've always struggled with objective setups. Now here in this game, it almost feels like, yes, Top Esports are playing the style that we have known from them, which is a full court press, play with priority, let's play around Kanavi, but I feel like BLG are allowing Top Esports to make mistakes. They're saying, okay, we know you're going to trip up, let's just take the scaling because we know that in scaling wars or in a setup, if we're talking about hands difference going later in the game, we think we're better than you. So who cares about lane? Get ourselves a team fight comp that's going to work around 25 to 35 minutes and let the game just come to us. You have to beat us. You have to prove that you can take our Nexus.
You have to prove that you are up to the talent level that we bring. That's the message BLG is saying with this new strategy. And you talk about the team fight compositions, and it was a big topic that we had before all those big Barons. Okay, hold on. They're going after Elk here, and they might finally have him. Good McHale's, though. Elk gets himself out, but Kanavi wants to flash after him. That desperation coming through again. He has his GA, but he doesn't have Elk. They instead get on. Between Worlds comes across from Knight and Bin. Look at him holding all of TES at bay here. Creep tries to focus all of his attention, but it's actually JackeyLove that's able to layer some pretty good damage. Down goes Bejuan. Elk steps back up, and they're trying to burn through that healthy bar from 369, but it's not enough. Finally, the 5-man full court press finds itself some more gold.
There it is. It's going to be mid-tier 1, and a fight that was so close to going towards BLG ends up falling towards Top Esports. It is going to be JackeyLove, Cream, and Hong alongside Kanavi all losing their flash, but you will take it with how the way this game has been going, the way this series is starting to trend. 2 turrets as well. A lot of gold now for them to be able to spend. JackeyLove hits his 4th item here. Back at this replay, they thought Elk was a little too far up. They know he doesn't have Spell Shield. I think that is really, really clean play coming on through. But one of the things we haven't touched on this game has been the evolution in supports. Cubby has been talking about redemption. We saw in the JDG series that Dwo was focusing more on picking up McHale's, and we see that here for on this Leona. And Knight only gets 1 member with this ultimate. JackeyLove living as well, I think, is so crucial to this fight, but a lot of small things, and that's what it's going to come down to. We're talking about top-level teams.
JackeyLove heard the doubters getting louder and really pilots that fight fight on the edge of his limits there. And like you called out, Hong, the value of this karma, the Mikhail's, the redemption, and more importantly, the big mantra shields. Is it still, though, going to be enough Ulk to try and contend with BLG? Because we talked about Elk's build path being maybe a problem, but that's a pass now. Elk's got the IE, and if they can do a better job protecting him, feels like we still favor Billy Gaming with the game 35 minutes post.
He has no flash coming on through. If I'm Elk, I'm saying, okay, we have to be able to play a front-to-back team fight. Dragon is spawning in 35. BLG, if they can pull off a gambit here, if they can see if they can bait their opponents, they know they're not on Baron. Cream is just now walking. If he shows on vision, do BLG immediately just try to call their bluff, look for someone? The Trundle Pillar barely escorts 369 out of this mid wave. BLG are going to exit towards the top side. Who is going to solo this Dragon? They cannot give up any kind of priority around the bottom side of the river.
I think BLG want to switch spots here with TES. They know that they need to get this Hextech solo. Oh my, True Shot Barrage. And the poke coming through for JackeyLove. He's starting to feel himself now, chaining some of these spells together, making BLG think twice about stepping in range of the poke that's Rise and Ezreal are really starting to bring. Mystic Shot after Mystic Shot.
That's it.
Health bars evaporating.
Surely Top Esports can't lose with a Hextech soul, right? Right, guys? They've got a mid-wave. They'll recall. Hong can look to use some of these portals to get back out onto the map. Maybe they're just going to try to posture around this Baron right now. Top Esports, this is the longest. It's only game 2. I feel like we've been in this for so much longer, but with the way that this game has gone, now with the Hextech Soul, have to imagine that Top Esports are in a really strong spot in this game, but how do we deal with Sivir? How are we going to get around some of these really important timings on some of these champions? I mean, still no flash for the next 30 seconds.
Okay, Cream. Don't know what that Realm Warp was supposed to be.
It was a bait. He was like, okay, maybe they'll just send it in on the Realm Warp here.
Yeah, instead BLG smack away the hook with the bait on it and say thank you very much. It does push them off the Baron. BLG really trying to force us down. JackeyLove can even see this blade. Good arcade shift back though, and boy, On is getting punched down by JackeyLove. Knight's gonna try and go after him next as the Grand Starfall falls onto the back line. Where is Elk? Him and Knight are cowling away from the team here as the GA gets popped by Bin. Respawns back up. JackeyLove, though, is just layering all these Mystic Shots. Sure, Knight, you go into your stasis, but JackeyLove says, Knight, you can pick me off once, but I'm making it a problem for the rest of this game.
BLG can hold on to their waves, though. Elk is not recalling. He's going to contest them on this mid-wave. Bin can teleport back in. And what a legendary fight between these two players, JackeyLove and Knight. The fight for MVP. The fight for who is really the crown prince of Top Esports. Knight growing up on this academy team, JackeyLove now.
Oh, he's still just so confident, playing right on the edge of his range. Baron secured, Bin on the backside of this fight, doesn't have any dominance. Kanavi's going right after Elk. Good spell shield comes down, but Bejuan falls first. Elk, how good can you kite back here? Trying to buy some space. Kanavi gets knocked out of his jump. Elk, though, is going to get knocked down by JackeyLove again, who finds his revenge and is scaled back into prime form when TES needed it most.
Even gets a heal off of that Mikhail's. Bin not able to cancel the recalls here. Maybe he finds this kill onto Hong. He's going to get double teleports from Top Esports.
Run, Bin, run! All right, that Solar Flare is pretty clutch, but here's a Realm Warp. Oh, Cream, he's going to take it this time. 3 members, Rune Prism, Bin, no GA to save you, and Cream is going to chase him down with the power of the Mantra Karma, and he wants Knight's name too, forcing a flash trade, and they're bringing the Baron Wave right knocking on the door of BLG's base.
This is game number 2 going over to Top Esports. Iffy midsection there, but Top Esports get it done in the end, and Cream really stands tall alongside his AD.
Oh, Knight goes after Hong, but he'll happily sacrifice himself. Knight's trying to pull away the wave from the turret here alongside On. Bejuan is respawned. That redemption is pretty clutch, but JackeyLove has his eyes set on an even series, and there's nothing BLG can do to stop him. The LPL Split 3 MVP evens our series up at 1 apiece.
That's what I like to see, man. I was so worried. We got to that one team fight around the Dragon, and it looked a little iffy. And Otacon even goes over to BLG, and Top Esports clean up the series. A lot of important champions now taken, already 2 games deep into Fearless. And with BLG losing here, I feel like such important champions. Aurora taken away from Knight, and a loss as well. Renekton taken away from Bin. topside matchups are really starting to open up between our two solo lanes.
And on top of that, too, Marksman Elk has been a huge Sivir player. You lose that off of him as well. We have the Enchanter coming out. There's so many intriguing little intricacies that Fearless will now provide to us, especially now knowing we will go at least 4 games thanks to Top Esports. What a series it has been so far, and what a job our analyst desk has to break down it all. We're going to throw it back to their side. Grapes, Cubby, and K-Man, what did we just see from Top Esports?
Well, we see the LPL gold graph incarnate in the form of JackeyLove in that game. My name is Grapes, that's K-Man, and that is a YouTube video, aka Cubby, here to break it down this second game. As Slayer said, a true series now. Its competition has reached its apex with Top Esports evening things out at 1-1. K-Man, it was another slow start for TES, and we thought that they were going to get outscaled, and then JackeyLove hit a switch, and now we are here tied at 1.
Yeah, scaling's really a mindset at the end of the day. You can look at champions. Some are better, some are worse in the late game. If you've got JackeyLove, you scale. You maybe have some moments in the early part of that game that are up and down, that you got some good and bad, but really, if you've got an Ezreal who's gliding at the end like that, and proactivity coming in from some of the engages from other members of the team, then it doesn't really matter if the damage is looking more consistent. You're going to be able to pull something like that out.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was JackeyLove. Like, we were prepping about talking about him getting caught, not playing well, and then JackeyLove just ends up 1v9ing, frankly, the last 2 fights. This was a game where the Ezreal Karma could be good. There's not a lot of range on the BLG side, and JackeyLove, he was down like 2 levels to Elk. Did not matter in those fights because he was using the Ezreal so well.
3 levels. I think it was 15 to 18 around that fight in the mid lane inhibitor, and man, what a different... What a tale of 2 halves of this game, especially for somebody like JackeyLove. I mean, we talked about some of the struggles that he's had kind of throughout the season and the inconsistencies that maybe could be attributed to some of the health issues that he's been going through as well. But really turning things to a new gear, Cubby, this split. And you know, at the end of the day, this game, we still have seen some of those mistakes that were prevalent earlier on, but something that always has been the case for JackeyLove this year is even when he was making some of these individual mistakes early in games, he would always be able to clutch up late, and we saw that right here.
Yeah, I mean, JackeyLove, look, he was the MVP for a reason, and K-Man, like, we were sitting here on the desk in that mid-game, like, man, I mean, I tweeted out, if JackeyLove was playing 20% better, I think the Top Esports could be up 2-0. I think he stepped up and played 50% better in the last few fights and got the team to win, because we have seen him get picked off a little bit, and this isn't the JackeyLove that we're really used to seeing in the LPL. I mean, I know when this guy was young and winning early on, it was like, oh my god, he's such a volatile player. Like, there are issues that we can find and figure out later on because his upside is so big. He hasn't been that in the last couple of years in the LPL. He's actually been a pretty consistent, solid AD. We, of course, see moments where he still steps up and makes some errors, but he really has flushed those out of his play. But man, we saw the aggression at its peak this game. I think that as things went later on, we really saw the Leona and BLG struggle to close the gap and actually find these engages. And Top Esports, with the Karma, with the redemptions and some of the resets and the range they had, played out these long fights very well. But yeah, this is the point of the game, K-Man. We were looking at this like, man, what is JackeyLove doing? Like, this is the second time in the game where he got caught at a really bad spot for his team. And the conditions of Ezreal being no mana and low health and being chased out early on, thanks to Bin playing well around it, pretty much lost his team the fight and made it so that he had to really find heroics later on to win this game for his team.
Yeah, that's the crazy part, right? Is that for 20 minutes of this game, we were talking about, man, JackeyLove is selling it. Like, he is running it, absolutely losing this series for his team in multiple winnable areas with bad positioning, bad resource management, just everything, right? Like, down in XP and levels, it just felt like everything was off for him. So leave it to JackeyLove to be the one to, you know, kind of step up. I know a lot of conversation has been made about, you know, JackeyLove going through quite a few things this year, and this potentially being one of the last few times we get to see him. You know, he's certainly making an impact on the game as a whole. I think the optimism here for TES is if JackeyLove plays, you know, even just a couple of notches down from this, but, you know, closer to this in the early game, like, you should be up 2-0. You should be in a spot where you're controlling this series. And, you know, they've looked pretty fantastic as long as they're able to get that kind of good play out of their AD.
I mean, seeing TS go for that play, diving in the mid lane tier 1 and losing a member early, I was very worried about what that was going to look like for them, but Jackie Love ends up just hitting every single spell, winning that fight for them. And, you know, we'll be able to continue Sugar Talk and Jackie Love a little bit more as we get later on into this death segment. But talking about BLG here as well, Cubby, it seemed like with On being the primary engaged on this Leona, those win conditions were never getting laid out properly.
No, and I think that it really started, it was an earlier replay, but it was Kanavi finding Elk in that mid lane after he burned the spell shield that really started the chain of events for Top Esports to bounce back in. I think something that was shown off screen that we might talk about is that Hextech Soul, which was a game changer, was pretty much lost by On, deciding to lose half his HP and his redemption before the Dragon even spawned or was started. I do think that Leona wasn't the best pick for this game. Like, with the Leona, I think you're definitely signing up for, okay, guys, we've got Renekton, Aurora. I know that we have Sivir, but we have to win and find ways to close the gap and pressure this early game, or else we could have some trouble. I think that as the game went later on, we saw Leona kind of struggle with some of these engages. I don't think that On had a particularly good game, but the Leona definitely left me at least scratching my head a bit. I think that other options might have been better that game going into the Karma. Like, you could have... they have played a lot of Trundle Karma as a combo, which I really like. And you could have had On, like, dig deep for something like a Lulu there. I know that your lane gets really hard. Actually, Lulu against Ezreal Karma is pretty impossible, but I'm wondering if there was a better pick for lane that On could have taken, or even just Nautilus to have that guaranteed depth charge. We've really seen Nautilus fall out of priority, but I think that was a game where it was somewhat viable, because we saw Leona really struggle later on.
Yeah, I think the Leona ended up being basically useless throughout this endgame. Like, there was almost no play that ended up being valuable to have that champion. I will give a lot of the onus of that onto On's performance. I think that there could be some potential areas for improvement in terms of the execution of that. But I agree. I think Leona is difficult to execute on here. And if you are going to be playing for what essentially BLG was doing, which is looking at the early game here, seeing Top Esports want to push the tempo and saying, you got it. Like, we're going to neutralize the game. We're just going to play this really slow. If that's what you want to do, then go for it. But Cream actually going to pick up the MVP here, likely due to Jackie Love's early game.
I thought that it was a Kanavi MVP just because he turned the game around. But one thing that's been a commonality in these first two games we've had has definitely been a focus that Kanavi has put with Cream on the Knight in the mid lane. And we have seen Knight start each game behind because of that focus from Top Esports. I think that's been a significant part of the series so far and want to look out for the rest of it.
Said age-old saying, don't let him beat you, him being Knight. And Top Esports definitely living up to that game plan. I mean, multiple games now here in this series where the MVP that we just crowned here for Split 3, starting off the game 0-2, 0-3. And K-Man, obviously BLG were able to turn around that first game, but when you have your best player kind of on the back foot, it does create a little bit of a more difficult situation for BLG to manage.
That's what I was talking about in the pre-show here when we were kind of hyping up BLG. I was talking about it in a positive way where I was saying, oh, when you have Knight, like, you're going to be a favorite to win the LPL, to be someone that, like, he's arguably the best player in the league. Well, now the question is, if you don't have Knight, or at least if you have 50% of what Knight normally is because he's getting, you know, so many resources denied from him in the early game, who else is that title-winning, you know, Top Esports beating threat? You saw Elk kind of perform like that in game number 1, but in game 2, you didn't have the best player on the Rift. You didn't have the players that were stepping up when you needed to, and if Knight is not going to be given the chance to do that, someone else has to do that on this team.
I think it's a great point, and that's where we can start kind of rolling some of the clips, because we thought it was going to be a BLG going up 2-0 off of Jackie of getting caught out a couple times. Because the best player, at least in MVP voting for Top Esports, I think the two stars of this team for sure, Kanavi and Jackie Love, but we saw Jackie Love get off to another slow start. I mean, this is a really positive play happening on the top side while this is going on for Top Esports. Jackie Love pushed this wave all the way in, and this is one where you can just catch it as the Ezreal and be okay. You don't have to be in that spot. And then here, Jackie Love takes a base that is unwarranted. He gets chased out by BLG, ends up having really poor conditions for this fight. The fight starts with him at, what, 1/4 health, and I think even more importantly, no mana. And we saw what Jackie was able to do in some of the later fights after this when he had better conditions and he was positioned better. But in this fight, he gets ran by Bin because he can't help in the fight. He doesn't have mana.
Yeah, I mean, we could see, like, the hands on this guy always there, but sometimes my man needs a little more willpower. Just go back to base, go to the Baron, fight around that instead of just getting completely eviscerated by that crocodile. And that was a big problem here, obviously, at the start of the game. And just a couple of different decisions being made for Jackie Love, and maybe it's a lot of an easier of a game came in.
Yeah, I think you're talking about it, right? Like, it's such a small change, but you take even just one of those catches out, especially that second one, and things are fine. Like, even when he got caught the second time, like, they were still up 2K gold in that game. They were still in a spot where they could control a lot of things. It just, you need to get rid of all of the problems in terms of how things are happening. But I think that's the lucky thing, right? Is not only did JackeyLove step up and start to solidify himself, but nobody else on BLG really became that threat. I know we haven't spoken on it much, but Beichuan was not good at the end of that game. He had a lot of really misplayed team fights, and I think he really needed to play a little bit more aggressive on the Trundle. I think some of the peel coming in later, just wasn't a huge fan of it.
It wasn't existent. We can start rolling the clips for 3 and 4 too. This is where I really like the Karma and the Ezreal on 4-5 for top esports, because it is a thematic counter for what was cooking from BLG. This for me was the play of the game. Elk burns his spell shield instantly from Kanavi, makes the call with JackeyLove. I know that it was a pog for Cream, but this for me was a game-winning play from Kanavi. I thought that he had a good pog argument just purely off this, because from here we really saw top esports take the tempo back on the map, and JackeyLove, again, he had conditions, had the help of Hong, was actually able to kite, use the range, use the arcane shifts from Ezreal to make sure that he was positioned really well in this fight. Knight has a poor flash, overcommits to try and kill JackeyLove. Even if he doesn't take JackeyLove out there, I think the positioning of 369 and Cream, he still dies for that. So unwarranted play coming in from Knight. As you can take this one, K-Man, but another fantastic fight from JackeyLove. Hextech sold us BLG no favor, especially with On really choking the engage here.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it, right? Hextech Soul is huge here, and they got it for free, basically, because of a bad engage from On. Let's not forget about that. But, I mean, this is just one of those spots where BLG in a slightly better position are able to really kind of push forward and hold that choke a little bit more, and you don't have the room to operate anymore. JackeyLove can't just glide, and Hong can't just step up and do all these things. It's these minor differences. It's the small spacing errors that, you know, top esports are either making or they're, you know, being forced into making because of, you know, BLG making some mistakes on their own that just end up really controlling the game and pushing it in their own favor.
Yeah, I mean, just a ton of really great team fights at the end here by top esports in general. Obviously, just the decisiveness for Kanavi to go for that play in the mid lane, and then obviously the sheer hands that we saw from one of the superstars of top esports ever since he's been back in JackeyLove. But you know, before we get into game number 3, and by the way, shout out to our producer Adam for getting those clips up a little bit better than us here on the talent test.
Producer Cubby lasted as long, long as a playoff run as Shadow on BOG, so I can at least take that with me, you know. One game playoff run, baby. Producer Cubby, let's go. Socials Cubby did better. Socials Cubby did better.
There's still more of this series left. There's still more of the playoffs left. Who knows? Maybe we'll sub Cubby back in, but yeah, you know, us casters. You know, sometimes, you know, there's memes about people in esports just being a man-child, like with the amount of trash around your house, and sometimes the OBS clicking. Not great for us here either. But okay, Cubby, gonna throw it back to you here. BLG have had Knight really under just a ton of pressure in the early game. This is your MVP. What do you do to get him going in game number 3?
Oh, geez. I mean, look, I think Knight actually has to play better. I do think that Knight, a couple of these instances where he's been caught, it's been unwarranted. Like, we're looking at that last fight, flashing for JackeyLove, wasn't a reach. That's a big mistake from Knight. I think that him starting this far behind, this is not the Knight that I'm used to seeing, used to knowing. And I think that BLG, I mean, this is something where behind the scenes as a coach, like, what are the commonalities between the first 2 games? Top Esports has thrown a lot into the mid lane, right? Like trying to set Knight behind. I mean, how can we play defense around this? I assume we're going to get a side swap coming in. You know, can BLG take something that's a little bit safer for Knight? Do you look at a first pick Talia, first pick Azir maybe? That has been denied so far in this series. We expect to remain banned on red side, but hey, if Knight gets his hands on any of those, that could be a good start for BLG on the blue side. So, yeah, I just think that, you know, having more of a state of mind of, hey, there is a real direction from our opponents to try and attack mid. What can we do around that? Whether that's taking priority bots that On can walk and hover more, whether it's Beichuan getting a jungler that can interact with mid a little bit more, can threaten there. But we'll see. But that has definitely been one of the common factors between the first 2 games. Definitely a real focus on getting Cream ahead with gank assist mid laners. Annie and Rise, 2 of the best in the business of that. Going to be both off the board for this one, but we'll see what ends up happening moving forward.
Okay, man, we're getting later into the series. Any fearless picks you got your eyes on here as we try to wind down and get into the home stretch?
I think we are definitely now starting to get into the area where I could see Kiana or Zed or some more aggressive picks start to come out in the jungle if they did want to go in that direction. The big thing for me in draft right now, I completely agree you want to get Knight off of Comfort, but you have to keep Kanavi on these champions that can actively be proactive. If you're putting him on something that's going to be more of a team player, I think that takes away so many advantages for top esports. So far, so good when it comes to champions that have agency. Got to keep it up for them here on red side.
Real quick, Xin Skarner Circle, definitely one that I'm looking at. I think that the Sivir was a big deny pick over from Jaculov. Definitely want to resonate what Elk was saying at the end of that game. We talked about on the desk how top esports, they played 4 out of their 5 most played champions in their roles in game 1. Similar thing happened for BLG. They played a couple champs that have been most played for them in this one, like looking at Bin Renekton, looking at Knight Aurora, and they lost. So it feels like both teams definitely have a game where a lot of the champs they prioritize are off the board. If I am top esports, I'm expecting to see BLG on the blue side. I would really think about Zaya Rakan, having that be B2, B3 to BLG. Will default to that later on in the series, and they will lock that in the first round. So if I'm top esports going to the next one, I'd be very aware of that and see if I can play any defense around it. Besides that, H1's played a lot of unique champs. So I think the only one that he has multiples of is Nocturne. Xin, Nocturne, Vi. I expect that triangle to be big.
That's the thing about Fearless. Yeah, different game every time. These guys are going to have to be a little bit out of their comfort zones going into the final 2, maybe 3 games of this upper bracket final. Draft about ready for game number 3. Sending it on over to Slayer and Auk for the call.
Thank you kindly, Grapes, for the toss once again. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to your caster desk with myself, Slayer, and Auk Battery, getting you set for game number 3. And Dimitri, you know, we heard a lot of the desk talk about towards the end of there, the champion picks, but I really want to focus on what you see being such a priority for BLG getting their first blue side game here that you saw. You heard Cubby talk a little bit about with Knight specifically in his champion pool.
Yeah, we're in game 3, so at the very least we're going to get one more game out of this series. And we've seen now top esports both sides on blue side going for mid and then jungle. For BLG, are we going to try to secure Knight an instant first pick in mid lane? We saw him get counter pick all the way back in game number 1. Didn't work out too well with that Orianna. Now we're finally getting a shift in the bans. Previously, it was Yunara, Rumble, and Kiana for BLG when they were on the red side. Does that say the same? And now a Yone coming on through for BLG. So maybe one of those other mages, something like an Ahri, maybe we even get stuff like the Talia that becomes a little bit more impactful here.
Cream getting respect nonetheless for his melee champions. And wow, they are really just trying to keep Cream uncomfortable. Does this warp TES's draft game plan? Are they willing to kind of sacrifice one of those bans we've seen from red sides constantly to take away that Talia Auk was talking about? It's definitely a tough spot to be in because BLG are signaling that they are committing to getting Knight this B1 pick to put him in another comfortable position because Auk, he has been anything but comfortable across these 2 games, and that is a warning sign, but the Rumble gets through and Bin is going to land on his power pick.
I think this is an important test. We've talked about it all during playoffs here, is Rumble nerfs on this patch. Now with Ornn still in the draft, I imagine that is something that top esports will be looking towards on 3. Otherwise, you threaten it potentially being banned. And as Cubby said, top esports, they break up Zaya Rakan, the most played from Elkanon, no longer available, and giving Jaculov, I think, some tools to have a little bit more agency in this game. As we've seen, that's been very important here already 2 games deep.
Continuing to tie these 2 bottom lanes together as this draft continues to evolve more and more. The Nihilist being locked in. That is a very pivotal champion we talked about for both Hong and On, and they're going to lock it in with Knight on this, or not Knight, Elk locking in this Varus, and Knight locking it in. But now these are 2 champions that BLG are kind of hanging their coattails on, that have been kind of nerfed and have fallen a bit more in priority in the meta. You talked about the Rumble. Varus is also in a very interesting spot when you talk about lethality versus on-hit.
Varus has completely, I think, not only fallen off in priority as he's no longer a champion that gets pick banned, but also I think we've seen the efficacy of this champion really fall short. So BLG already approaching this team with a poke composition. You're going to have massive range with the ultimates coming out from the Rumble, and then also Nautilus giving you that pick nature with his ultimate as well as that hook. So let's see as we get into second phase of bans. No mid laner chosen for either team, and it'll be Top Esports having first pick coming out of this side of the draft. So imagine we're going to be seeing jungle here on 4, and then give over counter picks so that Knight has to be able to blind his matchup, and more of those mid bans. Akali taken away from Cream. What if there's a Sylas? Do you open up the Sylas versus Ahri matchup in mid lane? Are we looking towards maybe a Victor hover? All things that are potentially possible here.
There's also the added fact that you heard K-Man talk about Kanavi getting on junglers that can be very proactive early, get leads early. Do BLG maybe want to spend one of their bans towards a champion like that? You heard Cubby mention the Xin Zhao. If you don't think you're going to be able to get it like you're talking about with R4 coming likely for the jungle, is that a priority with your ban? Maybe also these carry junglers that we've seen really explode in the playoffs, and the Fury ban from Top Esports kind of signaling towards that. There is a lot of statements that can be made by just one final ban here for BLG. Gotta wonder what they're thinking.
Could be Sylas. That's the one that I'm immediately thinking of. If not, maybe we're looking towards... There's not a lot of mids left, so you just go for jungle. Yeah, the Xin Zhao that we've been talking about from the desk does get taken away, and there is that Sylas. So not only are you preventing Knight from having access to this with the with the quickness, with the Ornn ultimate as well, also giving Cream one of his most iconic champions of his career. So now up to Knight. Are we going to take the Ahri matchup? Or are we going to go for something maybe a little bit different here? And this is a champion that we did see get picked for Beichuan in the jungle here. Now, Black Shield only works onto one member, so you're only stopping a single person from being getting knocked up, from getting engaged upon, and it all depends on who is really going to be the front line for BLG.
What is it going to look like here? Do we see Knight tap into that Tristana that we heard a lot of talk about earlier on in this series? Go double marksman. A blast from the past of the meta, if you will. And Knight's going to lock it in. He's going to look to try and just slam Cream out of lane here with this pick.
Tristana's going to give him a lot of access in the mid lane. Could this be Sylas jungle here for Kanavi? Kanavi has been a big carry player. We didn't even think about this being a flex. We were so focused on Cream. This could be the counter here. And remember, Cream is the melee specialist. We're getting Yasuo here for Cream. All right, let's get some knockups. Let's try to see the early laning phase. And now, can BLG beat Top Esports in what I feel is the most TES draft we have seen so far in the playoffs?
They've pulled off a heist here, Ulk. They've led BLG astray, and they have caught Knight sleeping, expecting this Sylas matchup. What a time for Cream to lean into his melee maestro self with this Yasuo. What a draft. But I do want to ask you, one specifying question before this game goes live. Ulk, you talked about where Varus is as a champion right now. Seeing this draft from TES, what is your comfort meter on an on-hit route here for Elk? Because I just don't see lethality having nearly enough value.
I'm sorry, it has to be lethality this game. I don't think you get any space in this game to actually auto. Okay, let's take it from our perspective here. As two AD carry players here on the the cast, how are you ever auto-attacking versus a Varus, a Sylas, and a Rakan that can connect with both of them? Not including the Ornn ultimate on top. I think you have to maximize the range. You have to be able to play poke here. And for BLG, this has to come down to Knight, and this, I think, is going to be an incredibly pivotal point of the series. Knight has been getting absolutely gapped by his mid lane counterpart. 2 games now with inclusion of the jungle. You have this Tristana. Can we see him pop off?
We have to see, and it's such a interesting point on Knight as well when we tap into the history as we look to have run into some small technical issue getting into Game 3.
Looks like there was from what it seemed like, we didn't get the swap between Cream and Hung for whatever reason. So whether or not that Yasuo is could be a remake. We could see Hung, we might see it not eventually be Yasuo. So for now, let's I know. Let's take it from a perspective of we got all the way up to 5th pick. right before the Yasuo. Let's just pretend Yasuo doesn't exist. I'm sorry, everybody at home. We got excited.
Yeah, so, well, before we approach it from there, this does give us time to talk about something that I thought was very fascinating that you mentioned when tapping into the history. Again, a big history buff guy that I am, and picking your brain about this stuff is always such a fun thing. You use the word the prince of top esports, and at first, a lot of people would come to their mind, oh, that has to be JackeyLove, right? I mean, think about what he's been for this team, but not, a good amount of time ago, but not too far long ago, there was actually a different name that was being talked about as the prince of top esports, not TES.
Yeah, it was Knight. I think a lot of internationals very early on into his career, a lot of people were looking at, can we see Knight at Worlds? Can we see Knight at an MSI with top esports? And that was 2019 to 2022. JackeyLove joins the roster during COVID in 2020 and eventually is now the longest standing member on this roster at 5 years in total. But Knight was, I think, supposed to be the kind of next up and coming. Obviously played with JackeyLove for a few years there as well. If this was going to be a 1-2 combo, these two in an alternate reality are running this league as the best mid laner and potentially the best AD carry of the league. Diverted paths, JDG ends up becoming Knight's home for at least a year or two. JackeyLove continues to stay on this roster and loyalty towards the program. But it's an important story here for all of the things we've seen from top esports. I mean, you go all the way back to split number 1, where we see top esports absolutely dismantle BLG, and BLG were obviously a lot weaker going into February, March, but now it kind of feels with the incoming news of JackeyLove's health issues, Knight's continued dominance here in the LPL, of who originally and who is going to continue to stand to be kind of that crown prince of either a bygone era or a continuing legacy here on this organization.
And that's what makes this Game 3, honing back in on where we are now, so integral, knowing that Knight has been lackluster through 2 games. JackeyLove, it definitely doesn't escape criticism for Game 1, but I don't care what the player of the game stuff was we saw and what our analyst has said about it. JackeyLove robbed of his player of the game in Game 2, so I'm giving it to him. Now we got to see if Knight can step up, reclaim this sort of, like you talk about, past mantle that was given to him. Let's focus back towards the draft, knowing everything you talked about, though, Ulk. If this isn't the Yasuo and my heart is broken, do you still, I feel like it's still a Kanavi Silence angle, just maybe a different champion for Cream?
Yeah.
Is that a good line of thinking? And then what would be the champion for Cream if it's not Yasuo?
I don't know. It seems like they want to cook because they were hovering between Yasuo and Aurelia. So hopefully we have a little bit more. Actually, if Producer Rare Adam, if we could just go straight back to the live view, even if we're not ready with draft, I want to see what the players and kind of, I don't know, show some of the signs that are on the screen over in Shenzhen. But I am kind of expecting for Cream to pick something a little spicy. And even if we take a look at their draft, sans this Yasuo pick, I still think that there's a lot riding here for BLG on a composition that doesn't have as clean of timers to play, right? We're looking at this from BLG's perspective. Rumble, Morgana jungle, Tristana mid, Varus Nautilus. That's a pan that tells me we are heading right back into draft. So the things that we can kind of take apart here for BLG is, can they hold on to? There we go. We are getting Yasuo here.
Yes!
All right,
let's go.
Let's see it. Yasuo has been played a few times this year in the LPL, but Cream, it's been a while.
Hey, all I'm saying here, guys, is one of the last times I remember seeing a Yasuo. This is the funniest time to ever bring them up. Saintab, Thunder Talk, Saintab, Yasuo. That was one of the last few times I saw them. Remember, that Thunder Talk team actually beat BLG in a best of 5. It's so funny to reminisce back on there. But let's give the stage to the Jayos.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
The fans are getting louder, the flags are flying higher, and in the center stage you saw of that fan cam, top esports who feel like they have regained momentum and maybe give themselves a bit of a draft gap here. They definitely win the Spicy Award with Cream on this Yasuo, going with the grasp of all rune choices.
Yeah.
break that down a bit more for us, as we haven't seen, you know, a lot of Yasuos in the LPL this year.
Into range matchups, theoretically it should be a little bit harder, but I assume that Cream is going to be abusing Bone Plating and Revitalize here in this matchup, so we'll be, or Second Wind. Yeah, there we go, we can see it. Actually, it even has Shield Bash here, so doesn't have Bone Plating. Very interesting tech going into this melee matchup. The Flow Shield is going to help him deal a little bit more damage, and up against range champions, Yasuo can be a little bit more effective. Also, I know we ran that lower third about the last Yasuo mid. The last time Cream played Yasuo was 4 years ago, LPL Summer 2021, up against Angel. So it's been a while for these two, and we'll see what these two teams can accomplish here. It is going to be mirrored starts here for both of our junglers as they both go down towards the bottom lane.
Dredgeline going to land here for On, and with that passive rune choice coming through for Elk, he's able to get down a couple of big autos. He's going to pop the Ghost. There you see the rune come through and get some good damage traded back. But you talked a little bit about the junglers here, Alk, and I do want to focus back in on them. As always, you have to with TES early game and Kanavi, but this is the first game where we're not necessarily getting the Kanavi champion pool you heard K-Man talk about. Early action, effective facilitating junglers. With this Silas locked in for him, this feels a lot more carry-oriented than we've seen so far.
That's Kanavi, baby. That is Kanavi. Just remember all of the games in the regular season where we saw Kanavi play Nidalee and completely try to run through the jungle. So I feel like matches the identity that we have seen from this player for multiple years now, especially here in 2025. So Kanavi will have a very important job once he hits level 6 about which ultimates he has access to. The Buster Shot means that he has a free knockup here for Cream. The Rumble ultimate can be incredibly impactful. I think he has so many different tools that he can try to weaponize versus BLG. And for Beichuan, this will be a test as to how effective he can be into a rather low-range composition, and more importantly, around his Black Shield. I think Binding is not going to get too much usefulness when you have both an Ornn and a Wind Wall.
It's about protecting your marksman in this game for Beichuan as well, as he's trying to show his champion proficiency that you heard the devs talk about. Already starting off well with these Dark Bindings, nonetheless. Just letting Kanavi know, hey man, I'm here. You can't escape me or these Dark Bindings, and that is going to continue to happen in this series. As we see On
is already showing mid.
Yep.
He's like, nope. Look, Knight has died so in the 1v2 a couple times already here in this series. We're not letting it happen again. I'm walking mid. He does have priority. This is part of why this Varus, at least before the first back, is going to be a lot stronger than JackeyLove. JackeyLove already forced to the recall and bought a longsword, but good use of priority here from BLG. Wave's going to push back towards them, and especially with Halo Blades that you mentioned earlier, any damage you can make stick onto JackeyLove, it's going to feel very, very nice.
It's cool to see that sort of change in classic choice as we talk more and more about Varus in a weaker state. The Hail of Blades instead of the classic Comet that you see come across. Just trying to get down those blight stacks as quickly
Riot
as
did their
possible.
job. I'm so proud of them. They nerfed Rumble right before Worlds. They nerfed Varus as well, who's been a menace. I'm happy. I'm getting happy. We have Kiana in the jungle.
Beichuan. Ooh, you lose your Gromp as well. That Dark Binding may be the thing that saves Beichuan. He's going to pop the Black Shield. Kanavi, does he feel like he has the lethal blow to deal? Nope, no spells in cycle, but still a moral and gold victory. And now Beichuan is expecting Kanavi to run away. He actually flashes back over him. Misconduct ducked, and Kanavi just gapping Beichuan for first blood. That is 3 games in a row, all. The Kanavi gets first blood in this series.
And look at how far ahead he is right now. I mean, he is 3 camps up on his opponent. He's going to go towards his Krugs. Beichuan loses his flash. I think a little bit more impactful that Silas no longer has that spell, but a really well-played job, and there was no way for BLG solo laners to move forward. Cream was attacking Knight in the mid lane. Bin was fighting 369 over the minion wave. So, a fully clear, very clean 1v1 between our two junglers, and showing up that Kanavi, he wants to show that experience, show that carry potential that we've seen from them all season long.
And it's such a right time, knowing the jungle meta has shifted in favor of so many of those carries. We're going to look back at Kanavi, well, finding Beichuan, and then Beichuan just really disrespecting Kanavi towards the end of this.
Black Shield's too late. Kanavi has 3 seconds. This is when his Abscond Abduct comes back. Beichuan spending too much time. And while he almost lands this binding, Beichuan thinks that he is safe. Really long cooldowns on Morgana early on, especially if you are not hitting your spells. So, Tormented Soil, not enough to do. We get back to live. We got 2 supports in mid lane. Hey, who could have seen this coming?
I just love that Knight is getting ultimate protection finally in Game 3 mid lane, and of course it's the game he picks an AD carry champion. It's kind of like, it's just like comfort for On. It's like, all right, man, listen, maybe you're not used to protecting control mages in the 2v2. Okay, hold on. Elk is not expecting 2 members of TES in the jungle to catch him on the blast cone. That is a big point to return to if you're Kanavi. Ghost and Flash off of Elk for the next couple of minutes.
And look at that bottom lane wave. Elk doesn't know, because he has no vision here. I love this. You can see the pings coming on out. He can't walk back up into this wave until On escorts him in. He's going to catch this wave. He is still staying. He is playing so much respect. No vision from top Esports or from BLG. As soon as this dragon goes into the announcement, imagine he'll pick that up. But that was a lot of golden experience that Elk lost, not including the summoner spells there as well. Very, very aggressive job here from TES. Opens up a pretty nice lead for them.
And I know all series long, we've had Game 1 and 2 where drafts kind of felt very similar in style for our 2 teams. We were preaching constantly the fact that top esports need to be very proactive early, or we got worried about them versus BLG. This is the first game from a draft standpoint where there isn't a ticking time bomb. The new BLG form we saw in this series so far through 2 games isn't really going to work for them this time. They're back on those champions that they used to be playmaking and aggressive early. You heard Elk talk about last game. Champions that Knight used to get that 1,300 gold lead out of lane. So the fact that they're able to kind of go toe-to-toe right now, find these leads for Kanavi, and improve them into dragons, into more minions for Jackie Love, they can be a lot more comfortable compared to the last 2 games where we asked a lot of them in this phase.
Very important here that BLG get a majority of these grubs. Tristana in a side lane is going to be very, very difficult for top esports to deal with. That is those 2 grubs going over. Very fine trade here. As this game goes on, I think the one X factor always have to be looking towards is Tristana. The ability to buffer so many different spells, her safety, the amount of range that she has, and the damage potential with an explosive bomb. Always something you have to keep in the back of our minds here. Green is just slick with the Yasuo here. Has to be a little bit careful, but with a bunch of shields should be fine.
Kanavi has a stolen and Buster shot against the 2-man knockup. See you later, Knight. Kanavi still giving nightmares to the golden left hand.
That is what we wanted to see. That was exactly the combo we talked about in draft. Buster shot from Silas, knock up for the Yasuo, a clean 2v2 here, coming through for Kanavi and Cream. And look at how this combo is playing. Cream, a player who has been dogged on all year long, for if he is going to have any success on this roster, he has to improve. And now Kanavi, I feel like, bringing him into the fold, really giving him the tools to win this matchup against one of the best mid laners the LPL has seen. This is exactly the top esports we want to see contesting BLG.
Seems like they've finally figured out and started clicking on, like you talked about, how best to support what our desk kind of called is the weakest link in Cream. We'll get the most surefire player on your team, Kanavi, constantly playing the 2-man game with him. And, you know, you could say Game 1 fell out of favor, but if we're talking about the effectiveness of Kanavi and Cream, across all 3 games of this series, they've been having success in this game. It's filthy combos like this.
The exhaust goes onto Kanavi, but that's the wrong target. Should be onto Yasuo. By this point, the play's already over. Elk is
dead! All right, we have 2v2s finally bearing kills. And it's back even more so towards top esports. They are sending BLG on a death spiral down in this series, and it's just getting worse and worse as Beichuan loses his flash between his own 2 turrets.
He's going to lose his wolves. BLG are, just feel like they're uncoordinated. Teleport now coming on through. It is On by himself. Let's see if they can maybe invade, grab these raptors away from Kanavi. Beichuan and this team are not going to even cross through the river. Maybe they get it now. Okay, there is a timer. I lied. They are going to at least try to steal some of these Raptors. Tormented Soul is going to make it very easy for them to do that. But, I mean, I'm looking at this right now, Slayer, and this is a great engage coming in through from Hong. Flash is passed on, gets this set up. Let's see how exactly this happened. Okay, Jackie Love, the flash was a little late, but the idea of the play is great. The idea is sound there. We have a dragon spawning in 50, and we've not been able to get BLG really utilizing any of these guards. They have a single turret plate, and it is in mid lane. That is a win here for Top Esports.
And the gold leads across the board for TES, starting to manifest in some pretty powerful items as Elk gets caught. Flash forward, uses the hijack Morgana ult, doesn't get the snare. Elk barely limps out of that play, but Kanavi is on one in this game.
BLG, with a composition that is supposed to outrange their opponents, have better consistent DPS throughout fights, and especially in lane, are at 12 minutes down about 1,000 gold, and the turret plates, after Knight gets this one, is going to be 3 to 4 versus their opponent, or 3 to 3 now, because he got this. Maybe they make a play on tonight.
Kanavi, he's just everywhere, making plays top lane, mid lane, but the Buster shot doesn't interrupt the Orn Horde, and it's singing the demise of Knight. Another game where Knight is routinely caught out 3 games in a row, but now it's BLG's turn to make a response, diving onto Cream, depth charge into that Soul Shackle, more than enough damage to get it done. Clean response there from the rest of Billy Gaming.
Don't know if Cream had the win wall, but either way, it's going to turn into Bin getting some gold for themselves. BLG lose out on Knight on the bottom side. Plates here for 369. He'll get some gold as well. Dragon goes over to Top Esports, feeling good about their spot in this game. Decent trade. Oh, we're doing an overload. I mean, yeah, we have 2 grubs. Let's try to get as much gold as possible. Plates fall in a minute, and it's only Hong in the area. So I like this as a response.
TP coming through. That is 2 TPs, 369, and Cream arriving. They're looking for the knockup, so not going to land it onto Bin, and now kind of got to bide their time here. BLG has shown up with 4. Double TP, not really getting a lot for Top Esports. Are they getting antsy, knowing they weren't able to make much out of those TPs? Not for now. All they're eating is Dark Bindings. Dredgeline lands on top of 369 as well. Hong trying to kite back safely, but Elk's able to get the Chains of Corruption down. Good unstoppable to interrupt them, and Jackie Love's going to turn his head towards Elk. Here comes the Hex Gates, though. Kanavi going on top of 3. Has the Chains of Corruption stolen around. Kanavi is mogging 3 members of Billy Gaming, and there's nothing they can do about it. Beitwan falls again. Hong finds himself the charm, the knockup, and the last breath down. Kanavi is in good today. Give him a triple kill. TS running wild with this game 3.
It is 14 minutes. He has 10 stacks and a fully completed proto belt here. Rocket belt coming on through. That teleport from Top Esports, it forces more. This might just be a quadra here.
He wants more.
Oh, not able to grab it, but guess what? 2 jungle camps and some more damage on these mid and top tier turrets here for Top Esports. Those teleports set themselves up. They get their resets, spend some of their gold. We have 40 seconds before the Herald spawns on top side, and I don't think BLG can contest. This starts off with an engage, maybe on to Hong, but it just takes way too long. BLG are not only behind, but they don't have enough damage. This Ornn is incredibly tanky, and the collapse from Top Esports. This is the best play of all. It is just Kanavi 1v3, and if they can't kill him here, then Slayer, I think we're waiting another 8 minutes before they can even kill Kanavi.
This is just definition of flow state right now. Kanavi making all the right moves, and he's not done. He's got a depth charge hijack. He's going to drop it on top of Knight as he eliminates his support. Double knockups land on a Knight. Hong makes it a triple. They're just throwing Knight into the air, bouncing him around, and he'll rocket jump himself back out, but Bin TPs himself into the meat grinder, instantly gets popped. Beitwan having to flash away from Kanavi and Hong again. This is TES in their prime, showing why they were the top seed out of Group Ascend, threatening to go back to a second LPL final.
TES didn't even teleport Cream over there. He couldn't move for that fight. That should have been an advantage for BLG, and it turns into another team fight victory. Round the bottom side of the map. Now even the Herald going over Top Esports are transitioning early game leads into mid-game advantages. We are 16 minutes. I don't think we're allowed to fight this, BLG. We are posturing and they can still engage.
Oh no. Scuttle Crab to set the engage. Where is the knockup? Where's the last breath? Hong isn't able to land it. Good equalizer as well to separate. Hong going to re-engage with the depth charge. Blast going to get pinned forward. He's looking for the overheat. Pumping the damage on the Flame Spitter. And now CS on the back foot. Good knockup from the Dado on Cream. Hijacked. Equalizer going to come back down.
Jackie!
Into the feather. Pull back. Jackie Love sets them up. And Kanavi knocks them down again. Top Esports are just hitting harder, moving faster, and looking stronger. And there's nothing BLG can do to stop them.
The only reason this play went on as long as it did is because Kanavi got hit with a binding. This fight should have been over 5 minutes earlier with BLG losing even more. We are at 16 and a half minutes. This is our number 1 and number 3 seeds fighting, and Top Esports are 12-1 and 8,000 gold ahead of their opponents with a dragon advantage. We have another one spawning in 55 seconds here, Slayer. We get back into these fights. There is no sums now here for Top Esports, but I think the gold advantage that they have, the almost 4,000 gold lead that Kanavi has over Beichuan is excruciating.
Oh, we just got to take stock of where we were in this series to now, right? Because I know we didn't share all of it. We had to let our desks share a lot of our sentiments after game 1. But I know both of us were sitting there thinking, oh, crud. If Top Esports, they lose a game like that, how much confidence do you have them in game 2? And if they lose game 2, does this series feel over? Oh, how much of a 180 have you done? And answer it after we watch another Kanavi Masterclass.
Just like, this play goes a little too long, and if BLG were slightly even, wait, picture.
Hold on. It's another hijacked ultimate from guess who? Kanavi, sending more names back to the base than BLG can count. It's Kanavi with his 9th kill of the game, and BLG once again running away from the godlike man on Sumner's Rift. Bin doesn't even catch him as he has his stasis up. He's going to dash after him, dive under the turret. There's one, making a double. Only Elk's Shades of Corruptions can stop the madman Kanavi on this Rift.
Elk gets at least one, and that is a shutdown. Kanavi, I want to see if he respawns in 30 seconds. Does he still have a shutdown bounty? Because that would be impressive. Dragon is up on the table, but Top Esports cannot do anything. BLG cannot answer right now. That was them overextending just a little bit too far, but the gold lead is still in their favor. They are still clapping. BLG, I think, are tripping over themselves trying to run towards these objectives, trying to see if they can make some play happen, some kill go their way, get a shutdown
damage,
here or
Knight.
there.
Cute damage,
Knight
bro.
is just tickling him, and all that 369 has is an Aegis of the Legion and a ton of HP. He has no armor right now. We get back into this replay. What is Beichuan supposed to do versus Yasuo, right? And this is a very clean engage here from Kanavi. He gets access to the Morgana ultimate. The same things we were just talking about, though, Slayer. No damage available for BLG, and almost like a meat grinder, just walking in one by one by one.
And of course, Kanavi does finally get shut down here, but this is what we like to call in the business, folks, is limit testing when you're this far ahead. And
Yep.
Kanavi can afford to do so.
He's very, very fed. Can't wait to see where we're at as we come out of replay. TES did grab themselves a Dragon Sweat. 20 minutes. They're at Soul Point. They have a 9,000 gold lead. And this is the most dominant we have seen Top Esports in this series by far. This is an incredible game coming in from the mid-jungle, specifically from General Kanavi. There were questions about whether or not his form from JDG last year, looking pretty shaky, looking like maybe he had lost his touch. Now, as the carry threat here for Top Esports, and just completely shutting out BLG here in this game number 3.
It's the same, this topside brush that BLG is so hesitant to walk into. Cream gets one knockup, but he goes all in with the last breath. Hall gets a double charm into the bouncy House of Doom. All BLG see is the sky and the gray screen as they make their fall back down. It's only Cream that ends up falling, but TES want more blood. It's Kanavi with the flash, and of course, he finds Beichuan once again. Good buster shot back, but Knight, you can't even kill off Jackie Love. It's a rocket jump back out to safety. Only one morsel of a kill allowed to Billy.
He is 13 16-1. Beitron, this is supposed to be
Born
your
upgrade,
little
by the
pocket
way.
pick that you pulled on through. The AI from JDG thinks this is an 81%. Hey, I'll give you an extra 9 right there for talking about Knight. This is a 90% win percentile coming on through for Top Esports. 21 minutes, Hextech Soul in 3, and almost
Buy
at a
the book.
10,000 goal difference. Please buy the Magi's. Knight is known for it, but now you gotta make him know who's the real big bad in this game. Knockups galore. It is just a rough shot that Top Esports are running over BLG. We keep seeing Top Esports in these replays. There's nothing more for me to explain in them other than the fact that this gold lead and the advantage here.
Book.
We gotta get out of this game quickly.
Not before Kanavi fills his book full of pages. Is at this point what I'm looking for. We've gone to it. Yeah, thank you. That's an elite highlight there coming out from you all. Here's the fun part we've gotten to here. This is, you know, blowout games can not be the most fun because they're so one-sided. But we get to play this fun game I like to call, can he one-shot? That's where we're at with Kanavi right now and how ahead he is. Let's see. How many people can this guy one-shot?
Kanavi
Because
just
he's
gets to do
face-checking
this.
3 people, and Beitron, he doesn't think, oh, I see an engage. He's thinking, oh, God, the devil is running at me faster than the speed of light, and somehow he gets onto Elk, goes to Redemption, the only reason to save him. Kanavi is ignoring all structures, all enemies. All he sees is red. All he sees is series point for Top Esports. And they might as well just look for the push damn near soon as they knock down an inhibitor at 22 minutes. Cream, though, has to throw up the wind
Cream
wall
should
as
be
Knight and
fine.
Vin are trying to push some damage back out. But look at the big tanky Ornn. Do not touch my mid laner.
Not even a single turret here taken by BLG. Oh my god, Kanavi!
Oh, Kanavi! They have families, man!
Every ultimate, by the way,
Oh
is
my god, you don't want to
incredibly
hook that guy.
dangerous.
Oh no, you don't want to hook that guy on! Oh my lord, he turns the Chains of Corruption right back at BLG.
He's
His
looking for
Magi
it.
is almost
Kanavi
stacked.
wants more.
He wants the full book. He wants the full book. All right, he's not going to get it on tonight. BLG, just let them leave. Let them
22 stacks here. We're gonna probably see a fully stacked Magi's here for Kanavi. Our producer Rare Adam did throw a lower third earlier. 9-3 is what Kanavi is all time. Guess what? Let's pull up a 10-3 real quickly here in this game. A disgusting jungle difference and something that we'll have to talk about going into game number 4. Beitron has been a playoff-only appearance here for Billy. It was Shadow who led them through every single game of the regular season for split number 3. There were rumors about Beitron coming back and getting his starting spot, about Shadow and this honeymoon that we saw from BLG. But I don't even think Shadow's appearance can save what has been not only just Kanavi and the jungle, but Cream and Knight. Knight has not been performing to the caliber that we expect from a player of his resume.
And it's been such a strategic approach to making that happen for Top Esports. We talked about it in games 1 and 2. What was it, right? It was Kanavi constantly camping out on this mid lane. Not just protecting Cream, but finding these unique gank angles to find kills after kills. There has not been a game in this series where Knight has not been killed off in the mid lane in the early game phase. And in games 1 and 2, it was Kanavi protecting him. We see that in game 3 as well. But like we saw in the draft with the switch from Silas jungle out of the mid lane, they're also kind of catching Knight out in drafts. You've got to think this Tristana pick was here to try and counter the Silas. And that blew up straight in his face. And we saw it happen pretty quickly on the Rift once we got on there.
Incredible flexibility, one of the things you can always rely upon when you have Kanavi. Now, let's do some table setting here because this game is functionally over for a lot of people. We'll see how Top Esports are able to cleanly close this one out. Hextech Soul, 11,000 gold lead here. For Top Esports to qualify for Worlds automatically without having to play in the regional finals, they have to win the entire split. And right now, what we have seen in our top 4, think about the junglers that we have. Beitron, Shadow, Kanavi, Shun, and Tarzan. And what did we get from Tarzan last night? He got the living hell out of Wei. If this is the form we're going to get from these two junglers, I need an AL Top Esports Grand Finals like I need air, man.
And you know, we've already had tape on it too, as AL are the team that are looking to be one of the select few that have made all 3 LPL finals in a split. So you know that Top Esports and AL already went toe-to-toe in those Split 1 playoffs adds even more fire to the fuel of that matchup as it seems to be growing more and more intensely as this series goes on. As we were talking about the stakes here for Top Esports, they went through some house cleaning measures towards the topside river, known as a little thing you like to call the Baron buff that was all but guaranteed to them by the mighty gold lead they're holding. And well, BLG, what can they do? Watch all of their structures fall? Well, they might just watch this game fall. Here's the waves brought up towards the Nexus turrets, and we just have to keep our eyes on the man, the myth, the legend, Kanavi, and Witty decides to go in. This time it was 369 to start things off, and there's not much to say here. BLG are cowering in fear in their own fountain as they have watched their 1-0 lead in the upper bracket diminish, and they see themselves one game away from the losers bracket in Top Esports, one game away from a second grand finals.
26-25-3. I have doubted that we have seen a bigger difference between our two teams here tonight. An incredible performance from Kanavi, one that was completely predicated on the draft, swapping the Sylas over, getting this Yasuo mid for Cream, and Knight yet again having to answer huge questions about his performance here. He's been bulletproof all playoffs, all regular season long, earning our MVP here from LPL English. But it might come crumbling against the unexpected mid of Top Esports.
And the Split 1 MVP from Top Esports, showing why he's still got it after all those months away. We were due, it felt like we were due for one of those one-sided games, but one-sided might be selling it short. That was a floundering performance from BLG that we're going to have the desk breakdown. Grapes on the desk, one might call that BLG Game 3 more disappointing than the Brooklyn Nets in 2025. What do you have to say about that?
That's not good. That's
What the hell,
that's
man?
not good. That's not good. That's not good.
We didn't even, the season hasn't even started yet, and we're already flaming. All right. You know what? Our 5 first-round picks are going to do us wonders in the season, just like how BLG had some wonders handed to them by Top Esports in that third game. Grapes, Cubby, and K-Man with you guys here on the analyst desk to break this one down. I saw our socials team kind of complaining about the lack of action in the early game. Well, Kanavi said, don't worry, I'll make you worry instead, BLG, with a explosive Sylas performance in that third game.
That was crazy impressive, K-Man. I mean, that was a 1v9, an absolute nuke drop by Kanavi on the Rift, doing things on a jungler. I mean, just styling from the flex pick. It was a great flex that we thought, like putting Sylas jungle and giving Cream a better matchup. But how Kanavi was able to catch this one in, well, it was to the likes of which we could have never imagined. Because he just destroyed that game.
Yeah, I mean, that was not safe for work. That was a truly disgusting performance from Kanavi. I mean, he embarrassed all of BLG, and he did it really throughout the entire game. There's a lot of credit to be given around for Top Esports as well. Well, you know, we can talk about the one-man show. Definitely was. I want to make sure that everyone's getting their credit, but this is a defining playoff performance for Kanavi. I mean, this is just one of the most disgusting graphs that you will ever see. 30k damage for Sylas. I can't wait to see the KP. I think he got very close to 100%. I'm not quite sure he was there, but I mean, what do you say? You tip your cap in this one.
Kanavi did more damage, or almost more damage, than Knight and Elk combined. The 280 carries, mind you.
Oh my God.
On the BLG side, Covey. It was gross.
Yeah, that is disgusting. I was not expecting that. I saw someone in the chat say, watch Jackie get MVP after this one, which I got a pretty good chuckle off of, but I think Kanavi's going to secure this one for himself. As, yeah, we're going to start this one with On throwing his hook into a wall and a shield, and pretty much the Kanavi pop-up. We'll talk about it more as we have a couple of the clips from Kanavi pulled up, but I mean, we don't really know what else to say besides just to celebrate the fact that Kanavi did something that we have. I mean, it's pretty rare to see someone pub stomp a game like that at this level of League of Legends, and Kanavi just did that with style.
And, you know, got to set up Cream on a signature Yasuo pick as well, K-Man. We got some throwback to the OMG days in this one.
Yeah, that's the exciting thing, right? Cream got to pick Yasuo in a upper bracket final playoff series and win a game, dominantly win a game on it. There were multiple ultimates this game that were massive from Cream. One of them did cost his life, but, you know, we look beyond that. I'm just really excited to see this jungle mid really step up here today. There's been a lot of gaps across the map. Jungle, I think support, you know, as we've talked about, has been a pretty big gap. This Rumble ultimate's disgusting, by the way. But I think the mid lane gap has also been ginormous so far in this series. Cream has just been in better spots than Knight has been in. I think that that's pretty fair to say.
I mean, I think it's worth saying. I think a lot of that, though, has been the pressure that Top Esports has been able to also collapse into mid. I think that Kanavi, I mean, again, he broke the game. Like, he solo killed Beishwan at, what, level 5? With a sick outplay to start things off. And that really was just Kanavi starting to cook. Because from there, I mean, he was the highest level in the game by the end. We saw the damage chart. He did things in this game that it's really, like, hard to remember since I saw a performance that was that 1v9 out of a jungler just putting up. It's not like he 1v9 the game through, oh, you know, like, I was in better positions, I secured neutrals. No, this guy just straight up won every fight that he took in a way that was dominant. And that was, I mean, just crazy impressive from him. If you're BLG, you got to wipe the slate clean after that one. I'm also concerned at some of the other parts. Like, I thought that Hong was just much more effective than On in this one. We're going to go back through some tape after the replay go through. We might look at the 2v2 kill that happened between the bot lanes, because I thought it was actually really misplayed by BLG in their bot lane throughout a couple different sequences, so that's concerning to me. And we highlighted how the Zyra Khan could be really important for BLG on that blue side, B2, B3. Draft started with Top Esports recognizing, denying that, and Jackie and Hong really cashed in with those picks.
And it's such a stark contrast for BLG, who, in my opinion, really played around their mid-jungle through the first half of this playoff run, getting themselves to that upper bracket final. It was Beishwan subbing in and looking like the best Beishwan that we have ever seen, whether it was on Thunder Talk in years past or BLG this year, seemed reinvigorated going to the postseason bracket, but going up against, you know, one of the best junglers that we have in the world, K-Man, BLG are looking a little bit lost as they face match point against Top Esports.
You know, we belabored the point quite a bit on the desk so far, but this is truly a team that has revolved around their ability to play through mid lane. And when you have a jungle gap like this, oh my goodness, shocked expression.
Jackie Love robbed?
It's not Jackie Love, yeah!
Jackie Love robbed.
Yeah.
369 robbed this game for sure. But no, it's just when you look at the way that things have gone for BLG, when mid lane is so far behind in the way that it has been in this series, where so much attention is being placed there, or Cream is in good matchups, all of a sudden, like, all of that pressure that you've been so good at generating goes away. The team that's been so good at being able to generate these leads, even if they're not able to close out on them. Knight, first in gold difference, first in damage percentage throughout this split for mid laners. None of that is here today, and no one else is capable of taking that spot.
It's been a bit of a tough road for him, though, in this series specifically. Obviously, Knight has not been able to hoist a trophy this season, and he's currently like in that tie for, like, I think it's 6 LPL championships. Like, one more would really kind of cement him as the most winningest player in LPL's history. It's going to take a little bit more than that, though, here, Cubby. And BLG have come so close on multiple occasions to get to that point, but haven't been able to get there yet. And, you know, we thought maybe that this could be the year with the start that they had in Split 3. But right now, Top Esports looking like the better team, as we have some clips to pull up of Kanavi's performance as well.
Yeah, I mean, K-Man, I'll let you kind of start with this one. I think the Top has been the better team throughout the 3 games. I mean, we could still argue that if they played a little bit better in Game 1, we could be talking about a 3-0 right now. As it was just Jackie Love getting picked off a few times, a couple of oopsies that Top Esports made that really turned the tides of that game. But yeah, I mean, I think that with BLG, again, the roadmap to beat BLG has always been kind of clear to me, because T1 is always the team that has solved it. And I know that not every team is T1, and BLG are still perennial international contenders, but when I look at BLG, I mean, no matter the jungler that I've seen, I've always thought that they were beatable through jungle and then through support. And the reason that T1 would get the best of it is also that Zeus can match Bin and sometimes beat him, which that's pretty hard to do because Bin's a beast in the top lane, right? But what have we seen from Top Esports so far in this series? I mean, for me, it's been attacking Knight and removing him from the series, but also, I think throughout the 3 games, it really has been Kanavi and Hong getting to the better of Beishwan and On. Here, I mean, Kanavi just straight up, he yoinked 1 camp away to get that level 5 advantage and then use that to find a solo kill with 2 tower shots. Absurd, K-Man, and Kanavi did not slow down from there.
Yeah, that's the ridiculous thing. Kanavi is so good at punishing early game deficits. He is really dominant at being able to set up good game states for himself and at least get himself into a position where he can pop off, but it's execution. I mean, that's what it is for Kanavi. You're absolutely right. Beishwan is not the kind of player that can go up against a fully powered up Kanavi who is locked in and playing these carries and make it work, and that's going to be BLG's kryptonite if they can't figure it out. Right now, it doesn't really seem like they have an early game answer. A part of the game that they're supposed to be the strongest in. You can see, you know, as they get into these later fights, you have On engaging onto Kanavi and trying to set things up, and, you know, everything here looks like it could potentially be good, but all of a sudden that stolen Rumble ultimate comes in, and this is just disgustingly good. Jackie Love also with the pullback here, really, really solid. But I mean, it's top esports with better execution. There's nothing else to say other than that. At least through the first 3 games, there is no doubt in my mind, TES is the better team right now.
It's very clear. Top esports had a game plan going into this winners bracket finals, and it's clearly working, at least in the early game specifically. We have a head-to-head matchup just to showcase what Kanavi's been able to do in just the first 15 minutes of things. Give me 1 second here. I think I'm going to get this to work. Maybe if we can fly it back in just a second. But yeah, there we go. At 15 minutes, Kanavi's participated in 7 more kills, has been up an average of 1,300 gold. And the most notable thing for me here came in. Knight's been 0-5-0 in the first 15 minutes of these games combined.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. That's something that's kind of hard to overcome by just, you know, playing the game, you know, neutrally. You can't be putting yourself in these positions. And trust me, I'm the biggest early game Kanavi, you know, stan out there. I will go to bat for Kanavi maybe being the best early game jungler ever in League of Legends history, but you have to find a way to neutralize this. If you are allowing this to happen, Cubby, we've talked about it so much over the course of this series. If you're just letting that happen in the early game, it's cooked. It's cooked.
Well, we have made a decision here that producer Cubby is subbing back in. We'll see if BLG follows with subbing Shadow back in. But
all right, let's give it a
go. I agree with you with everything so far, K-Man. We got a little bit more time before we get to the next game. I think that while jungle gap has been big, and Grapes, I love the pull you had in the mid kill or KP at 15. Also want to talk about some of the support gap we've seen. This was a 2v2 that I felt like was actually really misplayed by the side of BLG. We're going to let this one run. I'm going to speed it up just so we can get through the time. So you can see there, Jackie Love was able to cleanse the ult. What this means that he saves his own R. And this is going to take a little bit to evolve because this was important for what ended up being the 2v2 kill that went top esports way. He saves his ultimate in this. And as we come out of the replay with what happened mid, you're going to see up top that we have a 2v2, which is picture-in-picture, and we'll see if we can find the replay of this. But it really was top esports. So for me, from here, what On has to do in this scenario is that you have to ult Hong if you are On. If you don't cast Depth Charge or try and throw a hook on Hong, then he will do exactly what he does here, and Hong plays this picture perfect. His ult, he's going to clip On, and then he flashes. What this means is that On cannot respond. I mean, he's completely locked up. This guy has flash, ult, TP, cannot do anything right now, and it just creates an absolutely free play in Elk. His response is not good. He throws his abilities in the Jackie Love, who, of course, burned the cleanse, but saved the ult. You can't cleanse out of Depth Charge. You can go upstairs as Xayah and get out of that one. Even though the flash is late, doesn't get the full rip, it's still enough to find the 2v2. Some of the small things we have seen Hong and this duo doing throughout that I think have been really good. I felt like BLG really misplayed that 2v2. And, I mean, it collapsed from there. And we have seen, I think, 2 games in a row where On has been quite invisible and being gapped by Hong. And that's going to have to change in Game 4 if BLG want to bounce back into this series.
It's an interesting point that you bring up as well because, you know, we could talk about how much of a big gap that was in the jungle that last game with Kanavi. It's the most easy, obvious thing to discuss in that. But there's things on the margins that you can notice as well that Top Esports is doing just a little bit better. We've been hyping up Hong kind of throughout this show here on the analyst desk, and seeing him in comparison to On, obviously you, Cubby, as a, you know, our resident support player here, able to notice these little intricacies that have allowed for Top Esports to also find advantages down in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I think Cubby's done a great job of showcasing just the power of Hong and what he's brought to this team, and that kind of ties back into everything. I want to commend this org for a second for Top Esports because they very easily could have looked at, hey, we won Split 1, we, you know, maybe didn't have the result we wanted internationally, but, you know, kind of made everything work, and then oh, hold on, we're getting some news in here, but I'll keep talking. You won Split 1, you had some success in Split 2, you get, you know, you go into Split 3 and you're okay making changes. You feel comfortable potentially, you know, putting yourself in a position to, you know, try and change it up and try and make your team better, and it's very much working for them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously BLG gotta have to make some changes right now because Top Esports is looking very, very good, especially over these last 2 games. Cubby, I mean, for BLG's side, we talk about getting, you know, the mid jungle a little bit further ahead, letting Knight become the big, you know, carry that he's been all season long. Is there anything in terms of draft, in terms of game plan, in terms of strategy here that you would allow us to be back on the desk for Silver Scrapes?
B1 Talia. I think that BLG should go the Talia route. I was really surprised that Talia went through a lot of that draft. I know that Cream can play a lot of the melees that can beat Talia. He's really comfortable on the Ahri and the Akali. But let's set Knight up to do what he does best. And for me, that is really control the map. I think that Talia blind at this point, if you get a good matchup for Talia, a lot of the good ones are gone. That's positive. I think other options, Knight's been really good at the Galio this year. I mean, he still has the Azir, which is probably going to be banned away on red side. But yeah, for me, it's probably just B1 Talia, go from there, let Knight run a map, and I think that's the highest odds to get you to a game 5.
Now, K-Man, I got to bump in real quick before I hear your thoughts,
Take
because
it.
it looks like we've got a little bit of some breaking news, according to you, one of our resident LPL experts, and we can see here on the live view graphic, that is Shadow coming back in with BLG's backs against the wall. Oh man, are we gonna get another honeymoon phase? What's gonna happen here?
Same playoff run, baby. 2 games. 2 games each.
Oh boy, the carousel keeps on turning here.
You know
BLG hoping to get the buff.
There are 2 things in life. 1, nothing circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. 2, nothing circles the jungle wagon like BLG's coaching staff. You know, it just be what it do.
Man, I mean,
man.
you know, we saw the mini honeymoon buff. We saw BLG memeing about it on their socials after they took the series reverse sweep style over JDG. They're going to need a similar level of turning things around going into game number 4.
If Top Esports win this game or they win the series, BLG, your problems are not the jungle. It is your support, all right? You got to make more changes. At least we see Shadow with a big Italian smile on his face, and we'll see if the Italian stallion can step up, help him win the series.
Well, Beishuan certainly was nobody's son this game, as Kanavi's been daddy all 4 games of this best of 5. We'll see if Shadow has anything to say about it. Send it on over to Alk and Slayer for the call of game 4.
What another chapter added to our series. Thank you, Grapes of the Analyst desk, and welcome everybody to another new iteration of BLG with Shadow back in for just his 2nd playoff game. I'll just give me your first reactions, because you kind of were alluding to this happening a bit during that game 3.
It would have had to happen now, and in this situation, I think what Shadow brings is direction for this team. He immediately slotted in, and everybody was talking about his ability to talk and just lead this team. That's what they needed, especially these 2 soul laners. Knight and Bin a little bit less active in comms, at least from what we've gotten from the team. On and Elk really, I think, utilizing and trying to make sure this team can run in the mid game. Elk is not having a great series against Jackie Love, all things considered, especially in that game number 3. That was pretty tough to watch. I think that just continues to compound on what we were talking about from draft. Varus as a champion kind of falling off after the nerfs. So let's see it. Let's see if Shadow can do exactly what he did in split number 3, which was bring BLG back to life and maybe even continue on with that jungle honeymoon that they've been joking about.
I'm glad you alluded to that interview that we got from Knight early on in Split 3 with the comms stuff. But, you know, outside of the comms and the vibe change that Shadow brings, as we get set for the Game 4 draft, right, with BLG likely sticking on that blue side, talk to me about how, you saw a little bit of the champion graphic thrown up, but talk to me about how Shadow as a player, factoring in the Fearless as well, looks different from a draft standpoint than what we were expecting to get from Beichuan in the same spot.
I think Shadow is a lot more generic of a jungler. He's going to play the engage. He has, I think, a few niche picks. Almost all LPL junglers are going to have Lee Sin in their back pockets. I feel like Beichuan is actually the more explorative player to kind of try some things out. So
I would agree.
Now we're getting into what has been a very similar draft strategy as we get into the back half of this pick ban. It has been Yunara, it has been Kiana. Azir is going to make it through. Most importantly, that is going to be the first pick coming on through for Knight, and there was no Bard. All of the support engage picks are gone now, so Lucian Braum immediately stands out in my mind.
Let's see if Jackie Love wants to go for that for Top Esports. It's interesting to see Knight lock in this Azir as we do get the Lucian Braum, because a fun part of this split was a Knight starting to break out the playmaking ability of the Ziggs into this Azir. It'd be funny to see it turn onto him, but speaking of quick turns, how about that bottom lane swing from BLG?
This is tough. We're playing Kalista Renata. This is going to be a bot lane that is all-out brawls. We're going to see all-ins on level 2. We're going to hopefully see this Jackie Love Lucian pick really start to work out. And for this matchup to work, it is completely around Hong being able to land Winter's Bite. If they can't do it in the mid game, expect for something a little bit spicier here. That was the Taliyah now being picked up. A matchup that we saw very early on into the year be very Taliyah favored. I wonder how it's going to look now with all of the changes that we have seen from now, from the beginning of January up into here. So second phase of draft, no junglers taken away. And I'm looking right now, we still have Skarner. We still have things like Sejuani that are up and available. Many things.
Yeah, so tough, even tougher pill to swallow here for Shadow coming in here, down 2-1. Now, you have to watch your pool get pinched even further. The Kiana was already banned away. Poppy Respect's been paid all series long, but you see the Skarner come off the board. That is a champion Shadow likes a lot with BLG. Xin Zhao is a champion that's made it through a lot of these picks and first phases of drafts. Kanavi will not have access to that. I am still very intrigued to see what jungle looks like, all because now especially with Shadow in here, who I think has more of an ability to play the carry junglers. Kanavi coming off one of the greatest carry jungle performances we've seen all year, and more facilitators coming off the board. Are we just opening this up to see more carry junglers come out in this game 4?
The only one that I can think that comes to mind is Nefiri right now for Kanavi, and obviously Nefiri has been toned down since her Split 2 dominance. We're also seeing, again, Xin Zhao taken away by BLG. Is this going to be the Nefiri? It's the Zed. Another champion that Kanavi has definitely been incredibly difficult to deal with.
Yes.
So here for BLG, are we going to get a Nocturne performance? Is this kind of the last remaining jungle that we have seen from Shadow, at least in the regular season here? And what is a top lane pick here for Bin? We've gotten no Gnar here in this series. Gwen is a champion that completely fell out of the draft after Game 1 and Game 2. So what are the options?
Maokai is the hover. Vi is still hanging around here as well if you want to go for that single target lockdown, but they're instead going to lean into the peel here. So Shadow coming in on the Maokai, and he's going to play Protector. Gotta think this Maokai is trying to play his best of an answer into this Nefiri to make sure Kanavi does not run wild again and end this series.
Yeah, and this is such a weird pick because there is a lot of crowd control already coming in. Now, what does 369 go with? Because from what we've got from Top Esports, this feels like a composition that is a mid-ranger. They want to keep you at bay. They want to make sure that they can try to whittle away at you. Maybe they find a pick with a Taliyah flick, things of the nature. Now with a Cho'Gath, that really feels like that identity is accentuated. You're going to have the Cho'Gath knockup alongside the Feast to not only deal with Yorick, but any other potential contenders. And for BLG, this is a composition that is so heavily gated around range. Not only just Renata and her kind of range to auto attack, but what can Knight do when you have a Renata and a Maokai at your back providing you with peel and assistance? This has to be another performance where we are looking either at Knight or at Elk to step up, and that has been the biggest question so far that has yet to been answered so far in this series.
And another big question that Alk Battery asked when he used his fortune teller presence to see the Shadow pick coming through was, does this solve the mid gap? We'll have to see here, like you mentioned, with this Azir coming through B1 and having to be the one to do a majority of the work to keep BLG not just alive in this series, not just alive for another chance at back-to-back grand finals, but Alk, for a chance to go straight to Worlds. It is dwindling by the minute. Can BLG save themselves with another carousel switch in the jungle?
Top Esports can only auto-qualify if they win the entire thing. If BLG are able to make it happen, send us to 5, and win tonight, they would auto-qualify as the first team from the LPL to go to Worlds 2025, and it starts here. It starts with the man in the jungle. It starts with Knight having to stand up, and with BLG trying to fight back in this series.
And all before all of that, the BLG fandom and their Gyos loudest as possible.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Bilibili fans, cheer for the faith. Make your voices heard, whether it is in Twitch chat or it is there in Shenzhen. The AI thinks that BLG will win if this game goes later than 30 minutes. Top Esports do have a lot of playmaking in the early game. And
全军出击！
I have got to say, Slayer, this series is already delivering. We've got massive 1v9
Without a
performances. We've had games thrown from a mid-game advantage. We've seen games reclaimed from a mid-game throw. We're getting every single bit of drama here, and that's exactly what we expected between Top Esports and Bilibili.
And as not BLG fans, not as Top Esports fans, but fans that have a love for the game, the only thing that could be the cherry on top of a series like this would be all 5 games. See if BLG can get over the hurdle and make sure we get there towards Silver Scrape. So we are a long ways away from there. For now, we'll focus in on these clears because we have another jungle matchup where the champions are pretty diametrically opposed to how they want to approach, especially this early game in this Maokai versus Nefiri.
Does Nefiri end up with both of them starting on the same side of the map? Jackie Love, that heal gives him enough movement speed to get away from, imagine with a little bit more MS. It was something that they could try to go for. Level 2 is going to be earned first here by Elkin On. Very, very strong 2v2 here, so Top Esports, they're going to have to at least cede priority for now. What I wanted to talk about before was what does Kanavi do here? Because Maokai really can't duel all that well versus Nefiri. I think very important that Shadow did opt for the phase rush here in this matchup. Gonna have to just get in and immediately get out, especially with the builds that we've been seeing from Maokai. More opting into the AP variants and trying to utilize those saplings, which are so important for controlling portions of the map.
Oh, here we go. New jungler, same Kanavi. And he is looking to catch Shadow on his clear, or maybe go for a bot lane gank that wasn't spotted. This is the power of the Fear with that dash over the wall. There was no heal. There was no flash on Elk. He's already used it. Trying to get the dogs to hunt down onto Elk. They're going to target on instead. Flash comes across. And the pack cannot finish off that kill. But that is both flashes off the BLG bottom lane within the same 10 seconds.
And more importantly here for Jackie Love, it's about getting this wave in because it is pushing away, and Elk has so much more HP than his counterpart. There is no barrier here for Jackie Love. Kanavi says, I can't help anymore, guys. You're just going to have to either take a recall or suck it up because I have an entire bot side quadrant that I still have to contest for. Seeing the picture-in-picture how those flashes were lost. It is On who's able to move, and Hong, I don't think you're going to be able to do too much here. So let's just get Kanavi is clear. Let's get towards that top side of the map.
Trying to go for the hero steal onto that scuttle, and now Shadow wants to look for that engage. He's got Elk in position. Hong, a head-scratching first blood. The first blood of this series, not claimed by Kanavi.
There we go. Doing already great. Shadow staying for the rest of the series, guys. I can guarantee that. Maybe not. But will mean that in terms of Kanavi trying to get his own lead, he is down a full level early on because Kanavi did try to go for that play bottom side. And Shadow now gets double scuttle and almost double Kanavi CS very early. I like this start here for Shadow.
It's really integral to survive these early levels and just get to that nature's grasp and be able to affect as that facilitator. So glad you called out the fact that he is ahead of the curve compared to Kanavi. What can they do to continue to push this lead? Because BLG are once again in that spot where you saw with the, the AI super server factored in. They can look to kind of play pretty comfortably. They don't need to really rush the pace of this game. Don't mind buying time for Bin to settle into this matchup, get the maiden up, start being a side lane threat, and of course, get Knight into that spot you always want with the Azir, getting 2 or 3 items down and just letting his range sing through here for BLG.
Good start here for BLG though, winning the bot lane matchup, or at least getting themselves a nice advantage in the 2v2. Jungle is slightly muted, not completely out of order quite yet. And for
This wave state.
Top
stinks.
Esports, as we get into later fights, even around this first dragon that's here, or the grubs that are in 2.5 minutes, you are basically reliant on either a Winter's Bite tag by Hong, or you are looking for Talia to get a combo down here. Not able to get those stuns, that is the entire crux of this matchup. If you can't get that stun, the Winter's Bite does very little after that. Gotta get those concussive blows to come on down.
Speaking of coming on down, hello Kanavi, welcome back to the bottom lane. It's once again eluded the vision. The BLG trying to set up here. Shadow going to finish off those Krugs, and Kanavi still trying to play around with this fog. But he's not going to look for the bot lane angle. Instead, Shadow's going to be spotted in that tri-brush. Kanavi just trying to poke and make sure the dragon is there as Knight does dash forward, goes for the Emperor's Divide onto Cream, but Kanavi is here to cover for his mid laner. Again, as it's been all series long, Knight cannot buy a 1v1 against Cream early, and it may not have been first blood AUG, but it's the 4th game in a row that Kanavi has killed off Knight in the 2v1.
Maokai's gonna grab himself, or at least start up the dragon. They can move their bottom lane. Maybe Shadow gets pulled off of here, and they try to force JackeyLove to miss out on part of the wave. Really, really clean stuff. You see that BLG, they can't even move forward here.
He's separated from one, but no.
He got body blocked!
Holy moly,
The
minion block! JackeyLove has to flash. Looks like the minions even want BLG to go to game 5 here, and Shadow's trying to propel them further. The shield comes down just in time for the Ren to come through for Elk.
That is a disgusting BLG minion. We gotta get him a pay raise. Maybe that guy's coming in for Shadow's job if they're not able to win this game. That was a tough look there for Top Esports. You get the flash out from JackeyLove. Hong ends up dying for a 2nd time in this game. Elk has to make it happen on this Kalista at this point. So much available to him in this draft, and it was going to rely on whether the mid or the AD carry of BLG could stand up to Top Esports. Not able to do all that much, and especially with that kill in mid lane, meant that Cream did have access to the Weaver's Wall, could have answered that play if they wanted it.
Next play is already rolling through here. Is Kanavi feeling comfortable to just solo out this dragon? Grubs are about a mere 10 seconds away. We're seeing the swaps finally start to come through here for BLG. Ong going to use that spellbook to TP up towards the top side. They've got 369 in the 2v1, and what is that mostly doing here for BLG? Allowing them to set up for 3 grubs, but TES are making a long march up towards the top side here, and they're going to get the flick back on the Knight. Not really any real damage, though. It should be the grubs still coming across. 369 needs to respect the 2v1, though. He nearly flashes into the handshake. Still a flash burn nonetheless.
That's impressive. One of the important parts of this matchup in topside is about saving your ultimates here. For Bin, if he pops down the Maiden, the Feast from Cho'Gath immediately one-shots her. But as long as you're saving that ability, it means that 369 can't use it on minion waves or even use it on objectives here. So 2 grubs going over to BLG, and now Bin taking over this bottom lane. He gets another wave for himself. BLG starting to eke out a pretty meaningful advantage here in this series, or in this game alone. And good control around objectives, strong play from the bottom lane. This is what we were looking towards when we were talking about Elk versus JackeyLove.
Such a weird spot to be in, because we're so used to this from BLG, getting up this much gold early. This is the first time this series they've really gotten an early lead and been in the spot to say, all right, what can we do to expand on that? Despite the fact that they have a game win, if you're joining in late, I can help you reminisce. Game 1 was all comeback mechanic for BLG. They really have been able to lead early, so to see them in this spot, it's normal given the split 3 circumstances, but not normal to the series we're currently in the upper bracket.
It's not even just the series. I mean, when else in all of LPL regular season have we seen Knight getting repeatedly throughout series focused in lane and getting targeted, as well as also falling? Usually Knight is pretty decent about being able to survive the ganks for the most part. JackeyLove getting traded upon.
Gonna get the handshake to pull him away from the turret. No, they can't get him out of the aggro, and Hogs in a snap engage. Elk takes a turret shot. Glacial Fissure gonna knock him up, and Elk and On overextend themselves, and just like that, their 2v2 lead explodes.
Cream can't even get here in time. Use the Weaver's Wall, has to go right back into mid lane. Nothing else that BLG can do to answer. It'll be another wave missed here. Elkanon losing summoner spells. Maybe Top Esports can grab themselves a plate. No, they're gonna reset and be ready for this timer. They've got to rotate again. Dragon spawns in 2.5. And Kanavi, he's got stuff to do. He's got a dinner date ready for after this series.
Might want to just set up a function under this tier 2 turret, tier 1 turret. Let's get a look back though at Elkanon just over-aggressing, thinking they have the ability to pull JackeyLiv away from this turret. I don't know what to make of this.
I mean, this was a fine trade for the most part, but Elk tanking turret shots on maybe even might have to just trade his life. Elkanon thought that they could do a little bit more. I know. Coach Homie is incredibly stressed with how this is looking. Bin's dead.
Bin. Yep. Sayonara. There's the Rupture knockup and Kanavi's second kill. BLG, what? I mean, we were propping up this lead. We're like, all right, finally, maybe we can see someone else support Knight, help BLG out of these early deficits they're always in. And just like that, they're basically back to ground zero.
Point in this series that we have seen repeatedly and we have talked about here on the broadcast during playoffs is support first items. Hong in every one of these games has gotten his redemption before on multiple times and sometimes multiple minutes before his opponents. Now Shadow loses a flash because JackeyLiv and Cream were almost about to make a play. JackeyLiv's flash is coming back up and the culling is going to be up and available here. So even with this gold lead, I don't think there's anything here for BLG aside from a Raptor camp. They're trying to starve Kanavi out of the jungle, but I think Beitron was doing a much better job of making sure that he was even with his counterpart, at least in the more playable games, barring game number 3.
Yeah, we don't talk about game number 3 anymore. All right, if we want this to go 5, that game 3 needs to be redacted from memory for now. Let's talk, though, about some first item power spikes coming across here. I mainly want to focus on the Profane Hydra for Kanavi that's seen a lot of buffs. And you see these carry junglers leaning on a bit more. And also the fact that JackeyLiv has the Essence Reaver. Lucian, we've seen a lot of scalers take over the AD meta. We've had conversations about 3 items, 4 items. But no, we're finally arriving on those Snowbally-esque champions. And JackeyLiv getting the Essence Reaver done is going to really help this Lucian push out a lot of damage in the mid game.
It'll also just mean that right now to be able to contest on mid-wave, it's a lot more difficult for Elk to properly walk up. No Blade of the Rune King available to him. None of that slow and movement speed boost that he would have access to normally. Let's see that right now. BLG trying to play between 2 spots right here. They want to walk into Dragon. They want to try to contest. They have Maokai Ultimate. All of these buttons that they can press. Knight is also going to make his way over. But because they didn't contest and because they weren't able to get vision deep enough, they're missing out on this mid-wave. Top Esports get to start on this first. Maybe they just try to trade instead of the Dragon. Go for Bin. Does 369. He uses the Feast. They will not have that secure.
Solo Crab going to spawn. BLG going to take control of it. It's going to be Shadow to smite it away. Hong takes a good lick of damage to start, but does have the heal in his back pocket. It's BLG, though, with the saplings and the vision that do have control of this Drake pin. They're going to be looking to start, but here comes the Reaver's Ball from Cream. Elk is sectioned off for the rest of the team, and the flick back lands on to On, and he uses the bailout just to buy time. 369 flashes himself back out of safety. Kanavi uses the ult to go right on top of Elk. Remember, he was pushed out of the fight, and now he's pushed back towards his fountain as Cream continues to land CC after CC, and BLG are falling one at a time. It's only Knight with the Emperor's Divide to find some form of salvation. But even that, salvation doesn't mean any kills. Those all go to Top Esports.
I love this pull and tug that we're getting from these 2 teams here. Not only have we talked about the interaction between our 2 top laners' ultimates, but really it is a game of chicken. Who is going to pull the trigger first on some of these fights? Are you going to be able to step forward? I think Shadow needed to either use his ultimate more proactively or get something to happen. Look at this knockup. On is unable to use the Keeper, or this ultimate. There is no hostile takeover coming on through, and the fight is completely split up here. JackeyLiv and Kanavi get right onto Elk. There is no ability for BLG to walk forward. Nothing from Knight to be able to stop this ultimate. He uses the ultimate to push Kanavi away after this. Coach Homie and the rest of Top Esports looking incredible here in this game number 4. Shaky laning phases be damned. They are playing to their advantage, and Kanavi now gets to just run through this game roughshod.
So glad that we got to see Kanavi lean right back into that carry-oriented jungle pick. He doesn't care who the jungler matching up on the other side of him is. All, even for the rest of these playoffs, you throw Shadow at him, you throw Beichuan, it doesn't matter. The way this guy's playing, no one can stop him except maybe the defending champion jungler. It feels like he has a date with Destiny in as the culling drops through. Elkin on very low. It's got to be the redemption that sets up for the Rift Herald take. So Shadow gets the smite down. But getting the Rift Herald itself is a whole other challenge. Shadow, you cannot throw this game away for the Herald. It's the hostile takeover. Sideways hit from On into the Emperor's Divide. Finally, Knight makes an impression on this series. Jackie Love and Cream are out of the fight. 369 looking for a feast, but he doesn't have enough damage. It's Kanavi to rescue one back. Finds the kill on the Shadow. Goes unstoppable. How much work can Kanavi do? No, he can't even find a trade kill. It's Knight again. Finally, the golden left hand brushes off the rust and saves BLG from the brink of destruction.
Let's get a recall in, boys, because we have got a fight and a game here in game number 4. Finally, a series where we see these two, and there is so many different ways that these two teams can control objectives. 369 with his feast, and more importantly for Elk, even if this Kalista is not going to be as useful in fights, it is about having access to the Rend here. Top Esports, I think you just need to be able to give here. This engage from On makes up for what was a lost fight around the Dragon. If Talia does not have flash or she cannot react in time, that's a free kill going over to BLG. Those are the 2 carries falling. Multiple kills for BLG, not only for Knight, but for Elk as well. And this was a massive investment. That was a teleport from 369. Now we got to get into a spot here, Slayer, where when we get back to live, it'll be 2.5 minutes before that Otacon spawns. And you're going to have a Cho'Gath Feast, Kanavi Smite versus Elk and Shadow.
Otacon, such a huge buff that we've talked about endlessly this LPL Split 3, and really all year with the changes it's seen. And so many LPL series have been thrown at the Otacon, and you may be asking yourselves, how do I approach the Otacon better? Well, it's best to learn from the pros themselves, and that's why we want to shout out once again our sponsor, prodiff.gg. You can use 10%, get 10% off with LPL 10 to learn sweet moves like this on how to use a Rift Herald, set up for Otacon properly, and bring your solo queue rank up. As we see Hong look for the engage on to Shadow. A huge choke coming across here for BLG. Redemption going to be able to stave off a lot of the early damage from Billy.
Oh my god. Kanavi was doing a hell of a lot of damage. That flash from Shadow basically saves him in this play. But now we're in a spot. On.
Flick back. No hostile takeover. Picked off again, just like the big fight won for TES, and they want more. They're hungry, feasting to chomp down on BLG, and Shadow without flash is the next one to see a stone and a wolf pack hunt him over the wall.
Minute before this Dragon spawns would be soul point here for Top Esports. Let's get this mid-tier 1. Let's use that Demolish on 369. How will BLG be able to enter into Fog of War? There are no wards on this bottom side jungle for them, and there'll be buttons that'll be very important for TES to play with as we get closer to this objective. Maybe they don't even play for the Dragon. Honestly, Slayer, with their lack of abilities and some of these ultimates, I might expect that Top Esports will drop this. Maybe they play towards the bottom side of the map. More important to spread yourself away and look towards the Otacon in 1 minute time.
At least for now, it looks like they're starting to get items on even keel footing between both sides. Flicker Blade done for Jackie Love to match the Rage Blade out from Elk. Got 2 items, a lead for Kanavi in items and a lead for Knight in items, something we haven't been able to say all series long. Gotta watch how those 2 leads interact as this Dance for the Dragon is set up. This would be Ocean Soul for Top Esports at around 20 minutes, a huge win con for them to get, but they are losing control rapidly of the river, and 369 is trapped in the play place. Gonna get the knockup, flash himself back out of safety, slippery stones, making sure nobody can fall 369, but the roots of the tree of Maokai follow. Hostile take over all of it to get 369. Kanavi goes in looking for the trade, cooling off to the side from Jackula, but none of the kills are coming through. Shadow's the first one to fall. Cream has to flash back, but Bin is hunting him down with the maiden. Kanavi's gonna re-engage though. Bin's gone too far forward, and Kanavi will not let him get away with it. Fate sealed, throws on into the next waiting arms, and Kanavi gets himself the triple kill. Kanavi looking for the highlight moment to end BLG's season, but Knight says, hell no! Bow down to the might of the gold left hand, and BLG!
3-0 triple kill for Elk here. He is putting spears into the back of Top Esports. That'll be the Dragon. Top Esports making massive mistake. BLG will not be able to grab themselves the Otacon. Is a teleport from 369. I thought there was plenty of mistakes there, but Top Esports are unable to finally put the nail in the coffin into Knight. He was using that range exquisitely in that fight, and this is exactly the game number 4 that the fans deserve. This starts off with what I thought was a mistake, because On brings 369 out of the Dark Procession. Lock up on the one side, Knight sends it forward, but Kanavi is firing. He is unable to be touched in this. It is just a simple knockaway by Shadow that keeps him safe. It is all about extending fights here for BLG. Can we allow for Kanavi? Can we allow for Elk and Knight to fire away at their opponents? It is so hard to play Callista into a Talia, an unraveled Earth. Look at that picture-in-picture right now. We are going to the Baron. No flash on Jackie Love, no flash on Cream.
The Otacon below half HP, guys. This replay isn't that worth it because the engage is coming out from BLG. Otacon aggro going to get dropped here. Hong trying to use a Glacial Fissure to buy some space. Bin has to flash over a seismic shove look from Cream, and Otacon has reset nearly to full HP. BLG still hurting from the resistances. This big bad buff drops off, but with the Rend available and that Rend Smite, they feel like they have enough control to try and burn through it. Do TES want to gamble? Basically, this entire game, I'm looking for the Otacon. It's only Hong that's able to step up, makes a good cage. Kanavi can't get in. Hong steals the Otacon with the sealed spellbook smite. How does he get away with that into the red smite from BLG?
We were setting up that you have Callista for the Rend. That is all she can do in mid-game. BLG, critical error in this mid-game. What the hell is going on between these two teams? We've seen throws, we've seen dominant early games, but this game number 4 is back and forth. The Otacon goes over to Hong. How does he doesn't even have it, by the way, at the start of this. He needs to be out of combat. He has to wait 5 seconds here. Q, 2200, 19, 17, 184. 184. I don't even know what to say. How do you get diffed? This was not even the starting support for Top Esports of the year. We had Crisp on this roster. He gets sent off into Weibo. So many questions about if Hong was going to be able to perform.
Oh no. Shadow may be caught here. Nature's Grass dropped. Weaver's wall gonna try and section people off. The cooling has to come down from Jackie Love to try and protect Hong. Hong and Shadow very low, but it's Knight over the wall. Trying to throw Sand Soldiers, but he gets thrown up. Good stasis to get away from that flick back. Can Kanavi get in? No, the heals, the shields, they're too much. And Knight is done messing around in this series. And he wants blood paid back to him in full. And Kanavi will burn down. Knight has finally arrived to this series for BLG.
There it is, and that should be what feels like the nail in the coffin for this game number 4. BLG have constantly been pressing onto Top Esports. They've been getting all of their summoner spells, and even with Kanavi getting as close as he can, even with miracle steals from Hong.
Elk! Oh my god. Oh, he gets knocked up though. Chomp, bailout. See ya later, Elk. Again, pushing his lead and limits too far.
Oh, Knight's also trying to do it. He's going to try and get some revenge onto his JDG kinfolk. 369 gets to 100 HP, but does not fall here. The carries of BLG have needed to make it happen. They have been absent in some of these other games. And now we get some time to breathe here, Slayer. There is not another objective for at least 40 seconds. Baron will be spawning, and 20 after that will be the Dragon. Jackie Love is so far behind. Cream is so far behind, but their flashes will be up for this next fight, and it has to be here where either Top Esports make a stand and end this series, or BLG, they send us to that lovely, incredible Game 5.
Where can they make it happen? They're waiting on those flash timers as the Baron hits the Rift once more. Glad you pointed it out, Alk, and I want to sing it further home. The gold leads are one thing, but just look at the difference in items, especially Knight able to complete that Zhonya's. So this burst-oriented comp for TES can get stalled out, and the longer fights go, the bigger and badder Knight gets here. As we see the TP come across from Hong to try and join with the rest of the team. They're trying to find any way to maneuver themselves back towards this Baron, but it's becoming tougher and tougher.
Looking at items here, Kanavi is on 3. I'm kind of confused as to why there is a Heart Steal at 25 minutes, 21 stacks here, or 21 HP from 369. If there's ever a time for us to maybe call out for a useless Cho'Gath, it might be here. BLG will grab access to this second dragon here. 2 Ocean Drakes. Still a huge lead. Look at Elk here with triple items. Same thing with Knight. No Infinity Edge completed for Jackie Love. That feels like it's going to be the next breakpoint for Top Esports if they want any ability to be able to contest BLG in this game number 4. And a reminder for what this means going into Worlds. BLG, a win here automatically qualifies them either as the first or the second seed, at the very least, going into Worlds 2025. Top Esports, even with a win tonight, would have to win the entirety of Split 3 in order to auto-qualify.
And knowing all of that and how important it is for Top Esports to keep their auto qualification alive, it has been utter dominance the past 2 years from BLG. They are 5-1 in best-of-5 formats up against Top Esports. Their only lone loss, funnily enough, Alk, was 3-1 in Split 1 playoffs. The same score the Top Esports, trying to make another comeback, are looking to attain to keep that lifeline alive to head directly to Worlds.
So we take a look at this setup. It's really tough for Top Esports to break this line. A Seer turret as well is going to make it even more difficult for them. Kanavi can sneak into the back line. We can maybe see something, but for Top Esports, their entire composition is that mid-range that we were talking about from Draft. Can they make a pick onto a single member? Can the Unraveled Earth provide to be enough of a nuisance for some of the players here, some of the champions on BLG? They're going to start this up. Your Srens have to be true. Shadow, you have to be able to land this.
Have to be able to hit your smite key. They're going to try to trade the Baron for maybe Bin. Here comes Weaver's Wall. Kanavi's in the pin. Does he have another steal in him? No! Shadow finally secures this Baron. Gets the Ren down, and BLG have the Baron, but they're looking for more. They want to end this game now as Elk uses the Fate's Call to throw on in, and Elk is dipping, dashing, and dodging all around TES on their backline. Cream and Kanavi can't even find the kill on the Shadow, and they can't knock down Knight. The LPL English Split 3 MVP shows up in the witching hour. Ace to BLG. Bring on Game 5. Bring me Silver Scrapes.
That's what we wanted to see, and there was no other way this series could have ended. It could not have been without a 3-0, a 3-1. It had to be 5 games for a spot in the grand finals. BLG have arrived, 7-1-7 for the man in the mid lane. Let's go ahead. Let's get that game number 5.
40 champions off the board, LPL finals, Worlds contention, all on the line as we are tied up 2-2 in the upper bracket.
Let's get excited. Shadow, you deserve a grin on your face. There is nothing but drama here. Really making the BLG fans sweat for this win here tonight. Gotta go to 5, man. BLG, they started off the playoffs reverse sweeping Jindong Gaming, an unlikely adversary for them. The 3-1 domination versus IG. And they come into this series off the back of a miracle win in game number 1, a game 2 that was not particularly as dominant from them, a game 3 slacking from Kanavi. And now here, game number 5.
Game 5 is soon to come. But to set us up for that, there's no one better than our awesome analyst. Oh, actually, we're not going straight.
They get to have a break?
Okay, we're giving breaks.
All
to
right,
the
yeah.
analyst
We got
desk
silver
now?
scrapes. That's right.
Okay, you know what? Yep, that's right. We're going to hear from the analyst desk, but before we do that, we are going to do the most famous and most ceremonious thing competitive League of Legends ever has. All you know what's coming. Enjoy the Game 5 setup silver scrapes coming your way now.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Call us a declawed cat at a fork factory because we are scraping some silver here in Game 5 of the upper bracket finals of the LPL Split 3. Top Esports and BLG are going the distance, and some great team fighting by Billy. The smites from Shadow weren't great, but his setups came in were very good at the end of that game.
The smile was great. That's what mattered. He came on stage. He was a happy camper. He did some EU Maokai duty, and BOG's in Game 5.
Really is that simple, huh? Really, the formula is quite easy to follow at this point. New jungle equals BLG win. Hold on.
Beishwan Game 5?
Call.
Yeah?
I'm getting a phone. I gotta go, guys. I've been called for a new role. No,
New role. He's done it all.
New role
Color caster,
coming in.
YouTuber, desk host, and
Yeah,
now jungler for BLG. Nice job. Came in, everybody.
Yeah, you know, I hope they enjoy jungle Orianna. I hope that that's the direction they like this going in. But
I hate to inform you,
jokes
Fearless
aside-
took that off the board, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, I've been taken out. But yeah, no. What a great comeback from BLG. That game looked really bad for them for quite a long time, and the resilience that they came in with, and the ability to step up in the team fights when they needed to the most, rely on the strategy that they've been going for throughout the entire series, really commendable.
It's been fun to watch here for BLG, no matter which jungler they currently have. I don't know if production, I know we took a bit of a short hiatus before the player of the game ended up getting announced. I don't know exactly who that was. If somebody can let us know. It goes to Elk on the Kalista. Very fair, especially because of couple of these team fights that we are going to look at here in just a couple of short moments. This guy.
Yeah. Yeah, we'd see Elk Pog. We're going to run some highlights from there. But, yeah, I mean, Elk was a beast in that game. I think that a big part of that game was the fact that On On's been having a bad series, but I think On had the game-changing fight there with that blast cone into the hostile takeover that cut out both of the top esports carries. And from there, BLG started to get a lead. I like their draft a lot. I think the big mistake from this draft was that top esports took Braum on 2. I know Azir Braum is considered a very strong combo, but the caster was talking about all these engaged supports that are down. Blinding Braum, you open up to really give away something like a Kalista Renata, and I felt like the comp that BLG was able to round out from there, like from that moment, I really felt like they had the better draft.
Hey, I mean, gotta credit On here. I know you've been critical of him, Covey, but he had a really sick Renata ult here in this game.
That was big. He had a couple oopsies for the rest of the game, but that was the game-changing play for me for BLG.
Yeah, I think, the oopsies we can overlook. You just got to make the big plays, Who cares about the little stuff? That's not what support's for. Jokes aside, obviously, it was a really huge play for On, and I think he played some of these other fights, okay as well. Certainly one of the better games he's played this series, but it truly just came down to the bot lane stepping up. We really get to see it in this fight. I mean, this is just a carry takeover coming in from BLG. It looks like Kanavi is actually set up for a pentakill here. Honestly, this fight looks terrifying for BLG. If he had landed that Q early on in the fight, there is a real shot that he is looking at a potential pentakill, but the damage is just enough to come in. Elka's gliding at the perfect time. Jackie Love, walks into that rend, and he ends up picking up the 3 kills alongside Knight's damage on the Azir, who had a phenomenal game as well. And that's what it comes down to. If you're going to have those big moments in, big spots on champions like Kalista and Azir that do have so much agency, yeah, that's going to be the difference maker. And these are the players we expected to see going into today.
I mean, yeah, Elk, 2 MVPs in both of BLG's wins. We talk about what they've been able to do without Knight performing and kind of being sequestered to a dark corner in the early game where he's not able to do too much. Other people are going to have to step up, and, Elk has been able to do so in the 2 wins, whether it was the proactivity on his Kai'Sa back in the first game, finding picks onto Jackie Love with the killer instincts, and then, of course, that crucial fight around the Dragon where he's able to get that double kill, or triple kill, I should say, but the 2-for-1 special on the Rend in that one. But, across the rest of the game, something that is interesting about this, Covey, is even though BLG won those 2 fights kind of in succession, this game was not over after that. We played some pretty close League of Legends, including, some really chaotic fights around some major objectives.
Yeah, I really feel like BLG stepped up in those fights, and I know that Knight's had a tough series, been focused on a lot, but his Azir was really big in that game. I think a lot of it still came down to the draft for top esports. I did not like the draft. I feel like they lack main engage. In your words, K-Man, an LPL team that's lacking main engage usually gets lost. I feel like at times we did see that from top because they kind of have fake engage. Like, Taliyah can help with that. We did see some Taliyah walls actually work or help out when that was the case, but we were not able to see them find something cohesive. And I think that later on, it ended up just being too much damage, too much control from the BLG comp. Like, once they got going in that game, you don't outscale Maokai. I think they had a lot of really bad picks left in New York. Like, I understood the Cho'Gath that game, but you're signing up for a really low damage composition, rocking a Cho'Gath, Taliyah, Lucian, and then no main engage. I just think the Brahman 2 really put them in a hole because they weren't able to find a main engage later on in the draft, and then you open up for, like, that Kalista Renata lane that I think is pretty positive into a Braum lane, and Braum just doesn't have any good interactions in that game. Like, yes, you can work Winter's Bite with his teammate, but it's pretty hard to proc that against, like, Maokai, Azir, Kalista Renata, York. Like, those are not champs that Braum is a happy camper into. And I think that if you just take Talia on 2, because Azir was already showing, you might actually open up a support counter, which like Lucian can use with stuff like Milio and Nami. So I didn't really understand. Again, I know Azir Braum is strong, but I think that if they show Azir Braum, you could take an Enchantress and kind of play the way that you did with the Karma, and you know, play the longer fights, like play for the redemption. I think the top esports play well around that. So I didn't really understand the Braum that early. I think they really signed themselves up for a hole.
I completely agree. I don't think there's really a lot you can argue against that. I really do think it kind of pigeonholed them in a lot of different ways, and it wasn't just the Braum affecting how that bot lane ended up going, or what you wanted to take in a couple, you know, the Cho'Gath and things like that. Neferi had to come through because of that low damage comp. Like, you're basically opting into a situation where you need Kanavi to get super fed, and while he's been good at that throughout this series, it's certainly something you don't want to feel has to happen. You want to feel like you can be a bit more flexible with how these drafts go, and BLG called their bluff in that second round of bans as well, so leaving things like Vi on the table. So definitely a lot still available for the teams to be able to go into a game 5 with, and you know, we certainly hopefully have not seen the best drafting from either of them yet.
You know, when Cubby, the world's #1 Braum shill in the entire server of North America, and maybe the world, is one telling us that we shouldn't be picking it that early in the draft, I feel like maybe it was not the best move for BLG, especially
when engaged supports are off.
Of all those engaged supports, exactly, as you say. And speaking of that, the reason that there were no engaged supports to pick was because we are in Game 5 now of a true Fearless format of this upper bracket final. And, okay, man, now it's a good time, I think, to pull up our graphic from a little bit earlier on in the pre-show, just showcasing some of the best champions that all of these players have in the season. There's a couple of them that have, you know, gone through and are still available. I'm namely looking at things like, you know, the Xin Zhao and stuff like that for Kanavi, the Poppy potentially here for Shadow. Like a lot of
Poppy and Nico stay banned. Poppy and Nico will 100% be banned in the next game. I don't see a world where either team wants those through. Kind of curious to see what BLG ends up letting through, because it's going to be top esports on blue side most likely.
Yeah, I think that really is the question, right? Is just, what are you willing to give right now that is considered a more, you know, niche pocket pick? I think that Cream's Akali is certainly something that I don't expect to be picked early, but certainly is a blue side option overall. So we'll see how that ends up kind of going as we get more champion pools kind of coming in here. I think the Vi is certainly something I'm looking at if it does end up getting through draft. At this point, I mean, the reliable engage that you have is very low. If you're looking for jungle picks specifically for Shadow, you can see 5 games of Sejuani. I expected that to come out in game 4. Went for the Maokai instead. The tank kind of worked, at least the style ended up at least being in their favor. Wouldn't be surprised to see them go back to the well here.
I think the top is, they're on blue side. I think they for sure take away Poppy. They for sure take away Bard. And then I think Nico has to be taken away by BOG. I'm curious on red side because, like, I was a little bit surprised that Azir and Talia were let through, because you could have a world in game 5 where, like, if there is a lot of pressure on BOG to drop bans, you can drop both and play the handshake. I was surprised that didn't happen. I think other champs that's going to be really big in this game 5. Victor, I think that's been one of Cream's better control mages, been a big pick for Knight. I would not be surprised if we see a Galio ban or an early Galio pickup too by Top Esports, just to ensure they can play some sort of early game, which Top has been really focused on, between playing early game and focusing down and setting Knight behind.
Something else to consider is, you know, now that we're in the game 5, sure, some really powerful picks that have been prevalent in the meta are still definitely available. I noticed, you know, a Gwen is still up on the board.
Gwen.
You know what's crazy?
And the Galio, like you were talking about.
You know what's crazy, Grapes? This entire split, we have yet to see Bin play Gnar or Jax. I think those are like his 2 signature champions, along with the Asante Renekton. But
yeah,
no, there's no Jax, no Gnar in his match history. I think if there's any game to bust it out, it's got to be this one in game 5, where Bin kind of turns back the clock and plays a champ where, I mean, I think when he's on both of those champions, Bin looks like he is on another level. So I would not be surprised to see BLG go back to the Well of Comfort. Definitely expect to see heavy Sejuani prio too from each of these teams, as that's a big deny from Shadow and BLG, and could also open up some of those melee picks for Cream that we've already seen be effective in the series with that Yasuo and the Silas Flux the jungle.
And I was going to say, some other pocket picks that are still on the board. Draven is an option that can be whipped out by both of the bottom lanes. You talk about the Sejuani already, pairing that alongside a Cream melee pick, a specialty. I don't think the Akali's been picked just yet. You also have the Galio, and then even a Yone still on the table came in. A lot of really powerful options here as we get ready for Game 5 of Fearless. And again, just setting the stakes for what this game really means. BLG can win with this series, make it to grand finals for the second straight split, and qualify for Worlds with one more Nexus. A lot of pressure here for them, and I love the narratives of qualifying teams for Worlds, but part of me also likes having the chaos up in the air of not knowing who exactly those 4 representatives are going to be. So I'm kind of down for anything right now.
That's the exciting thing, Graves, is that you're looking at a situation where, the winner of this is either in a great spot to go to Worlds or is going to Worlds, but the loser of this isn't done yet. They move down to the lower bracket. They go down to lower bracket finals, and they still have a chance to be your LPL champions, to still go as the #1 seed. With how both of these teams have looked across this series, it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility for them to be able to recuperate. But, as qualifying for Worlds versus getting into the regional qualifier, there's a pretty big difference in terms of, how comfortable you feel if you're not one of those top 2 teams. This would be massive for either team to get themselves the championship points, to get that much closer and to be 1 series away from getting themselves to the World Championships and also becoming LPL champions. A huge accomplishment for everybody here.
Yeah, still a little more work to do. You got to win that grand finals, of course, but for BLG, it would be great for them to lift their first trophy of the year, for Knight to get over that hump and break that tie with some real legends, including people like Clearlove here in this space. Cubby, before we head into Game 5, any final thoughts about either of these teams?
BLG cannot keep on getting away with this. It needs to be a top esports win for the region. Something that no LPL fan actually thinks. But hey, I think it'd be a huge win for top. They did not beat BLG in Split 2. No, they split series here in Split 3. I think the playoff loss, that 3-0 that they faced to BLG in Split 2 playoffs, that was pretty demoralizing for top esports. We saw them kind of bomb out of the bracket to the likes of a lot of the LPL fans after their Split 1 international performance. But hey, if I look at teams in the regular season performance throughout the year of LPL, combining all 3 splits, top esports has been the best team. I would like to see them at Worlds. I really would. So I think a win here would be really big for them, building up some confidence and getting that side select in our grand final. That's also a big prize with how important blue side is in the LPL. So let's see if they can do it against BLG here.
These teams traded blows in the regular season, 2 games apiece. They've traded blows here in the upper bracket finals, 2 games apiece. Things have been so tightly contested between TES and BLG, just like it has been over the past 5 years here in the LPL. Game 5 about to begin as we send our first LPL representative to the grand finals. Let's send it on over to Slayer and Ulk for the call.
Thank you once again, Graves and Analyst Desk. Yes, folks, we are moments away from the final few blows being thrown between our 2 teams. The upper bracket final has not disappointed, Ulk. Let's dive into this Game 5 draft, man. What are you thinking?
So many different things at play here. Galio, Poppy, Nico, and Kiana. These have been mainstay bans. Yunara as well. We're getting the Akali band here again. What is the first pick here for top esports? Because some interesting things that I think Cubby was starting to mention. The Jax, we have not seen 369 play this champion all of Split 3. And while there's that Gnar that 369 does have, those 2 champions are ones that I think we would most symbolically refer to as bin champions. And we've not seen them here so far in this split. Vi immediately going to be that first pick, and when a dangerous champion for Kanavi. He is incredible on this champion, and especially giving him a go button like this, there are very few tools. Now we're going to see a Caitlyn lane that has been split up from her Karma pairing. Is this going to be on the Elise? Or are we going to maybe get
a Lux angle?
I don't know. We haven't seen Caitlyn Lux in a really long time.
I know. I'm just trying to rack my brain on those Caitlyn pairings like you're talking about because the Karma's out. The Elise is going to be the shout. Hyper volatile bottom lane here for BLG. And I love it, Ulk, knowing that they, outside of the one blunder on the top lane 2v2, took control of this bottom lane matchup and never looked back. But speaking of really good pairings, Cream locks this one in. How about this staple one in a Game 5? Vi, Ahri, it seems too good to pass up.
No Silas either, so maybe it's just a Victor Knight performance coming on through. Bot lane does get a little bit tricky from this situation. If Top Esports don't lock in an 80 carry here or something for Jackie Love, could be a situation where you're kind of asking for some pretty tough times in bottom lane. This 2v2 we've seen multiple times from Elkin on. Is it going to be a Jackie Love Jhin Game 5, or is it going to be the champion that put him on the map? It is going to be that Jhin, so more long range and a game where now I think it is completely held in Kanavi and Cream's hands. Jhin can be someone that can hold on to this lane, but is more likely going to be something that is going to help set up or be a facilitator for the rest of this team.
So interesting that we have gone through so many junglers, so many champions. We see bans still reflecting some of those junglers in game 5, and it's 5. Yeah, I mean, nothing could have predicted that. And it's so funny knowing how mundane of a matchup this has been in so many LPL games, but that's how the Fearless has gone, folks, and we now shift our attention into the second phase of bans where, oh boy, let's start cracking our brain on some of these support picks they can lean on to. I know one of our supports here might favor a Blitzcrank angle if it comes up. I'm just saying, because I don't know where else we might be able to go here.
Yeah, Hong, at least in this split, all of his champions are taken out, whether they were banned or taken away through Fearless. So we're going to see a completely unique champion that we haven't seen in Split 3 from him. And Hong historically has been a player that really made his name on champions like Blitzcrank and Thresh. Blitzcrank is going to be the one that's banned. We got that Bard champion as well taken away. Champion we haven't really seen from him all that much this year. Lissandra taken away from Knight, a champion that he pulled out in Game 5 or Game 4 versus IG. Very, very good performance there. So are they going to allow for this Victor matchup? Are they okay with it? Is this maybe a situation where they try to force Knight onto Cassiopeia or maybe even a Ziggs?
That's a great shot. This is already such a powerful Cassiopeia game. I mean, immediately it would really slow down this Vi Ahri combo, but you know what else slows them down? Demonic Ascension. And Knight playing a little bit into the lore of League of Legends, looking to be the lord not over Noxus, but the Lord and Harbinger of this series on the Swain pick.
This is so incredible. We go way back into split number 1. One of the first specifies we've got from Knight was a Swain. And now Top Esports, what is going to be the pair? We're getting a Jhin Pyke lane. This feels like a culmination. Top Esports going for a pick composition. BLG are going to basically say, nope, we're going to stiff arm you away from your opponents. We're going to try to utilize our range with both the Swain and this Elise Caitlyn lane. Xin Zhao as well, that ultimate I think creates so many issues for Top Esports. We thought maybe they didn't have enough damage in game number 4. Well, now they're going to have an overwhelming amount. Up to Bin. Are we going to be going for, are we going to see finally the Aatrox, which we haven't seen since Split 1 and MSI, a single game played at MSI versus GAM. What is it going to be here for Bin?
I think it's a good look, but because it buys space and, like you mentioned, keeps them at arm's distance. But you know what else does that, Ulk? Bringing yourself into a 1v1 where you are heavily favored, and that is the mantra of this Mordekaiser, and that one will be locked in. I'm a huge Mordekaiser fan, and we are getting a Bin Mord game to try and force 1v1s and sustain through this pick comp from TES. Ulk, where are we feeling about this draft? Our final one of the upper bracket final.
Very explosive from Top Esports side, but it is going to be a composition that once it starts to stumble is going to continue to lose out, and they need to work quickly because Knight is going to have access to so much HP in this game. Imagine a Rod of Ages, maybe a Leandri's, a Riftmaker, things of this nature. They're going to give him a lot of HP and ability haste, alongside maybe even a Bloodletter's Curse. So many options for Knight to be unkillable in this game. Xin Zhao is going to do the same. Mordekaiser is going to be a threat in this game. So what can Top Esports do? How early can we see them really punish this? And what have we said all season long? For Cream, you have to be the difference maker. You are surrounded by incredible players in bot lane and in top lane and in jungle, but you need to bring it home. You need to show that in your second year on a top level LPL team that you deserve the right to play here, that you deserve the ability to represent the LPL internationally. And what better to do it on his Ahri, a champion that he is well known for and has a pretty ridiculous win rate on.
We've had countless Game 5s with multitude levels of stakes, but all of them pale in comparison to where we are now. Split 3, upper bracket final, Game 5, Worlds and Grand Finals contention on the line. And we will return to Summer's Rift for a final time and bring in those Jayos. Oh, no.
Oh, we're getting a level 1.
Oh,
Slayer,
no.
It's Game 5. Okay,
Please,
both
no.
teams
Don't
have seen
flip it.
each other.
Guys, come on, it's game, oh no, it's Game 5! And the hook harpoon lands, but a huge pullback comes across from Bin. That is first blood over to BLG. It's secured by Shadow, and the Mord passive value becomes huge, but another harpoon lands on it, immediately flashes with the charm, doesn't bring it back towards Storm, and it sets up the crit shot for Jackie Love, but a trade back lands on the Shadow. And if this series couldn't get any crazier, we could flip level 1, and Billy Gaming come out on top.
On uses the repel, doesn't give first blood away. Shadow gets to start off the game with 2 kills. That's a long sword and a moat there. BLG, we're getting scrappy in the early game. This is what we wanted to see from both of our teams. BLG come out the victors for this, and we look at what was traded. A single Ignite for top esports and a multitude of flashes. We have had questions about On. He has had not the best series here. He gets hit with almost every single ability, but a last moment repel keeps him alive in this one and sets his team up for success, not even 1 minute in.
Hong doing due diligence to get one back with these charms, so they do get their 1 kill for top esports onto Jackie Love. But as we marked with these 2 compositions, the fact that BLG are coming out ahead early is so impactful, knowing the timer these top esports champions are on, especially this Pyke. This Pyke value will fall off a cliff later into this game, but luckily Hong's not thinking about that now. Harpoon not gonna land, great repel comes across for on again. They don't get the Pyke stun as well. Deadly Flourish will layer, but it's again BLG's bottom lane grabbing more control, surrendered space by TES, and it's Kanavi. It feels like he has to come off his clear to provide some value. There he shows on the ward. On and Elk trying to race back. They have flashing cleanse on Elk, but On doesn't have it. Hong able to flash away from On looking for the trade. The repel, though, back to the minions. It's the Deadly Flourish eaten by Elk, but he cleanses it out, and somehow On once again escapes death. Oh no, Kanavi, though. Good vault breaker. He cancels the dash. Shadow doesn't want to go in. Harpoon lands up, goes flash away, but Jackie Love gets the crit shot through, and they're going to find Hong as the trade back. Shadow not going to land the way when comes Lightning, gets a flash away from Jackie Love. Deadly Flourish comes back down. This chaotic early game has more in store as Kanavi flashes after On and finally cuts down the Spider's legs.
It is 3 minutes. We have 7 kills. Only LPL possible.
Only LPL.
LCK, we would have had 0 kills. We wouldn't have had any of this here. LPL crazy is our game. And right now we are seeing it is Jackie Love 2-0-1, a bounty on his head. Kanavi with a similar scoreline. Hung has died twice in here, but a masterful ability to get right back into the fray. Barely doesn't get a flash undertow. That would have made Elk either die a lot earlier or maybe we get a bigger advantage. Now he is sitting in mid. It's kind of
oh my god.
Oh,
fast start from Creep. Deadly Flourish. There's the lockdown. And just like it's happened all series long, Knight falls early.
Knight, he gets taken down, but remember, he had lost his flash in that level 1 trade. Any damage that Cream would have gone to stick, that is the punish that we wanted to see. And right here, this is the mistake I was talking about from Hong. He dashes, gets stunned by On, does not get the flash undertow that he was looking for. Holy crap, man. This is exactly what a Game 5 needs. Even both junglers getting pulled off of their clears, summoner spells being lost, Hong gets a flash, gets the kill onto Elk, giving it over to his AD carry. We're getting messy mechanics, but this is what is needed between 2 of the best mechanical teams here in the LPL all year long. It has been Top Esports and BLG who are going to throw down and try to out-hands you.
All right, let's take stock of the big items that have now come through in accelerated fashion thanks to the classic LPL start to a game. We don't have time for it because these junglers still don't care about camps. They care about ganks. Shadow's on a ward though, but it's Kanavi on the top side looking for a gank into Bin. This is a great timer to go for because there's no Death Realm for Bin to lean on. Instead,
he's looking for
he just has to eat the damage. He's trying to get 6. He's going to pull it off right off onto 369, but he didn't have enough health in the tank. A desperate play, but it's another kill found for Kanavi.
Man, I understand. You could see what Bin was thinking. He's like, okay, if I can fight in the mini wave, I can get level 6. He gets it to the very end. He will teleport or have the ability to teleport back into top side, but he will not have his ultimate. And now we're getting a lane swap. No flash on Bin. This is tough. Goodbye, 369. You have to flash.
I hope you enjoyed your kill, man, because you're going to pay it back twofold. Oh, the flash body slam, a desperate play. But 369, you just got to accept the death there, brother.
He needed to teleport to the wave. He didn't think that the bot lane was going to be able to walk up that soon. Elk, he opted for the call, so he doesn't have as much damage, but the lockdown from BLG is good. There's not even grubs yet on the map. This is the earliest dragon we have seen in this series. Bin is now even hovering around mid because he knows there's nothing for him to do topside right now. This is going to be the first dragon at 620 here for BLG.
It's just massive to see
It's 10
both of
kills
these.
at 6.5 minutes.
I'm like struggling to take stock of this. I'm trying to catch up on some of these items, who's so far accelerated, and it's hilarious that our 2 junglers are even in gold, but they hold 5 of the 10 kills, half those kills. Why is Bin bottom lane? What is happening?
Because he has nothing. He's homeless top lane. There's nothing for him to grab up there.
All right, I guess we're diving. Explosive cast comes across. Stan's going to land, though, on. Has to repel out of turret aggro. Shadow to take it next as Elk picks up the kill to 369. Really good allocation of turret shots there from BLG. Can Cream find an angle in? They have an idea that he's looking for this flank, but it's not going to manifest.
This is what feels like a culmination of so much this year. Not only the fact that this is a chaotic game number 5 to start, but Gragas, an infamous champion for 369. We started off the year talking about Demacia Cup, talking about Split 1, and how there's a famous clip of old top esports, Karsa yelling at 369, talking about, why can't you learn Gragas? All year we've been asking you to play this champion. You try to play Gnar, you lose into it. He finally wins Split 1 on Gragas, and he gets a farewell post, a thank you from Brother Karsa. He even tells him, hey, I finally did it for you. But here in this game number 5, he is falling short yet again. Now 1-3 on this Gragas, on a pick that seemingly he's going to try and go like full AP and try to burst someone out.
It's a tough climb back here for 369. I do want to make stock of the fact that Jackie Love was able to free farm that freeze on the top side forever. He may not have a CS lead, but he's got serious experience for doing so. He's allowed for TES to go for these grubs. They've got Knight on a reset and Shadow clearing camps. So like TES have done through a lot of early games, Kanavi has made it a point to always prioritize these grubs in this series.
It has been BLG who have been getting, I think, the better of them across the series. We saw 2 grubs consistently when we had that Morgana game. We try not to, maybe trying to forget that game for some.
One Morgana game.
Exactly. There you go. But it is going to be the swap here. You're going to continue to put Jackie Love in top side. Imagine that he will rotate after this wave. Elkanon are going to show up. Also, Gragas. I love how these 2 top laners, they just kind of have to move around the map. Bin did get a turret plate on the bottom side and also pushed out those waves there. So trying to even up at least a little bit of the gold here for 369. Now it's going to be the late rotation. Elk, again, very close to finishing his call. Probably going to be another, 5 to 6 minutes, depending if he's able to consistently farm here. So around the 15-minute mark, this BLG comp is going to spike a little bit harder. Also see that Jackie Love has opted for those plated steel caps very early on. It is 9.5 minutes, and both of our junglers have completed Sundered Skies.
That's just the game we have in front of us.
Oh, yeah.
And it's awe-inspiring to think about how Shadow has had to step into this role and now have such a huge goal lead up against Kanavi. But it's, again, the bottom lane where we go to, where all the fighting is happening. But That wasn't much of a fight coming across from Hong. He gets popped like a balloon. That's what happens when Pyke gets locked down, and Hong has to learn the hard way.
We cannot be trying to make this play onto On. This is basically, if you're aiming at Elise, she has to have no spiderlings every single time. And the self-slow, as we saw there, sets up very easily for top esports to get punished. So Hong getting abused in this lane gives another kill over to BLG, and that means that JackieLove, for the most part, should be fine. What it really does, it means that BLG can now open up On to get out into the rest of the map. Hong is going to be here, and he's very close to level 6. On, however, he doesn't need that power spike. He's playing Elise. He already has access to his ultimate.
Curtain Caller trying to set up the death for below, or maybe just a harpoon. It's the Elk Flash that has to come out. I'm glad that Hong understands, despite all these misplays, when you're playing a champion like Pyke, honestly, your score really doesn't matter. It's all about getting on the rift and looking for picks constantly in this window. I cannot stress enough how useless a late game Pyke will feel for Hong. So I'm glad that he's still looking for these proactive plays. But speaking on those plays,
oh, that's the ultimate.
It's again Bin that's getting targeted. That's explosive cast and flash out. But they don't know that Shadow is waiting in the wings. Kanavi goes for the cease and desist, but he is going to be set up for the kill onto Shadow if the Crescent Guard doesn't come across here, and nobody drops.
3 out of the 4 ultimates used there in that play. Nobody dies. It's a trade of flashes. Bin for Kanavi. Kanavi can go back and continue to farm here. He's going to try to keep up his tempo around the map, especially getting closer to those finished smites. If he can get it in 11 more camps. Teleport here. They're going to look for a play on Knight. He has about half a bar of mana. He has his ultimate as well.
We're going to get an early test at how well BLG can keep this TES burst comp at arm's distance. He's going to flash over the Deadly Flourish, trying to get the most out of this Demonic Ascension. Hog is the easy first target. Going to pick that kill up. JackieLove has to flash away from Knight. His Bin TP's in and drags 369 into his arena of doom. 369 trying to use the turret, but these isolated Qs do so much, and the flash is too late. On finds the kill. They can't even pick off Knight right now. TS is scrambling, and Shadow senses the weakness, dashing after them. It's Cream that has to use the Spirit Rush. Flash Cocoon, but a great dodge comes out from Kanavi. That surely would have been another kill for BLG, but instead, TS only end up losing 2 members.
Oh my God,
as they look for another
Cream!
trap. It's the trap as Cream dashes into it, and Kanavi throws himself to the wolves. The kills come across. Death from below gets one back for Hog. Katie gets the resets. Yes, finds himself a second. JackieLove can't get close enough. It's Shadow dashing on top of him, but JackieLove heals just enough to get back under turret. 18 kills in 13 minutes of Game 5.
All year long, we have been asking, where did the LPL go? Where were the crazy games? Where were the games that had 18 kills at 13 minutes? It took all year. It took 9 months for this to happen. This has been the culmination of so many storylines, even Cubby hitting it on the desk. Top Esports, the best regular season all of 2025 versus a BLG comp, or BLG team that refuses to lose in these best of 5s here in split number 3. We take a look back at this play. Hong dies, and he walks back to this play. That is how crazy these fights are. Another 369 death feels like another Friday, to be honest here. And BLG continue to get the better of Top Esports here in this game. A mischarm from Cream that'll not be the first one we see. And I don't even care anymore. Send me to live. There is a dragon happening. And it looks like Top Esports, they're not going to even be able to contest as Cream, another mistake from the mid laner.
Steps on that trap. Right as Kanavi looks to go in, the headshot comes halfway across the screen. Like you called out, it's Hong to rescue this somehow, finally getting access to that death from below to scrape up some of these kills, but it's still BLG back ahead. And how much is that a detriment for this TES comp? Again, Ulk, the Top Esports have never been able to get ahead with this such early game burst-oriented style.
By Ari, man. Even with some of these plays, we are seeing the game still go over in favor of BLG. It's 2 turret plates to 3 in favor of Billy. And all intents and purposes, BLG have kind of won the early game for the most part. It's 3 grubs to Top Esports, but 2 dragons to BLG, and they're the comp that I would say I consider to scale a little bit better as the shot clock runs up. So Knight has to be really, really careful about when and where he pulls his shot, because Yes, he has Demonic Ascension, and he has this Rylai's, which I think is going to be massive for this game. But I think that BLG spike really hard on 2 and 3. They will be much stronger if they can stall this game out another 10 minutes here.
Let's see if they approach this juncture with a bit more patience. We've got the Rift Herald though spawn on the top side to try and get some more action rolling, though we already know these two teams are down to scrap over. On and Elk trying to shift over into this river to set up vision. Watch for Elk to utilize these traps best to shut down lanes to get in here. Trap stepped on. Elk gonna drop some damage. That's Hong that eats it. Teleport comes across from Knight. This should force TES to back out. This Rift Herald is not theirs to contend with, and it's not worth flipping the series over, and they understand that assignment. And the Herald goes over to BLG. Look at BLG get back into control to find this mid wave. They're gonna take the long way around.
Top Esports can't even contest for this, though. Like, they're so late. I think Elise gets even more value with all of these spiderlings.
They get a pullback. It's Cream again that gets caught. Forcing ceases out of Kanavi, but a good repel. Kanavi is caught up creek with no paddle, and it's Elk to find that kill once more. 369's teleport, too little, too late. The explosive cast can set up Cream to find this kill tonight. Yes, finally they chain some damage together. Great charm forces the cleanse out of Elk as well. Current Call not going to find these shots, but Elk bends the ace in the hole right around Jackie Love, and down falls 369. Out of nowhere on, by the way, in the Herald, setting up the knockup onto Hong, and he sends him back to the grain scheme with a death from below. Bin flashes after Hong, completely whiffs, and all bets are off still in this game 5.
Oh my god, they tried to use the Herald because they wanted to catch on, or they tried to catch Hong there. Don't even use it. That's a massive waste there from BLG because we've got Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. That should have been their setup to go ahead. Maybe you take 1 kill out of that trade. Maybe you catch out Kanavi, recall, set up for the objective spawning in 2, and put yourself on soul point as BLG. But instead, they opt for a fight, and BLG all year long have been a team that they find a fight, and it's never one that they do not like. Can they get away with yet another jungle swap here? One that brings them to another victory. Gotta be careful, Hong. You cannot be bringing Knight into your backline as this Pyke. He is looking, he is searching this entire time for an angle. Can he get a death from below? Jackie Love with this ultimate, he's able to snipe out, deal damage onto On. And 369, just honestly a passenger in this game.
I don't even know how to rectify this section of the replay.
We don't. We just pretend this doesn't exist.
Watch this bin flash though. Oh!
He thought he had it.
BLG
grabbed themselves the bottom side turret, and that is going to be the feats of strength going over to them. Top Esports will be able to at least get something on the opposite side, use those 3 grubs that we've been talking about so much. But now they need to be able to spend gold, get themselves into a good spot here, because 40 seconds, soul point. I think Top Esports don't want to be in a situation where they have to hound BLG every 5 minutes around the bottom side of the map.
Especially knowing that what we talked about this comp, right? Stalled out fights, stealing away those stats, the Demonic Ascension, the Mordekaiser passive, all these lend to longer fights. And what soul do BLG get set up for? Getting those first 2 Drakes? Chemtech soul. Pristine for the comp that BLG drafted, showing that maybe the League of Legends gods are on the side of a BLG Game 5 win. They're going to look to do it with another fight here. Is it Shadow once again to engage? Crescent Guard onto Jackie Love. He's got to flash away. There's no way for them to turn any damage back over. And without that flash on an immobile Jhin, TES have to be very wary about how they approach this dragon. Chemtech Soul Point. How can you find a way in, Kanavi? You've been an MVP-like player this entire series, but they're asking more of you, Kanavi. How can you find a way to shut down this soul? The traps just aren't letting them in. Kanavi, does he have the Vault Breaker to steal it? No, it's Shadow to secure it. Kanavi immediately has to flash back the way he came, but Shadow is hungry. They subbed him in for a reason, to bring him in to end this series, and he's chased Cream in between their 2 turrets. He's eating turret shots like candy, but you can't chomp down on that crit shot.
That is an RFC headshot. Say goodbye to Cream. 30 seconds, and now a potential mid-tier 1 on the table here. A lot of wave clear coming on through. 369 with those barrels, making it impossible. Oh no, Kanavi, he might be gone out. He's 2 levels down.
He was gapping Beitron 2 games ago, and now he's getting run circles around by Shadow as he flashes over the Vault Breaker. Kanavi, there's only one way out, and it's the death realm back to base.
It's feeling inevitable. BLG are about to qualify themselves for Worlds 2025, and it comes back off of the entirely chaotic, unprecedented game number 5. Otacon spawns, and everybody is making their way towards the bottom side of the map. And with Soul that spawns in 4 minutes, BLG are going to try to use this as a staging ground to end this series.
Kanavi will spawn maybe before this Otacon dies. And he's going to have to watch as it goes away. Hong does not have Spellbook. There's no room for a steal. Shadow will secure it cleanly. Otacon, XP gains exponentially over to Billy as they continue to stack up their fortress for a Game 5 win.
Oh my god. Knight's going to recall. I want to see this because he's going to get himself a fully stacked Leandries. Cole's been completed for a while here by Elk. 2 items here for Shadow. I think Cubby put it best on the desk. BLG cannot keep getting away with this, man. They cannot keep subbing their junglers in and out. We should not be rewarding this delinquent behavior from a top-level team in the LPL. But goddamn, does it keep working, man. It happened in split number 2. It happened in split number 3 off of what was supposed to be an injury for Beichuan. First game of the playoffs, they lose and immediately sub Beichuan back in. They go on a winning spree on the top side. And this is all just a single formality. Kanavi getting outplayed by Shadow. Not a sentence I thought I would be saying in 2025, but here we are. Flash to interrupt the Vault Breaker, and an easy kill onto the jungler sets them up with an Otacon.
And the timer ticking down towards that Chemtech Soul. We have to start asking the very tough questions, Ulk. BLG are very front ahead. They scale out of control. How can you find a way back in if you're TES? How doomed does this game state already feel at 22 minutes?
It's tough. I mean, it's only 1,000 gold lead here for BLG, but they're going to have a potential Chemtech Soul at 24 minutes into this game. One of the fastest Dragons we've seen, and one of the shifts of objective play is Dragons have been getting longer and longer to take. We have seen less and less early Dragon stacking, and especially the trades for early grubs not happening as consistently. Top Esports, though, now they're going to try and ham-fist this. They know that this game isn't getting any better for themselves, so let's play around mid, set up early.
He sniffs out the Death Brush. They do get a catch on the Night. He has to pop the Demonic Ascension, but again, the Swain just heals and shields through all this pain. Kanavi has no friends left to follow that play, and Knight finds himself his 6th kill of the game. Cream dashing back out to safety. TES, they go for the Desperation Death Brush, and even that won't find anything.
Well, if we said Game 4 they don't have enough damage, and this composition is basically all but damage, or everything including damage, what happens when you have none of it? When you're a team comp that is completely predicated on bursting out targets, on one-shotting them, on executing them with Pike, what happens when you don't have enough? What happens when you're behind the curve? Well, now we're going to see this slow bleed out here for Top Esports. And it's now going to come down at 2,000 gold deficits to Miracle Plays. Who is going to step up on this team? Is it going to be the Prince, the legacy player, the foundation for Top Esports for 5 years now in Jackie Love? Is it going to be the reuniting of 369 with this organization? Is it going to be the upstart in Cream? Or is it just going to be a Game 5 victory for BLG, and we'll see them in the Grand Finals?
What can General Kanavi do on top of that? The player that has made this a series for Top Esports with some of the biggest jungle gaps we have seen all playoffs long, but is such a barren wasteland of a crawl back here. If you are this Vi, the game gets tougher and tougher to play out, and it doesn't help that Shadow is 2 levels up, harping on your support. The Chemtech Drake is spawned. Shadow's a bit out of position. Harpoon, Hong's gonna land it. No Deadly Flourish. They're trying to bait out the Crescent Guard, but here goes the Drake take.
Can they get into the pit? Ari's on the flank right now. Hong flies in. This
Kanavi,
is tough.
do you have
Kanavi!
a Miracle Steal? He's gonna flash. They land up the charm. Elk's gonna cleanse it. Gets himself out. Hog's popped. Chemtech Soul Drake is down. The Desperation Heat from TES roots 1 kill back. But that's not enough to stop the freight train that is BLG. Chemtech Soul at 25 minutes.
1 for 3, and it looks like they're making their way over to the Baron. I don't know if this is the play that BLG want to go for. I don't think they have enough damage to deal with, especially with Elk being dead. But maybe BLG, they want to try to snowball this. They want to try to end this game. It looks like no, they're going to call this off, pick up on mid-wave, let Knight go towards top side. Even he's confused as to what he has to do. He's been ping-ponging in this river. Gonna finally commit to going for this top lane tier 1. And that feels like that is the final one here for Top Esports. The final team fight that could have been a play for them. Jackie Love has been sitting on Youmuu's RFC for the past 8 minutes in this game. We take a look back at this fight. Cream doesn't get in. A dodge. I mean, Elk just barely takes enough damage here from Cream. It's a last Orb of Deception that comes on through. Shadow, more importantly, secures the dragon. And that soul is so important. The tenacity from these two dragons. The heal and shield power is probably feeling nice as well for someone like Swain. But the flat damage resistance that you're going to have just by having this soul makes it even tougher, right? Like, you're supposed to execute them.
Oh, hold on. It's again a desperation heap coming across, and it's Kanavi. He's just trying to make up for a mountain of a deficit. And with him down, you called it all. That's it. Being sayonara to this Baron next.
Man, what a year for BLG. They started off not even ending in top 2. They go to MSI after what was a run in the upper bracket. Lose to AL, go and end top 4 at the midseason invitational. Split 3, they start undefeated for 8 series in a row. Finish 3rd after an IG upset at the last day. Have to reverse sweep an unlikely JDG. Defeat IG. And now, 5-game banger versus Top Esports at an absolute clapping after what was potentially one of the biggest jungle gaps with Silas Kanavi.
So much awesome history just in this year of this matchup. And then you go even further and think about what a painful and looming mark this is on Top Esports the last 2 years. If this game holds, BLG are 6-1 in best of 5s up against Top Esports, a roster that looked very similar for BLG for most of this time period. And even when TES were up 2-1, they thought they could finally beat the demons that haunted them for the majority of this year. Looks like they're going to come up short once again, unless a miracle flies in the heavens for Top Esports. All that's flying through right now, disgusting amount of damage from Elk, as he will take down the mid-tier 2 and the siege is on.
This series should have been over already. Remember, game 1, we started with a massive lead from Top Esports, and they were knocking on the doors of BLG's base. When Top Esports threw, this could have been a 3-1 series in favor of TES, but too many mistakes, too many inconsistencies from the mid-jungle here. And I have to call it out, Cream had a large responsibility. Obviously, this game was incredibly messy, but Knight having a massive bounce back in this series, going from 0 to hero here, now on this Swain. I have no other words here. Hong trying to do a little bit of a sneaky stealth mission behind the enemy lines.
Okay, Elk doesn't have flash, does have the cleanse. Hong, he can't commit to it. He knows too many members are there to cover, and the siege shifts back towards mid lane with a fresh wave for Knight. TS's base broken open, inhibitor exposed.
3 items here for Jackie Love. It is a single Infinity Edge there for crit chance alongside that RFC. You can also see that Elk, Collector, RFC, Infinity Edge, so much lethality, so much extra damage compared to his counterpart. Who's wave clearing on this roster? Kind of feels like it has to be Cream in situation. You can also use Charm alongside alongside the hook from this Pike to pull those super minions forward, especially with these Baron buffs. A little bit trickier for this team to deal with. Even getting caged inside their base thanks to these Caitlyn traps. Teleport flank set up by Hong. This has to be the fight here for Top Esports.
The last-ditch effort for TES. It's Shadow to start things off. Kanavi gets drowned into the Death Realm, and Bin wins that one 100 times out of 100. General Kanavi down, 369, waddling around, desperately behind it, maybe trying to collect the wave to stall this out. BLG, they're going to go after 369. Flash from Molly, doesn't land the cocoon, but he gets 369 away from the wave. Super Minions crashing into the Nexus turrets. 5 versus 4, make it 5 versus 3. Elk just one-shot Hog off the screen and back to the Gray Realm for the last time tonight. Shadow looking for the engage. Jackie Love crit shot. Cream to go down next. Jungle carousels. Disappointing split playoff finishes. None of that matters now. All that matters, BLG, Billy Gaming, your first LPL team to Worlds 2025.
And coming off of the back of an incredible performance in the later stages of this game, Shadow stepping up for the team. It took 3 games. We even saw a 4th game. He pulls out the Maokai. They get that game victory. They go to game 5. They bring in the Xin Zhao that has been waiting all series to come off the bench. Shadow Man, Beichuan, it doesn't matter who's in this jungle position here. BLG are our first representatives from the LPL to go to Worlds 2025. Now it's up to them to see whether or not they finish as either the 1st seed or the 2nd seed. It will not matter. They have enough championship points, and they did what Top Esports couldn't do in split number 2. And it's them being able to beat up in the upper bracket. And now, think about it. If you're AL or JDG, you're going to have to play up against an angry Top Esports.
And what a series that could be, knowing the form that AL showed in their last matchup, wiping the floor with an IG team that many thought were finally hitting their stride. That is all for the future conversations. In the present now, Billy Gaming in the last 2 years in best-of-5 formats moved to 6-1. This is a series that was touted as a rivalry between heavyweight superstars, but as the great Joel Embiid once said, for Top Esports, this isn't a rivalry. They just kick our butts, and that is what BLG showed in this comeback. Congratulations one final time to Billy Gaming, your first LPL Worlds 2025 representative. That will do it for us on the caster desk. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the series of the year so far, and to break this Game 5 and the whole series and more. We go back to our analyst desk one final time. Grapes, Cubby, and K-Man, take it away.
Thank you very much to Slayer and Alk Battery. Fantastic cast from both of you all day long. And we are here to break down the end of this game, the end of this series that was closer, and then all at once not so close. As Billy Gaming becoming your first representative, either based off of championship points or winning the split, which they now have the opportunity to do in the grand final. Cubby, tough one for Top Esports. We feel like they were playing well all day long, and they just end up a bit short.
I mean, I don't think it's unreasonable to say that Top Esports was the better team today. I think that they had the gold lead for the majority of game time that we had in the games today. It's just the Top weren't able to convert. And I think that last game, I mean, look, that last game was chaotic. A lot of things happened, and we got to give our due to BLG where it's due. But I really feel like 369 and Cream just did not play good enough in that last one. And, you know, the better jungler lost today. And it's an interesting series because I really feel like Kanavi was putting up a hell of a performance today. And look, Shadow definitely buffed up the team coming in for games 4 and 5, so I don't want to take too much away from him, but I think that was a series at Top Esports. I mean, they're going to look back on and be like, man, if Jackie Love plays 20% better in game 1, if Cream or 369 don't throw things away in game 5, or, you know, Cream does a little bit of a better job converting some of the leads that Kanavi and the team gave him, I really feel like Top Esports could be in the finals right now.
Yeah, I mean, I was really, pushing for this as we were watching the game. I really looked at this Top Esports draft and saw a winnable game for them. Saw a game that they should have control in. And the moment that this became so chaotic that everything on the map started opening up, that's the comfort zone for Vi, Ari, Pyke, for all of these pick-oriented champions that want to continue to skirmish. This should have been the game for them to step up and be able to make it work. Unfortunately, the execution just wasn't there. I think it's reasonable to call out the fact that they just needed to be better here today, that they should be across the finish line. Kanavi, Hong playing excellent really across all of these games and just not really getting the reward for it. But at the same time, if we're going to give credit to those players, we have to talk about the fact that Kareem had a really bad game on the Ari and it kind of cost them. And that 369, not only got caught, but got caught in some big moments. Teleports down to the bot lane and immediately dies, losing all pressure for Top Esports. Gets Doe 4-man on the bottom side of the map as well. Just a lot of things kind of going wrong, I would say, for TES that ended up really being their downfall.
And Cubby, this is a draft on Top Esports' side that needs to snowball. You have Viari, you have a Pyke that can try to execute some of the squishy backline members on Billy, but it seemed like they were starting to do that, and then a couple of fights went awry, and BLG was able to start, really picking things up. And, shout out to Knight. He was resilient all day long, taking pressure after pressure after pressure in the mid lane, finally unleashing here on that Swain in the final game.
Yeah, and as much as I agree with K-Man, and as much as we like the identity for the Top Esports draft, it felt like BLG took some pieces that could kind of answer or counter that. And we saw them take over as the game went on. Like the Mordekaiser just being able to remove one person from the fight made things a lot easier for a squishy comp. The Swain, there was not enough damage between Vi, Ahri, Jhin, Gragas to actually get through a Swain later on. So BLG really had to buy some time to get there. And I felt like Elk on the Caitlyn, I mean, there was so much gold in the game so early with all the kills and how accelerated we got. Elk's Caitlyn ended up running the game. Caitlyn's a very, very strong champion when you get to those later items, whereas Jhin just couldn't do the damage necessary to really help keep answering things for Top Esports, which is why, we felt like they didn't snowball hard enough overall, and why they ended up falling behind. It was a very chaotic game, and a game pace we felt like could have benefited Top with, you have Vi, Ahri, Pyke. It's like, hey, if we make things volatile, like, it's easier to land our skill shots, hit our skills, and get kills from there and go. But they weren't really able to do that. And yeah, it was a bit of a bummer for Top in this one. Again, I really feel like Top was the better team today. But yeah, I mean, BLG, they ended up benefiting off some Top mistakes. Top were definitely not clean enough in terms of how they were able to piece this series together. I mean, they lost, right? But I think that if we get a rematch of this, I don't think the Top's too far away from actually beating BLG if we get this for a finals matchup. So, yeah, we'll have to see what Top Esports is able to do against the victors of AL versus JDG.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. Not only are they not far away, I would say, from beating them, they could have beaten them today. I think that's fair to say. Like, genuinely, they're 2 or 3 plays amongst all of these 5, away from being able to take this series and moving on, but wasn't meant to be.
And now, we talk about the LPL. We still have a few more days of this playoff bracket. Of course, as you mentioned, Cubby, starting off with AL versus JDG a little bit later. But now, BLG in the grand finals. They have a chance to win their first title of the year. And, on top of all that, also now qualifying for Worlds. They get a chance to get some revenge on any of the LCK teams that came in their way, and specifically towards potentially T1, who, of course, they lost to in that grand finals a year ago.
Okay, man, I think now that BLG is locked in Worlds, we're starting to eliminate some LPL teams from the year as a whole. I know we still have regional finals to go, but I mean, you got to start thinking about, like, how many junglers are you allowed to bring to an event? I mean, if we can just keep on swapping junglers and winning.
Just bring the entire. You know how there was like the Team McDonald's, but now you just put them all on your roster. Just take the entire all the LPL junglers.
Can I bring TN or JJ, like the 2 junglers that I feel like should be on this team? It could actually make this team work if they don't make it. I mean, that's a real conversation to have if you're BLG. I mean, at Worlds, I think you're allowed 2 subs. I think for BLG, they should bring 2 jungle subs.
This just in, a record-breaking announcement. Jeja has been offered a multi-million-dollar deal to come play jungle for BLG to complete their 3-man rotation. But obviously, jokes aside with BLG, I think you do have to give this team credit for, at least trying to figure out what their best possible scenario looks like. I think a lot of teams have sat around and kind of wasted away the prime of some of their players. When you have Knight, when you have Elk, when you have these kind of Bin, these are not players that should be anywhere close to missing Worlds. That should be anywhere but the finals, and I think they finally are starting to live up to that.
I mean, yeah, it's been a year full of ups and downs for really both of these teams, but you think about BLG, right? Like, the disaster that happened to them in that lower bracket quarterfinals or semifinals against Top Esports in Split 1 even, where there's the Bin Cassante play where he just went way too far forward and they just threw the entire series off of that. That put a really terrible taste into a lot of BLG fans' mouths for the whole year. Then there was the inconsistencies with Wei, bringing in Beishuan, having that Cinderella run, going to MSI, struggling there. I mean, this story for BLG has been incredible. Obviously, it's not the same as it was last year, Cubby, where they just had a ton of success all year long, but perhaps making it even a more interesting narrative going forward is, there we go, Shadow on the Xin Zhao, winning player of the game in just his second game.
You know what?
In the entire series.
Somewhat deserved for Shadow. Shout out to him, man, for stepping in, stepping up. I feel like he played a better series than Beishuan today. I mean, look, if you're BLG, though, you still got some things to figure out. Like, I think that if you're diving into Worlds, I mean, all seriousness, or all jokes aside, I should say, when it comes to jungle swapping, I mean, you want to be able to go into a match with your best 5 guys. That's who you're going to win any league game with. And if you're still figuring out who to run or still figuring out, like, what split. Look, I think Shadow played a great series today. Props to Beishuan. I mean, when he initially stepped in for Shadow, it was clear that he was what BLG needed in that moment. So I don't know what BLG is going to go do moving forward. I still feel like neither of these junglers are, like, at the level of the best junglers we have in the LPL or at the level of the best junglers that you're going to see internationally. And I almost think that at some point, like, you kind of have to call your shot. I think of last year at Worlds, BLG eventually ended up running Shun for the rest of it. Once they figured out Wei couldn't, like, work out early. I mean, if you're BLG, like, I think you give yourself the best chance to do well at that tournament if you make that choice now. And obviously, they got to win LPL before they go to Worlds, hopefully for them. But yeah, I do think that BLG, I would like to see them commit to 1. And personally, I think that Shadow is the right call. I think that I've seen better play from Shadow than Beishuan overall. But I'm curious to see what route BLG goes moving forward.
Cameron, what do you think?
I agree with Cubby. I really do believe that, you know, locking down one specific option, getting the most amount of experience and communication through those 5 options is the most essential thing. The biggest thing that has caused BLG problems throughout all of this year has been them not being on the same page. And that's only going to get exacerbated by the fact that, you know, you're running all these different junglers. And, you know, I also agree with Shadow being the option here. We can talk about both of them having macro impacts on the team and generally being shot callers. To me, it's always been clear that Shadow's mechanical ceiling is just a bit higher than Beishuan's as a carry, if they do want to go that route. So definitely feel like that is the case. We'll see if that ends up being an option for them. But either way, both junglers are sitting in the finals right now. And I think it's going to feel pretty good for junglers that started their years on Thunder Talk and Fun Plus Phoenix, respectively.
Yeah, you know, they get to make the trip regardless, right? That's going to be a pretty big win for them as BLG now get a nice 6-day break. They'll be right back here this Sunday, early Sunday morning for us here in the United States and North America as a whole. And yes, I was getting there, producer Adam. Thank you. And yeah, later on in Europe as well. Same time, same place. Actually, maybe a little bit earlier as we have some opening ceremony festivities to get to once we get to those grand finals. But for top esports, no time for tears as there is still a lot of work to be done. Let's take a look at the updated championship point standings as BLG with 190 championship points have at least locked themselves the top 2 spot. Still can, of course, finish number 1. If they would win the split, anyone's legend would be the 2nd seed going forward. But Top Esports and JDG still both have the opportunity to qualify for Worlds before the regional finals. But Cubby, the way that they do that is by winning the entire split.
Top needs to win the entire split to auto-qualify. That makes it very likely that we have AL going to Worlds, by the way, as they are sitting 2nd at points. So I believe a win for AL moving forward, or they need to make, if they make finals, they're in.
They need to make finals.
So they need to beat Top Esports to get in. Also, folks, I mean, in terms of the seeding that we have for that lower bracket, things could get interesting in our match tomorrow, as if JDG wins, they would actually bump IG down a tier, and that would mean, I mean, ideally that things get a little bit funky, because the upper bracket, of course, if you are in the upper bracket for the Worlds qualifiers, you have 2 chances to make it to Worlds. If you are in the lower bracket for the Worlds qualifier, you need to win 2 best-of-5s to make it to Worlds, and that is a big difference. So any posturing there could be interesting. So that makes the next series very important, as we need to decide now who's going to meet BLG in our grand finals.
Oh boy, there's so much on the line. There's so much that is up for grabs right now still within the LPL playoffs. And you're absolutely right. Like, the difference between getting one of those upper tier seeds and even just, you know, being available for the regional gauntlet is insane. You have to make sure you're comfortable. We saw last year, I mean, everybody, I'm not trying to bring back old wounds, Everybody thought that JDG team from last year was going to Worlds, and it did not happen. They get to the regional qualifiers. They just can't make it. Weibo makes the miracle run. Anything can happen if you get there. So for top esports, especially when you're looking towards the future, this is a team that is looking at whatever their lower bracket finals matchup is and saying, we have to win that, and then they are ready to get their revenge on BLG. I imagine that is their #1 goal now.
You know, they used a lot of their magic seemingly in Split 1, Top Esports did, when they basically beat every single team possible in the lower bracket to win that split. But ever since then, it seems to be a lack of performance in the clutch here for our, favorite LPL representatives coming into the day in TES. They always, they faltered in the Split 2 playoffs. They obviously falter here. Gonna have to clutch up at some point, win a couple of best of series, because Copy, this is a team that had so much domestic success, specifically in the regular seasons, that it would be shocking to see them miss an international.
It would. Yeah, I think that for the LPL, like overall, I mean, even having IG just looking at the lower bracket, whereas JDG would be upper bracket, is pretty surprising to me after watching the LPL regular season. So obviously, I mean, things are not settled here yet, and with the LPL, I mean, it's always been the case of the region that I feel like there are teams that are left outside of the picture for Worlds that could be very competitive at Worlds. You know, whether that is a team that we feel like could make top 8, top 4. I think the LPL has always had more than 4 teams that could be good representatives there, and that is what makes the domestic split so fun as we try to decide who ends up going. So, well, we'll see who earns the right to fight for it this time around. I will say I'm really rooting for IG to try and make it. I think that while the playoff brackets didn't go their way, I still think that the play they've put on the Rift for this split, and honestly this year, considering they were a top 3 team in Split 2, I'd like to see them represent as an LPL fan. I think that they would be a better representative than some of the other teams, but we'll see if they can earn it, because they're going to have to in that World's qualifying bracket.
It's at least 2 more best of 5s that Top Esports will have to win in order to make it, of course, back to the international stage to represent China's best. But that's going to do it for us here on the Analyst Desk. K-Man, Cubby, thank you so much for joining us. And a big shout out to both our casters on the day in Slayer and Alk, as well as our technical director in Rare Adam, who was doing everything he could to help keep
Had to
this
deal
show
with producer
stable.
Cubby. Tough times.
You know,
for,
we had the OBS camera incidents. We had the house tour where you went up and down on your camera as well once you turned it back on. There's a lot of weird things going on, but you know what? Adam's able to hold things down for us rather nicely. Before we wrap up the show officially for the day, though, we have to give a very, very big thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron, Soup, Mung, and Forrest Without, as their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day. Thank you so much to them and to everyone else who supports us on Coffee. Link in the chat if you want to go and, help us out as well as we enter the home stretch of the 2025 season. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for those lower bracket semifinals. JDG against Anyone's Legend are going to fight for the chance to face off against Top Esports to get up to BLG, who take the upper bracket finals 3-2. On behalf of us all here on the LPL English broadcast, my name has been Grapes. Thank you so much for tuning in and joining us throughout the day, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Goodbye.